Hello, and welcome back to another episode of the Dark Souls Event Region Data Mining. I believe we are streaming, and back with us is Hot Pocket Remix. How are you doing?
I am doing pretty well. Interested in looking at Dukes.
Yes. I believe today is probably going to be the final episode of the Event Region Data Mining, for Dark Souls 1, that is. I mentioned this before in other streams, that, we will do other data mining streams, probably even, Event Region ones for other games, but, I will figure that out later on, so when this one is done, I don't think next Sunday will be the first of the next game we start poking around in. We might take a few weeks off, and I might just do randomizer runs or some other stuff. But if you're wondering if there's going to be more like this, there absolutely will be. Because I've been learning so much about the game by doing this, and I'm just I have to do this for more of the games. Actually, one of the first questions I have, which I haven't done my due diligence on investigating yet, is this visible in the Demon Souls debug? I don't know. Demon Souls debug is way more limited, but Wolf2K did patch up the Demon Souls debug to have more functionality, and I think King Boar did some stuff as well. So there might be a way to visualize some of that stuff, but I don't even remember if there's if that part of the menu even exists at all. So
And I think I will also be substantially less helpful when it comes to basically any of the other games.
Right, yeah, because you haven't played them.
Well, I mean, I've played DS2 and DS3 and Bloodborne, so I'm at least familiar with those. The problem is DS2, basically, yes, it has a debug, but it's the thing that I'm here for, which is looking up how these things are referenced in event scripts. DS2 looks completely different. It uses a whole different thing for this because it's special. So actually figuring out what anything does in DS2 takes me 3 times as long. So that's not helpful. But yeah, and then when it comes to DS3, I'm just not nearly as familiar. Bloodborne, I can probably be helpful to some extent. But Bloodborne, I don't know what the status of any debug stuff is there.
Yeah, I haven't played around with the Bloodborne debug stuff yet, which is again gross negligence on my behalf, but it's always been on the to-do list. I feel very confident about Bloodborne though. There's no way that has less functionality. I'd be really surprised.
Yeah, although I think Bloodborne will actually be very cool if we get to it, because I think that's something that people really would not have explored. Yeah, we know stuff about content and stuff there, but people aren't making mods for Bloodborne to the same degree that they are for the other games.
Right.
So there's less people just poking around going what's this?
Well, I do have to correct myself a little. I just said there's no way Bloodborne debug has less functionality, but I do have to remind myself that when debug first launched for Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, you couldn't draw any of the stuff, and that functionality didn't work. So there's always a chance, I don't know what, but I don't know. I've seen some stuff in the Bloodborne debug that earlier Souls debugs didn't have. So I think Bloodborne has a function for green screen stuff that you can do, and I'm just oh, that is so cool. That is so handy. I think that's a built-in when you de-render the map, you can just change the color of the background, I think.
Oh, right, interesting.
Yeah, so you can probably draw stuff. But yeah, I'm really curious to see if Demon Souls has anything functional like this in its debug. Because if it does, that might be the next game I want to do. Just because the game's so much smaller, it'd probably be a lot easier to get through pretty quickly.
Yes. I think even though I'm not familiar with Demon Souls, there's also its scripts are written in just Lua, so it shouldn't be as hard to just read it as opposed to event scripts where you kind of have to I need to be familiar with all this stuff potentially. So that's maybe not too bad, but yeah, it is a much smaller game. Obviously, as Sabotower in chat is saying, if we ever did Elden Ring, at some point we're okay, we're in this corner of the map and we're slowly going through. It takes so long, right? How gigantic everything is. So yeah, Demon Souls being much smaller and more, I feel there's less. Other than Tower of Latria and stuff, there's less specific set pieces that we've often seen event script or event regions used for. It's far more of a they're finding their footing and just doing basic combat stuff as opposed to some of these larger things.
This is basically all to say that my top 3 picks for the next game to do this in would be Demon Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3. I think like those are the, again, maybe Dark Souls 2, like you said, I think that's the weirder, harder one, maybe in some ways, but I need to play around with Debug Manager more to see like what that all looks like in there.
And to give people an idea of what I mean when I say DS2 scripts are confusing, they're written in a completely different format. But when if people recall from the pig fact video for the DS2 stuff, we were talking about Alana's pigs there, and I was looking into it, and for a good 2 hours or something, I was confused by how something worked because I couldn't tell the difference between an and an if and an or statement. So I was thinking that three things had to all be true at the same time, and it wasn't. It was any of those three things had to be true, and that was just me not being familiar enough with it. Like I said, so there's stuff like that throughout that would just be me going down some insane rabbit hole or down the wrong path because I just don't know as much about it.
Well, we'll get started in just a second here. I'm posting the link in a couple places to the stream. And let's see. Here we go. All right, I have the stream up, OBS up, and the spreadsheet is up. And hello, welcome back, Hoshi, Positron Cannon, everyone in chat. And then Felipe Mendez in chat asks, hello, I love your videos, brother. Can you answer me why the only armor the enemies uses has cloth physics in Dark Souls 1? Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not know enough about cloth physics in these games. And how that's handled.
Either. I'm not sure why it's only enemies.
Right. Yeah,
I know that it's set up, like, I think even now making cloth physics is, like, kind of irritating, or it used to be impossible for stuff, and obviously people came in to server name and wanted to add cloth physics to their new armor sets and stuff that they were making. I'm not entirely sure. I don't do a lot of animations and stuff like that. So I'd be curious if anybody else in chat knows more, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because I remember that was a big. I remember like one of the most complained about things for the lack of cloth physics in Dark Souls 1 is like Ornstein's helm not having like a plume that sways, and it's like, yeah, that is a bummer. So here we are at the top of the Duke's archives. I did skip past a bunch of -1s in the document. I don't know if you see anything remotely interesting in there.
I don't. I think this is all global illumination stuff, but it looks like we're getting immediately into some logic things.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna have to go read AI.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I mean, we know where it's the Pisaca wants to return to home, so let's go check this stuff out. It's funny because I talked about like the Pisaca behavior in my last video, but like watch me learn even more.
The different types of Pisaca potentially, right? But yes. I'm not sure. Take a look. I guess I should also check the event scripts just in case. I am jumping the gun, but these values do show up in their AI, so I might as well check in the scripts as well.
Interesting.
Don't see anything in there. Okay.
Okay. That's not what I was expecting. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, so there's like a cylinder wrapping the very top of the level. Like once you're getting near the ladder, Pisaca wants to return home. So I didn't realize there was some... That's kind of interesting because if I'm going to fight the Pisaca, I'm not going to like in a panic run all the way back to the ladder. Like, I need to climb away from them. Like, I'm just going to commit to fighting them. They're not that hard to fight, you know? So, if them chasing you up the stairs, if there's a point where you just go up and they just, like, turn around. I did not even know about that. I figured they could just bully you by the ladder.
Yeah, it looks like they have a specific goal set up to do this, and then each of these, so if we look in the sheet, you see there's 60 and 70, then 61 and 71, and 62 and 72. Those are paired, I mean, based on the names, obviously. And so they're all used in the same way, where it's basically checking if you're in the 60 region, then it's going to tell them to go to 70. If they're in the 61 region, it's going to tell them to go to 71, and so on. But I need to figure out why it's telling them to do that.
Huh. Want to return home area A, and then area A is, what does this say in the document? So, okay, so...
It's when they get a certain event request, and you're 5 meters away from them.
What is this?
Need to find their entity IDs. Yeah, I don't know. This might be unused or something. Who knows?
Yeah, because I'm seeing that smaller cylinder, and I'm just like, I'm very confused. That'd be funny if they have like a give up point, which wasn't their home location, but like they just go back down the stairs a little bit. What?
I'm lost in the Duke archives. Where am I? Where's the prison? Here it is. Oh, it's got all the like stuff clipping through it from the distant scenery. All right, grab a random Pisaca here.
Okay, there's one snake person climbing down, running around at the bottom of the level because I was like flying around and they must have seen me. I broke the Pisaca by not... Okay, I need to reload the map. I did that incorrectly. I had their like all no attack and all no move turned on when the lever got pulled, and I think that confused everything.
Yeah, obviously you looked into the Pisaca AI here, and but I really haven't, so I know Matt has. But...
Well, and very loosely, I can't really say I looked into the AI as much as I did the bare minimum of like looking at their specific character models and seeing that like these 4 always consistently chase after you quickly, you know, these 3 or these 2 get confused or whatever, like but yeah, I didn't really untangle that properly.
It looks like it sends these commands. It basically it sends commands to the AI under 3 conditions. It looks like we're concerned about the 3rd one, and it's kind of unclear to me. We're gonna have to go look at some other areas, I think. So we might end up returning to this as well. But yeah, basically, I need to jump around to a bunch of these regions. So yeah, it's also dependent on a couple event flags and stuff, which I don't know what they are off the top of my head.
Okay, so now the Pisaca should be coming for me, and I will just check what happens when I run into that top cylinder. Here we go. Fast ones are after me. I'll put the sound effects back on. I just hate how loud the alarm is, but I'll put that very quiet. There we go. Like, it would be so funny if just walking up into the space made them turn around and go to that cylinder, but I don't think there's...
Okay, so I think they have a... Is the alarm sounding event flag, but then there's also an event flag for has the alarm ever been turned on, something like that, right? Like, is... Kind of unclear to me. Anyway, it looks like we're looking for... Oh, but does this event restart itself, actually? No, it does. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically, I think, have you triggered the alarm but then turned it off? Something along those lines. I think that might be getting the Pisaca to go back home, right? Which I guess would make some sense if my understanding of how these things work is correct, that the Pisaca are enraged by the alarm or whatever, and so if you go and specifically turn it off, they become docile again, or not really, but I don't know if that's true. But anyway, if they get that event request and you are greater than 5 meters from them, then it should cause them, depending on which of these regions they're in, they should go back to, you know, if they're in 60, they go back to 70. If they're in 61, they go to 71, and so on. Whether or not that's true is a different question.
Yeah, I don't see anything obvious happening from stepping up into this space. Because I'm definitely in it now. But yeah,
well, but it's when they are. right? I don't think it's checking where you are at all.
Oh. Let's go back up then.
Yeah, so it's the idea that if they're in each of these like tiered cylinders, they go and rest at the closest like landing. Essentially.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to, and that might involve like turning the alarm back off. Maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna yank this lever, and then you'll fly all the way back up. Come back to me. Hey, no, I'm here. I'm here. Don't lose sight of me. Don't lose sight of me. Oh, they straight up don't care about me now that I turned off the alarm.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty sure it.
Yeah.
Unless you're within 5 meters of them, they will not do anything. They'll just run back to their thing.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. No, you. Stay close to me. We're gonna go on a mission back up the stairs, please.
But then I think if you turn the alarm back on, it should enrage them again, and they should start chasing you again.
That's so funny. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get this one to follow me back up into that thing with the alarm turned off. I guess I could teleport the Pisaca, but...
or you could take control of it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, Meow is here. Hello, Meow.
Hey, welcome, Meow.
Yeah, Meow has a version of the AI that has a comment, so they were attacked while returning to nest, counterattack. So that's returning to their home position and stuff. Yeah, so if they're outside either of these 3 cylinders where they'd be trying to return back to these specific points, then it causes them to go back to their actual home position.
Come on. I guess I could speed up its animation or do literally anything to speed this up. Yeah, what am I doing? This is stupid. I'm like almost there, but I'm reaching the point. It's like you said, I could just take control of the damn thing. Well, by the time I find his character model, her character ID,
I mean, there's a lot of Pisaca.
Yeah. Okay. Come on up. We're almost in it. It's funny how aggressive they are about running back with the alarm pulled off. Like 5 meters in practice, that when I was running around trying to catch their attention again, it's like, oh, that number could have been a little bit larger.
Yeah, you basically have to be in combat, like melee range with them.
Yeah,
Which I guess does, they would have to put a number there so they don't just like turn around and sprint from you. But
right.
And for people wondering, like, but if the lever's been pulled and turned off, like, how would the Pisaca be in combat with you? But of course, you could be doing this in multiplayer, so it's not, your friend could go and turn the lever off.
Yeah.
While you're doing something.
I dragged this one to the top cylinder, and it's nothing special or interesting seems to be happening. I'm gonna walk away, and she's gonna run all the way back down, I'm sure.
So that's interesting, because I would expect that depending on which they're in, they should be going to the relevant cylinders, not all the way back to their home. But maybe I'm misunderstanding this.
Like, because the cylinder is outside the top area, then it like knows to do the next step of like go back.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention to that.
Yeah. Let me see if let's see, event.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I didn't draw the other ones yet.
It's telling them to go back to the previous cylinder. Once they get there, then they're going to be in the next big cylinder. So then it's going to...
So we did that test wrong. So what I need to do is take the second cylinder that it wound up in. I should move way high into the sky, get rid of it, so we'll have a gap in those kind of cylinders. Yeah. So let's pull that one back up here. If I can
Yeah,
find...
because if you get rid of the... Oh, no, but even then it won't work because it will be then outside of any cylinder and it'll just tell it to try and go back home, like to its actual home.
Oh, okay. So it almost feels like a bit redundant. Like, did they even need to mess with all of this stuff if they...
Yeah, because it's like, they don't have a possibility that they're not just going to follow the nav mesh to get back home. It's not like these stairs lack a railing or something where if they just like tried to point themselves directly home, they would fall off or something like that.
Right.
So yeah, I think what you'd want to do potentially is pull the small cylinder up into the big cylinder, such that they can be in the big cylinder and the associated small cylinder at the same time, and they should stop there.
Gotcha. Yeah, let me move that too then. That's a good point. So yeah, let's move this small cylinder as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hoshi makes a good point that it could be just making the, like, they could get stuck, and so it's trying to guide them more correctly down this kind of maybe confusing ramp, but it's not like they have a problem going up the ramp to like chase after you when the alarm initially gets triggered. So I'm not sure. Obviously, this could be remnants of some more confusing thing, but I would expect them to just delete it in that case.
Let's make sure that this is fully in this. Okay. Okay, that is definitely completely inside that other cylinder. All right. And we need this Pisaca. I want this one here.
I guess you're going to have to pull the lever again to get them to chase you.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you want to drag them very slowly all the way up the stairs.
Yeah, no. Let me, I'm going to add a draw capsule on this one too, so I don't lose sight of it. Just so I know it's one of the fast ones.
I guess you could also take control of it and just walk it up top because...
Yeah. Here we go. They got up the stairs pretty quick though, so
yeah.
This should be fine.
So currently we're looking at the not special Pisaca. We're looking at the ones that just chase you down. The non-respawning ones aren't really involved in this because they just sit in the cell and cry. Mm-hmm. So yeah, their AI, I assume they must use a different NPC think param or something like this. They're not following this stuff.
Right. Cool. So we got these ones all up in this area, and then hopefully this doesn't break anything too hard, but I kind of want to do like an all-no update, pull the lever, and then
right.
Yeah, let me try.
That should be fine. I don't see why it would break, but who knows?
Oh no, that's all-no update AI. I kind of want to do like the hard type of no update, maybe. Unless if this makes them like unaware of the lever being turned off, but that seems unlikely. Yeah, no, they're trying to turn around and run. So what's going to happen now? We did it! Yeah. So you did figure it out correctly. It did exactly what you said. It's like when the... Again, this is so confusing because it seems like without any of the stuff implemented at all, they would just know how to run back home, I would think.
I mean, again, you could try this by putting all this stuff back. I mean, you don't actually have to put the small cylinder back, but just moving all three big cylinders like off into the sky somewhere, pulling them up to the top like you just did, and seeing can they pathfind back to their home position, because that's what it's going to actually try and do in that case.
Yeah.
And I suspect it'll work just fine, right? But who knows?
Yeah, let's give that a test in a second as well. So yeah, I like how we broke this by moving the small cylinder into the big one and making sure, you know, they didn't get to the second one. Meow said in chat, since I have the AI open, I can tell you riveting information like how blocking a Pisaca attack where they bounce off a shield has a 30% chance of them dodging left, right, or back.
Yeah, this is the fun stuff that when you look in the AI, you're like, okay, I guess, sure. And,
Yeah.
You don't necessarily think that the AI has all, you're not intuitively understanding that. You know that
No.
they must have that some script, something for how all this stuff is going on.
You would assume that the little jump dodge thing is RNG, which it is, but like tied specifically to blocking an attack with a shield, right. I would have assumed it's like whenever you're in combat within like 3 or 5 meters of them or something, like. Right.
That's what I mean. Every time you look at something, you're like, sure, I guess.
Yeah, that's the best.
Why not?
So yeah, I think let's do exactly what you said. Let's. I'm going to just kind of reload the entire map just to start over. Oops, I loaded New London Ruins. Let's get out of there. Where is... These things behave very nicely by being the first thing in the event list, so it's very easy to find. I say that as I get turned around and I'm not looking in the right direction at all. Here we go. Okay. So yeah, let's move... Again, if I understood correctly, it's all of the big cylinders are the ones we should rocket up into the sky. And then... Yeah. Okay. So that one is completely... I'm just going to move all of them. Whatever. Even the little ones.
Also
I don't think... Yeah. Bye. Okay, so yeah, none of them should be anywhere in sight. Just gonna... Yeah, none of them are anywhere near where they should be. Okay. Okay. I should have fast Pisaca after me. Here they are. Finding me based on smell.
Yeah, see, this is what's weird to me, is they have no problem chasing after you, clearly based on smell, and you are on a different level. They are just using their nav mesh.
They're just using nav mesh, yeah.
So I don't understand why they would need this to have them go back home when clearly they can go up the stairs, no problem.
Yeah.
They don't need to use this when going up the stairs.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, I'm going to have them follow me, like, basically all the way to the ladder. At least most of them. That's good enough. I'll go to... this, which I'll know, update AI. Turn this back off. Unfortunately, I can't really like watch them with free cam go back home. I'm just gonna have to like follow from behind because free cam, again, it breaks enemy AI. I will make sure I get at least 5 meters so they start running down the stairs. I thought I moved that cylinder. What is happening? Did it break them? Do they not? What is happening? they did.
Although it's kind of weird that it's in basically the exact spot where you put that cylinder. So,
yeah, no, the cylinders aren't here. This did confuse them. Why don't they know how to get back home? What is happening?
Huh. Yeah, I mean, if they're not...
Is it because they're not... It's like trying to follow some scripted event, because now that the things aren't here, they don't know what to do, but like, if I exceed max back home distance, like some other means of them saying like, hey, like you don't know how to keep up with this player, then go back home. Like I'm wondering if I can.
Yeah, because you sure you don't just have the AI off or something? They're all just stopped. Huh.
Yeah, hold on. This is strange. Well, it looks like the developers knew what they were doing with these things because apparently it was needed. Okay. So like I know you know I'm here. You can do the 5 meters thing, right? They can still follow here. They're gonna turn around and try to run back home because I got more than 5 meters away. The alarm is off. Oh, they're so confused. They have no idea what they're doing.
Okay, so I guess maybe then, because you can you should be able to put the regions back very quickly just by pressing triangle. On the coordinates or whatever. Put 60 and 70 back so that these guys on the upper level try and get down to the middle level or whatever.
Oh, yeah, and see what happens from there. Good call.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And then just like, we can progressively restore the regions and see like, okay, clearly they are getting stuck somewhere or somehow. I don't really understand why, but...
Okay, 60 and 70.
Like I'm super confused why they can follow a nav mesh up but not down. Yeah, they're taking off.
They're taking off. They caught up with the one there by the. We moved that cylinder. So how did the other one know to stop there? I'm just so.
There's got to be something about the stairs or something. I don't.
Okay. So let's put.
Fraudwith has a good point. Is because they can. This stuff isn't going to run when the lever's on, and they chase you by smell. So if you turn the lever on and just go back down to where the lever or like the lower Pisacas are. Aren't these guys going to have to just come down the stairs by smell? They're not going to have this. So wouldn't they get stuck in that case because they'd be just using the nav mesh? Like, I don't understand.
It's bizarre. What happens if I go further down the stairs? They don't care about me because I'm not within 5 meters. Duh. Okay.
You'd have to turn the alarm back on, I guess.
Yeah. So, no to that. Yeah, this is weird. I think we could.
Yeah, I guess they could be trying to go into the side rooms and use that. Like maybe that is considered a shorter route on the way back down, so they would try and prioritize that. But again, I feel like I've never had them have a problem chasing me back down. But maybe I have. Maybe I've just never noticed that once they turn the lever off, they or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Very strange. Yeah, because the fast ones you wouldn't really notice because the fast ones are pretty dang fast. So like if you got like pretty close to the lever, they made it pretty far down the stairs. The amount of time it takes to climb up the ladder. Like you weren't leaving any of the fast Pisaca behind, like far up the staircase, really.
So I guess we can try turning the lever back on and seeing if they can just chase you down once you're down at the bottom of the stairs. Like
sure. They're not going to have any trouble with this, I wouldn't think. Let's see.
But then that doesn't make sense to me. Why are they unable to pathfind back to their home position from the top, but they are able to chase you down from the top?
Yeah. They're
the alarm's on,
they're
right?
booking it down the stairs. So
that doesn't make any sense to me.
So we could always file that away for later, be like, what's this weird quirk of like why won't they just go home? Like, but
yeah.
I don't know. So very weird.
As far as I can tell, it's just Meow can probably back me up on this in the AI. It's basically just saying, well, if they're in any of these regions, go to the targeted region. If they're not in any of these regions, go to your home position. So I don't understand why. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it's a little complicated. Maybe they set up multiple regions because the fact that they have multiple different Pisacas have different reactions. Like there's the fast ones, the slow ones, the ones that huddle in a group at the bottom. Maybe they wanted more granular control in a way that like in the end doesn't really matter. I don't know.
Right. Well, I guess I'll put these in a different color so that we may or may not come back to them.
Yeah.
But oh, okay. I was thinking these were not going to be that useful, but apparently they're absolutely required.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah, definitely not unused content. Okay, we're immediately going to some funny stuff here.
Yeah, I guess we have to scroll down in the sheet, but yeah.
Yeah, we've got the QLOC region again. Let's go. I do know exactly where that is. That is by Cease.
We just started Meow, so we have not looked at those regions yet.
Yeah. Oops, pull the...
They are much later on, unfortunately. All the other logic stuff is like way later on in the list for some reason.
Okay.
So yeah, there's more Pisaca stuff to come.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna find like the not fully correctly implemented stuff with the crying Pisaca, how they're like supposed to be able to run to all four corners of the room or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's gonna be some cool stuff. Wait, I'm gonna tell enemies to chill out. Let's see. There we go.
Have these streams resulted in noteworthy information regarding speedrunning or modding? Not really.
Not really.
Speedrunners are more inclined to find stuff by playing the game a ton, and so anything that we find, they have almost certainly already seen. Just holistically.
There's definitely potential applications for modding, but
yes.
it's something we talked about before is like, I feel like most modders would probably get an idea, like a specific idea, and then work backwards from there on like what they need to learn specifically to like mess with that. I don't know if like this like shotgun approach of just looking at everything will inspire any modders to be like, oh, well, now that I see this, like, who knows, will a modder put a ramp that you could slide up in now? Like, well, is that going to happen now that we've done these streams? Maybe. So like it could help a little bit, but I think most modders were equipped to kind of like figure this out on their own, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for everybody. I think the thing that has been most compelling to me so far is the crow event that we talked at length about in the Painted World, because that just made me think like, oh, you can actually do something kind of complicated with event scripting that I didn't necessarily think of before. But if I wanted to make a version of that because of the way that event worked, you would have to make a whole bunch of custom animations. So then that's already really annoying. Very few people do custom animations.
Yeah,
so,
custom animations is when you're getting into like the really high effort mod territory.
Right.
Yeah.
And like just for context, when I was working on Scorch Contract, I was super low effort to where I was basically just going through and being like, there's an event command. Can I use this for anything fun? So I was not thinking ahead of like, oh, I can custom animations and custom particle effects and all that stuff, especially at the time when you basically couldn't do any of that. No, I was just looking at something and being like, can I use this? So probably less of people are going to get inspired by this stuff that we're seeing. They have specific restrictions that they're going to abide by more than just, the ideas tend to be the easier part.
So the pink lines are very thin here on the blue and kind of hard to see. But yeah, this is just another one of those QLOC no sign zone regions where, again, they only put 2 functional ones of these in the game, meaning that this is unique to the remaster, specifically QLOC versions of the remaster, so not the Nintendo Switch version, but all other versions of the remaster. If you're inside this box and you walk up to the fog gate... Oh, I should render the fog gate so we can actually see where it is. Or like have it load, I mean. Let's get Seath in here and backtrack out. So yeah, if you put a summon sign like here, it just slides back outside the box. Like, so you try putting your summon sign here and it'll move right here, right outside the pink line. Again, it's a very interesting potential anti-clutter thing that they might have wanted to implement. But they literally only did this for the Iron Golem's fog gate and this fog gate. So I really don't understand why they did it. Was there anything sketchy about these 2 fog gates in particular that they wanted to move the summon signs back from them? I have not heard any like issues with summon signs at these fog gates before. So yeah, it's very bizarre. And again, they put one of these as well by Gwendolyn's fog gate, but that one's not functional for some reason. So it's like they kind of put it in 3 places, only works in 2. So yeah, 2 fog gates in the entire game in the remaster push the summon signs slightly further away from them. Like,
and
cool.
It's like, I can understand why you would do that. I don't understand why it's only 2/3 of them. That doesn't make sense to me. That feels like they must have given up, or were like, oh, this is, Bandai Namco came back and said, don't do that. That's you.
Yeah, just like a waste.
You're making a remaster. You're not.
Yeah, like you don't need to polish like to that level. That. Yeah. Yeah, because I could definitely see that being like, okay, cool. We implemented a thing that pushes like summon signs back. Let's we'll also push messages and bloodstains back. Like, and then they were just like, no, like you're polishing too much. Like, very funny, very weird, cool. Love that. Very silly. Candle. So oh yeah, those are just like
these are a bunch of points
for the
be able to see them.
Yeah, they're going to be for the candles in the opening hallway for sure. There's all the statues by the boars.
And then we've got some effects for the invisible bridge. Again, these are points, so you won't be able to see them, but this is basically like the falling snowflakes and stuff, I think.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. We have some where the translated name is not clear. It's like doesn't hit. Whatever these things are.
Yeah, again, these are points, so you won't be able to see them. They appear to be also on the invisible bridges.
Oh, okay.
Kinda. I guess I can't really see this quite as well because I don't have collision viewer. But yeah, they're in very similar locations to the other set of points, so I don't really understand what they're referencing. But it's also the name. If we look in the untranslated name, they all say like M2491 and so on. So I think they're all talking about the same thing. So I don't understand why one of them would be doesn't hit and the other one would have the specific name.
Weird. We can always poke around that more later.
Yeah, I wish we could visualize points in debug somehow.
Yeah.
And you could just go stand on it as it is. Yeah, I guess you could try and match the coordinates up, but I don't know. Especially for SFX, they don't have to be actually centered on that, right? They could have some particle effect that's off center from where they're anchored, so it wouldn't even necessarily help you. They probably are, but who knows?
So we know what the next thing that I can see is. No real mystery here, but I'll go ahead and run back out.
Yes.
This is going to be interaction stuff for the yellow fog gate, golden fog gate, whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, this is just the... I'll try and remember what we called this.
It's so bright, like when you're near it, that like you can't see anything else, kind of. Okay.
I guess we'll just call it Old Fog Gate region, like we did with Nito.
Yeah. It's the examine brilliant light prompt. Sealed by the Great Lord's power. The piss gate.
Yeah, I feel like it's not quite as gold in the remaster.
Okay. Yeah, no mystery there. We got more -1s that are white lights.
Yeah, these are going to be we've seen these. This is like the light and particle effects that appear around fog gates.
Gotcha. Crystal shards dance in the air. Cease elevator. What?
Well, unfortunately, you can't see these because they don't have an entity ID. Yeah, they're a point at the top of the elevator that you would do Duke Skip on, and another one in front of Seath in his actual boss fight. In the center of the room.
Crystal shards
Crystal Cave
dance in the air by the top of the first elevator? Like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, it's like, it's just below, like it's not flush with the floor. It's like maybe 3 or 4 meters down from that. I think. I'm trying to get a sense of what a meter is in here. Who knows? But yeah, it's in the actual elevator shaft, so it's not even in C
Oh. Wait, so it's like a little bit below the top of that elevator shaft?
Yeah, like if you were to pull the elevator and ride it down, it would be in that shaft, more or less right at the top. But I don't. My only thought is like it's supposed to be stuff falling from the ceiling or something. I don't really understand. I guess it references other SFX. Can I translate this name?
It would be interesting if, like, when you got near the top of the elevator, if like a few like crystal snowflakes were supposed to like fall or something. But I don't know if.
Yeah, it says particle ID, so it's supposed to spawn something, but it has no entity ID. It should be doing it constantly. So I don't know.
Yeah, this might be unused or something. Yeah, we might have to mark that for like review later on or something, because I don't notice anything obvious happening going up the elevator shaft.
Yeah. Yeah. Jay Dyer says there's a dust effect when the elevator starts moving. I don't think it can be tied to the animations in any way, right? Like it should be doing it constantly, because otherwise it would need an entity ID to say, to hook it up to an event script to say, oh, well, it only does it when the elevator starts moving or something like that.
Yeah, I figured I'll write it anyway, just in case, but yeah, and nothing of note happened, so who knows? Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Oh, wait, am I? Oh, no. Okay, never mind. I thought it was in the wrong elevator shaft, but no, this is definitely the actual used one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely.
So that'll be interesting, because I didn't even acknowledge the crystal cave one, because I'm like, sure, there's all sorts of crystally falling stuff down there in that area, but like,
right,
is there by the boss room, or is it just another one of? Is it like this, where it's like a halfway implemented thing that isn't? So yeah, we'll take a look at this later on. That's yeah, mystery for sure.
I don't know what that is. All right.
NPC prison cell. Let's and let me get my windows back up here. Okay.
Well, this is probably not too surprising.
Oh yeah, this is just going to be Logan's prison, I guess.
Yeah, although I guess I don't know what this is used for. Maybe it shows up in his AI.
Funny thing for chat, any surface that you touch before you debug dash, the game remembers the last collision that you touched and like has that property maintained. So you hear metal, like that grating, even though I'm running around through the air, it's because that's the last surface I touched. And fun fact, that does apply to like poison and stuff like that. So if you most recently touched the poison swap in Blighttown, but then try to debug dash in the air to be like, oh, I don't want to touch the poison, you're just gonna get poisoned faster. Like, so yeah, it does not help you. Yeah, let's see what's going on over here.
I don't immediately know what this is used for. It doesn't show up in any AI, and it doesn't show up in event scripts. I thought it would be something that Logan uses, so maybe it's in his ESD somewhere.
Oh, it's the... Okay, no. Yeah, I was not expecting this. I thought it was going to relate to the door somehow.
But then I'm like, no, you just have to unlock the door. You don't have to go in. I'll do a broad search for it.
Huh.
I don't think this is used.
Oh, yeah, that's neat. Yeah, Positive John Cannon said didn't realize that the gate starts closed. Yeah, and you get to see what it looks like with the gears and everything.
Yeah,
it looks neat.
Yeah, it's the snake doing it that actually opens it up and everything. Release the Pisacas. Yeah, I don't know if they show it opening in the cutscene.
I don't remember. I think it. Well, I'm just curious. Like, I want to like. Does it never... and it... Hold on. I didn't need to close it again. I guess it doesn't actually open if you pull the lever yourself?
I guess not.
That's funny. That's funny.
Well, they probably did not generally expect you to do that this way.
Yeah,
but yes,
yeah.
you can get in here after the fact.
So...
object.
Yeah, if you had a way of, like, avoiding the,
Yeah, because you can do a Duke skip, and then I guess people don't necessarily know this if they're not super familiar with speedrunning stuff, but if you do Duke skip and skip coming to the unwinnable Seath fight and getting stuck in the prison and everything, obviously the door is closed, that you would need the big key to get out.
Yes.
But once you beat Seath, it opens that door.
I forgot about that. I forgot, because I was going to say, like, isn't there...
Here.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was going to say, normally, yeah, if you did the Duke skip, this is what you would find the first time around, but it does open when you defeat Seath. So you could do the Duke skip, you could go down the ladder, just stay away from the guy who drops the key in the door, you know, like, don't trigger the the cutscene for it being opened, and then, yeah, I guess you could see this gate closed and up close. But let me just play the cutscene. I think you do see it open in the cutscene, probably. But maybe just like, not that clearly.
The fact that killing Seath opens that gate, I think, is just they were setting up some stuff and didn't necessarily think, like, I don't think it's intended that you could do a Duke skip and get past there. I think it was just, well, Seath is dead, so we've got to set the multiplayer event or the regions in such a way that reflects that. And one of the things that they do is this prison is not considered to be multiplayer enabled until Seath is active. And so I think they were just, well, once you kill Seath, we'll set it into the no longer multiplayer state again. And they do that. And they just said, well, we'll just open the door, I guess.
Yeah,
so I think it's...
Oh, yeah, they do just straight up show it in the cutscene, like, opening, all fancy and stuff. It looks cool.
Right.
But yeah, at least being able to, like, take your time looking at it closely up close. Then, yeah. Not unless you do the Duke skip and everything. Yeah, so I guess I guess we're assuming this. You haven't found anything.
I have not found anything, so I don't know what this is for. And it's kind of like, okay, well, what NPCs? There's no NPCs that appear in here other than Logan, and I guess I can go look and see if there's any dummied NPCs in here.
And I'm trying to remember if there's anything weird with advancing Logan's quest line that would have.
I think you just have to open the door for him, right? I don't think you have to go in there. We'll see what Wikidot says. Big hat, Logan.
And I'm looking up an old Reddit.
It says
post.
Unlock his cell and talk to him. So I'd be more inclined to think that it's just by exhausting his dialogue, but I guess his ESD could have a check for it. I don't know. Sometimes that doesn't show up because ESD does some weird stuff with numbers. But yeah, I think this might be unused.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, we can file that away for, like, playing around with that more later, sort of thing, where what I'll do off stream sometime is try to, like, advance this quest line and with all the triggers that we know, and, like, just, like, move that. Well,
right.
I'd have to mod the game to move it, which I could do, because if I loaded the area and he was already in that region, satisfying, you know, whatever.
Well, but it's probably checking for you being in there rather than, so you could just move it before you open the door and stuff. So.
Oh, sure. All right. Weird Logan region. We don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, it's also named event, so I'd expect it to be used in an event script, and it's not. Right, I would not expect it to show up in AI anywhere. But
okay, player character has escaped prison.
This also does not appear to be used.
I was gonna say, like, why would you need this? Like, what would this?
Also, there's a follow-up one that says by jumping down, which is taking the alternate way out.
I don't even know where this is. Wait, We are looking at
Also,
24.
you can go the other way out of the bonfire. If you fall down there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
Door,
they meant this region. Is it just?
I don't think this is. I don't think this is used. I think they eventually decided, no, you're going to get out by killing the snake, so we can detect if you're going to do that by you killing the snake and opening that door.
Well, it might be though the cutscene. Because, like, I'm stepping into this and the Pisaca cutscene isn't happening, so it might just trigger the cutscene if I have the key and step in here. Unless it really doesn't look like it works that way, but...
That's possible, but, I don't
So I killed him, and I walked in this region, nothing happened. Let me pick up the key.
There's too many cutscenes in this map.
Can I want to be, like, firmly outside this thing. Okay. And let's go, like, touch it from the other end. Yeah, I know, nothing happened. What?
Yeah, it should be checking to see if you are in 27... Or, sorry, let me make sure I'm correct on this. Yeah, I think there's another region there.
Right. PC Escape Prison... Jumping down? Okay. Are they talking about, like, going outside the other door here? Yeah, they are. Jumping down.
Right, because that's how you could get out that way if you somehow already had the key for it, which you won't. But...
Which you won't. That's interesting if they're contemplating, like, more than one way of breaking out of this. Like, what is this for? What the heck would this even be for? Where, like, the hollows here don't care if you, like, step outside the room or whatever. Like, it doesn't...
Oh, this is very funny what region they're actually using. You can find it in the list if we want to look at it. It's a couple further down. It's used as the Pisaca caution area, I guess. But
that makes more sense.
What's actually checked to see if it should play the cutscene and stuff, it's checking to see if you are in 170-2100.
2100.
Should be a few further down.
Oh. I was that is not what I was expecting. I was expecting a tiny
Tiny. Are you somehow out of the cell?
Wait, but the cutscene still hasn't happened though, and I'm definitely inside the cylinder. So, like, why do I need to get really close to that door? Because that's the thing. As soon as I get near that door, once I've picked up the key, then the cutscene happens. Right, I'm pretty certain, like, as soon as I go up to this door, it's going to happen. Or, door has to be opened as well? Door has to be opened as well.
Are you sure that it's... I think you have to open the door.
Oh, I broke shit. Hold on, I'm an idiot. I broke shit by, like, messing with the lever, I think.
Yeah, that might mess with the actual event itself.
Yeah, let's try this again. I at least know that enemy AI doesn't have to be running, so that's not the issue. Okay. So, again, just walking up to this door doesn't trigger the cutscene or anything. I have to kill the snake. I have to pick up the key. Yeah, I think... Let me do one more test where I move the giant cylinder.
Okay.
And this will confirm that it's not that weird little box that we were wondering about.
Yeah, it should just be checking, have you obtained the key from killing... It's not checking if you have the key. It's checking if you have the get item flag set that is given to you when you get the key from killing the snake. So if you just gifted yourself the key, it wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work.
Killing the snake.
Interesting. Yeah. That's what, every now and again there's stuff like that where it's like just using gadget to give yourself all of the keys like would confuse the system.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's find
checking that, and then it's making sure that you haven't engaged this event before, and something else that I haven't looked into, and then it's checking if you're in the big cylinder.
Okay, so we can move the cylinder. Cool, so I moved it, so I'm going to have to like go up the stairs a little bit to get back inside it. So, killed the snake. Got the key. Cutscene didn't happen. Still hasn't happened. I'm going to go the long way around, actually, instead of just up nearby. And then the cutscene should trigger when I go into it down here. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we do know exactly what the large cylinder is for. Again, that was, what, 2100? And the other one is just probably unused or something, because that's...
That is a good question. Does the snake have a unique death animation to make sure it doesn't, like, ragdoll?
Oh, 100%. Yes, I've showed that before in another stream. Yes. Yeah, that is a...
I don't know how that's accomplished, because I don't see it doing that. So it must be the snake itself is just set up in the map to, like...
Yeah, I never looked at like what it's trying to check for that, but that is just a specific animation that the snakes can have. So if I looked at his animation ID, I did this before on another stream, I could force that animation on other snakes, so you just watch the other snakes just lie down in the same pose if I forced it on them. Yeah, it's very cool. They did that to avoid ragdolling issues. Yeah, because you don't want the guy with the important key item rolling away from the door. Yeah, they do a lot of little things to make all this work. I like the Duke's Archives, and some people hate this level, but I think it might be the best, like, post-Lord Vessel area. Although to some people that's not saying much, but... Alright, well, so yeah, I guess we'll just put, like, unknown for whatever these escaped...
Yeah, and I think it's kind of clear what they could have used these for. This could have been an alternate way to detect if you have escaped the cell, rather than use this gigantic cylinder for that, which is clearly also used for something else. If it's called Pisaca Alert Area, but anyway.
Okay, I have the game selected. There we go. What is this? Elevator on off? Okay, so
this is going to turn an enemy wall on or off when you're doing something on the elevator.
Let's go more dynamic and invisible enemy walls that I did not know existed when I made my invisible walls video.
Yeah, it looks like there's one at the top of both elevators. Wait for all players to not be in this area, and activate a hit, and then wait for you to be in this, activate a hit, then wait for you to be in this area, and then disable it. And the hit is 170, that's a collision, sorry, using the internal name. 170-3100 and 3101 are the two collisions, one for each elevator.
Cool. Yeah, let me turn the enemy walls on.
I assume they're enemy walls and not something else because of the name of so.
I'm forgetting where I'm going to find the enemy walls will be near the bottom of the collisions, but I don't know. That's where all the star-looking things are. Shit, I didn't pull it up in time. Maybe it's one of these. I still didn't see it. Damn it! Hold on. Oh, sorry. You read me the name of the collision. I'm like an idiot. What was that again?
Oh, but I know it's by its entity ID. I guess I have to look at collisions.
Gotcha.
1 second.
So I'm like, I'm running past where I think they would all be, but I don't know. Still not seeing them.
What's the collisions entity ID in this? I don't know.
Huh.
Not play region ID. Am I stupid? Entity ID, okay.
I guess I could also just force all of these to stay on, like is display or whatever, and then...
What did I say? Rewind.
I was asking chat, has illusory wall found any hidden scripts with the useless pendant? No. I did discover way
And we
back
won't.
and we won't. I did discover way back in the day that it could be used to spawn good vagrants, but that does not satisfy some secret of the pendant, because it's like, so does rubbish, or divine blessing, or gold coin, or a huge list of other things. So it's kind of like,
Okay, I found it. Should be at the, assuming it's sorted in the same way, should be at the, close to the very end of the collision list. It's H7500.
7500. Yeah, I thought I had it drawn. Am I not going to see it?
And then the other one is 7501.
Where is that wall supposed to appear? I'm like, I don't see it. I'm so confused. Yeah, because I have it is display turned on for it, and I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, try turning on 7501 as well, because obviously there's one for each elevator. So
gotcha. Oh.
This could be the
yeah.
7500.
I think that was it. I think 7501. It was probably the first elevator in the level, the one by the entrance.
Yeah, I think 7500 is the one going up to Seath.
Gotcha. So we see it for a little bit. It's very slow to activate, but yeah, cool, dynamic.
Yeah, because it's detecting if you're in that region. So it's like if you're riding the elevator up, it'll.
Hold on, though. I think it appears at both locations at the same time. Does that make any sense?
No.
Hold on, I gotta go back down, make sure it's gone.
They should be each associated with, unless it. No, they use a different slot.
Is it just? Wait, are they always there by default, and then they turn on?
I think they're always
briefly?
there if you're not in that rectangular region. So.
Oh, it's like an inverted elevator enemy wall in a way, compared to how the other ones are implemented.
If you flew up there in debug rather than riding the elevator up,
we're gonna see it go away.
Yeah,
that's it. That's exactly it. Ah,
and then when you walk away from it, also,
yeah.
You know, I guess it also makes it so you can't kick enemies down the thing. But you know, if you got far enough. Or no, if you got close enough to it, you could. You could.
Yeah, you could absolutely. You could, yeah, because then it's gone again. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I did not know that these existed.
Yeah.
You know what, though? There's a chance, because they do render from far away, I wonder if I just kind of saw them and like, oh, they protected the elevator, and I didn't find it noteworthy enough and just kind of move past it.
You wouldn't notice that going up to them makes them disappear.
Because this is straight up how I looked for them when I was researching them, right? I didn't have some like deep data mining, like comb the files and print out a list for me, and then I'm going to look up every patch of collision. I did a lot of stuff like this, whereas like, all right, I found the invisible enemy walls in the data, I toggled the rendering to on, and then I just like flew around with the camera, and then I was like, oh, what's this one over here? And I would like fly to it and check it out. But I get like, just for some reason I didn't do it with these two. Interesting. Can I try to get the Avelyn for entertainment? Well, there's a cheese method that I can't do in debug, so I could try to do it the real way. Let's see if I'm gonna give myself one.
The debug way where you just fly to it.
I do the debug way where I just fly to it. So I'm gonna give myself one chance to get it. Only one. Fucking nailed it. Let's go.
Nice.
That's great. I didn't. Yeah. That is not practice.
There's another way that I've seen that is not this just fall off the stairs, and it's also not the easy method that you've shown off on other streams.
There's another way?
Basically, you can jump as the elevator is rotating onto the railing that it would eventually end up pointing towards, so that you're, you know, just to the left of where the stairs are actually touching the floor. And now since you're on the railing, the railing of the balcony, not of the
I was
stairs
gonna say, yeah,
themselves.
because I'm sliding right off that.
Nope.
I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah, but you can imagine as the stairs swing around, you do a jump from the end onto that railing, and then you fall off onto the Avelyn.
No
bookshelf.
thanks. Yeah, I'll stick to my quit and reload method. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to get it. You're while it's rotating, you're just supposed to run off. Like that's definitely the intended method. But there's a cheese method where what you do. Unfortunately, I can't really show it in debug here because anytime I quit and reload the area, it doesn't save my location. But I teleport to the beginning of the map. But
you can kind of demonstrate what would happen.
I can demonstrate what would happen. Yeah, so you go up here. So this is the last stable ground you're on because this whole thing is an object, right? It's like not part of the map data. So
no, you have the stairs rotated around because you end up below the stairs.
Yeah. Do I have it rotated wrong?
Right, because if you spun the stairs around right now, you'd fall onto the stairs.
Oh yeah, I'd fall onto the stairs. You're right. I have to rotate them away. Thank you. Yeah. So what you would do is you would rotate the stairs like this, so you're near and above the Avelyn, right? So it remembers this as being the last stable ground you're on. You run up the elevator. Or the elevator.
You can actually
the staircase.
Can't you show the stable ground display in debug so you could at least?
I could.
So that, but basically, anyway, when you're on the stairs,
yeah,
it does not update your save and quit location.
Exactly. So you just run up, you rotate it, and quit the game while it's rotating, and then it'll remember that it was rotated, but it'll also still load you back down here. So now the staircase is out of the way, and you just walk off. So that's the safe way of getting it.
Yeah, we know that now, but then it makes you can't get back into the actual debug thing. Debug playthrough.
Oh no! But I think you can though because Meow also explained the method for going back to like the debug
right. You can like
menu screen. Yeah, which I never figured out a way before. Yeah.
Yeah, PC it's because the Avelyn chest is a chest, and so especially if you're doing race mode where key items can only get placed in certain locations, and one of those locations is a chest. You really want to be able to know how to get to the Avelyn conveniently. And yeah, it's super easy once you know this method. You basically can't fail it other than two things that you can do wrong. One of which is if you walk really slowly off, you'll just completely miss the bookcase. Because you kind of have to do it you don't want to run, you don't want to like slow walk, you want a brisk walk. But the other thing you can do is once you land on it, then you just die to the archers. That's still a possibility.
Yeah. And so here's a demonstration of like stable ground, kind of this red thing following me around. It's like it's acknowledging my current position, and the blue one, where is he? I don't want to stand still for too long. There he is. That's my Bloodstain's current position, right? It's like on a 10-second delay of where you are, but then you just see the whole system. The second I go up the stairs, they just get locked because it's like, nope. We are not following you onto unstable ground. So this also just syncs up with places where you can quit and reload and know where you are.
Yeah, I think it should be fairly obvious why they would do this, because imagine if you save and quit while the stairs are partway in motion, then it doesn't load the stairs where they would be if you come back in. It loads them to one of the two original locked positions, depending on if you let the stairs lock in place or not. And so you'd just be floating in the middle of space.
Yeah, you just fall to your death. Yeah.
Any moving platform, elevator, the stairs, the spiral elevator, and Anor Londo, they are considered unstable ground, and they will not update your position for that reason.
Yeah. And actually, would the map even render correctly if you loaded floating in the middle of the air?
Almost certainly not.
Right? So yeah, not only would you fall to your death, but like the map would be invisible until you hit the ground as well. I think, probably. Which would be very funny. So yeah, this is a demonstration of how like quit and reload right now, and it's going to load me back at the orbs down there. And yeah. Fun. Yeah. Okay. What is next in the list? We have home battle area for Pisaca.
Yeah. I gotta find my regions again. I was looking up collisions. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, I suppose. What is this used for?
Yeah, I was saying that not only would the map be invisible, the player would be too. Oh, that I don't understand. That's oh, that's funny. I did not know that. Oh, yeah, so they don't know if that'll take you to the top menu from the normal title screen version or not. So what was the command for that again? Let me find out right now. I don't mind quitting and reloading the whole game if I have to on stream. Because
I got to look up some AI stuff anyway. So
yeah, this would be useful knowledge to me. So I think it was in the character debug, was it? Or was it under... I don't remember how to get to the menu from here without quitting. Oh no. Okay, Meow checked. It takes you to the end credits. Yeah, no, I'm not messing with that on stream.
That's a whole different thing.
It only goes to top debug because debug has no credits set up. Oh, okay, that's funny. Okay, so we just need to figure out for speedrunners to somehow like do the right like arbitrary code execution to trigger that, and then you could speed run to the end of the... We'll get a new any percent for beating Dark Souls in 3 seconds. How sick would it be if people eventually discovered a glitch where you could just trigger the credits?
Well, eventually they just make a new category.
There'd be new cat. It would be credits any percent, like because that would be so broken.
Yeah, it would be, warpless or whatever they would call it. Because unless it was particularly fun to set that up, it would be kind of a silly category potentially. Or any percent would become a silly category.
While you're looking at that, I can take a look around the low poly Anor Londo as rendered from the Duke's archives. And again, you have these... It's so funny. My older video, I talked about how these looked like railguns just because I thought it was kind of funny. But everyone's like, obviously, they'd be ballistas. And I'm like, yeah, I wasn't saying Anor Londo was going to have railguns.
Yes.
But, yeah. It's cool seeing this low poly version of Anor Londo. And it's the tops of the buildings that have all of the, right by the first bonfire. I never paid attention to this little detail too. This structure here is like blocking the bonfire room. That's interesting. I didn't really notice that before. That's weird. But yeah, the rooftops of these buildings. It's like maybe they could be cranes. It's giving me the vibe of the Demon Souls Dragon God like magical cannon ballista thing that like doesn't really need, or the fact that it's a low poly, like we might not be seeing like the finer parts of a ballista that actually has like arched like crossbow-esque mechanisms or whatever. But we did find in Anor Londo there's all of like the dummied out drakes that have like flying attacks, so I feel like there's gonna be the original pitch for the area would be like remnants of a battle against drakes in the sky, and like there could be like ballista set up for that as well.
Clearly everyone is wrong, and these are gigantic microscopes.
Gigantic. Good stuff.
Okay, yeah, I looked at... So we can look at the next two regions together. They're basically always, except for one instance that we've already seen, used together where it checks if you're in either one. So 2100 and 2101 are used for Pisaca AI.
Okay, let's go check them out. Oh, it looks like it's the whole area again, probably. What are we looking at here exactly? Yep.
So one of them is a huge cylinder that encompasses the entire prison, and the other is a small rectangular prison that encompasses their home. But yeah, the home one doesn't do anything extra special. It's basically just if the player is in these regions, the Pisaca will want to fight you.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So they do give up with because the giant cylinder doesn't actually cover the top of the ladder. It's kind of funny.
Yes, and it doesn't encompass the prison cells either, right? So if you go into a prison cell, will they do something different?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess maybe they'll give up. Let's go Let's play around with that.
Let's see, where's Act 5? Act 05.
Yeah, because this will put me squarely outside of that. So let's go.
This makes them go to a whole family of different move targets that we will get to in a bit, I guess. There's like 10 of them, depending on which AI they're using. Oh, that's cool. It looks like maybe they'll randomly decide to go sit in front of like the various cells or something. I don't know. But yeah, I guess you gotta free the Pisaca as well.
Did I broke shit again, I think. I thought I woke them up. Oh, I did wake them up. The cell's open. I just gotta pull the lever, I guess. Yeah, here they come.
Yeah, if I'm reading this right, they should have a unique AI behavior when you try and go into a cell.
Huh? They're going up the stairs.
Yeah, they'll randomly choose a whole bunch of different positions, and then they'll each go to that. We'll see them in a bit, all the different positions that they can go to. Or we can look at it now, but yeah.
Yeah, this rabbit hole keeps going deeper. But
yeah, the Pisacas are a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, there's so much going on with them.
Again, they keep putting all this effort into these random enemies that basically everybody's just going to be like, I got attacked by some jellyfish ladies and kill them.
Yeah.
You're not going to run into the cell and like try and stealth by them or something. You're just going to murder them.
Yeah, what is the... This is neat. This is so silly. If Dark Souls was a boomer FPS, would you have loved it as you do now? As much as I do now? Probably not. But I still loved like Return of Castle Wolfenstein back in the day, so probably. Yeah, so they're doing weird stuff. They're going.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what are some of these other regions that they might be going to?
Yeah, let me see if I can find them on the list so I know what. Or where are they in this list? But I looked at them. Yeah, so they're. If you go much further down in the list, it's called Logic. It's 2710, 2711, 2712, and so on. And it basically picks randomly between different sets of them depending on their think param. So, AKA, you know, is it the fast Pisaca and so on.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple.
So there's 27, 10, 11, and 12. That's one group that they'll randomly be assigned. That's if their think param ends in all zeros. If it's 001, then they'll go to 20, 21, or 22 at random. If they end in 002, then they'll pick between 30 to 36. So there's 7 places that they can randomly decide to choose from. If it ends in 003, then they'll choose between 40 to 44. And then otherwise, they'll choose between 30 and 31.
Oh, what the hell? Yeah. What? Hey, thanks so much, Fly for Shy for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much.
Got all that? There's a quiz.
Yeah, no, I'm not following any of this.
But yeah, the different Pisaca will apparently randomly decide which ones to use. But I don't understand how it re-randomizes them because it looks like they're constantly patrolling around, at least on stream. So does it re-choose them every so often so they look like they're patrolling? I don't know.
Yeah, at least we have the gist of it, right? Which is you get outside this large cylinder. This is the aggro zone. They'll fight you when you're in the center of the prison, you know, anywhere in the tower. They'll fight you in their starting cell because that's wrapped up in there with an attack region as well. But the interior of the cells is outside of them, and they have these little boxes that's like, hey, go linger around them. That's the gist of it.
Basically.
But it's just like...
But yeah, it seems like the different ones will prioritize different boxes. So like the fast ones will go to a certain set and so
I
on.
love it. I love it. Yeah, their behavior.
So I wonder if they
keeps getting
didn't
weirder.
think of the fast ones versus slow as like different combat, but more of like the fast ones want to get to an upper level faster, so they just naturally run faster and so on. And so that's why their anchor points are further up. I don't know.
This shows like kind of some clever planning on From's behalf that just wasn't fully executed well, which is, let's say these enemies were a lot scarier and a lot more intimidating.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
What you would do is, and they're coming up the stairs, maybe let's say they come up the stairs a little more slowly, but they're on their way. So like maybe they're like the enemy from Dark Souls 3 that like drastically like nerfs your health bar, or it's like frenzy when they see you or something, and you want to get the F away from them. You would retreat into the cells naturally, right? You'd be like, oh fuck, let me see if I can hide from them or get away from them. That's when you would start noticing this kind of behavior more. But just because the Pisaca like aren't that hard to fight, like you're either going to fight them or run from them, you're not really going to be like, oh, let me, some people might. I mean, large player base. I'm not saying no one's ever done this, but the majority of players just like probably don't think to do this. Or if they do it, they probably do it at the bonfire cell once, when they're first coming up the stairs, being like, oh shit. And then, they'll wait for someone to come up. They'll poke their head out. They'll fight a few of them, realize it's not a big deal. And then because they're out in the open area again, the rest start coming for them and they just fight them. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But it is neat. Yeah, they did come up with a system for hiding in the cells from the Pisaca. And instead of the Pisaca either huddling right by the door, so you could kill them all by the door, the one door they're around, they like spread them out. So actually, this is really good, but it's just something that most players would never notice.
I was thinking, after realizing what you just said, right, like you would basically use this as a stealth segment, how often stuff like this comes up in their games, because obviously Demon Souls has Tower of Latria with, it doesn't have the exact same gameplay here, but, something similar. And then DS3, obviously they apparently tried something like this here. DS3 then has the area with the jailers whose names escapes me, but you kind of do some stealth-like stuff there. But then even Elden Ring in the DLC obviously had that whole stealth section with the curse enemies, or the winter lanterns, and then Bloodborne has winter lanterns that you kind of would do something similar like that. So they keep coming back to this idea of, well, you might want to sneak around these enemies. It just so happens that generally the best thing to do is to just kill the enemy and sneak up on it, yes, but then just kill it. And I think people will probably find it frustrating in the same way that they find puzzle fights frustrating, where if these enemies were extremely tanky or outright invincible, people be like, I hate the Duke's area because you gotta sneak past these stupid squid ladies.
Yeah.
Right? But
yeah, like damned if you do, damned if you don't. But that would be an interesting subject of discussion for the future, to like talk about like kind of half-baked design concepts, that like stuff that isn't cut content and still made it into the games, but you could tell like just weren't fully, this is giving me flashbacks to the giant possessed trees of the Duke's archives, the ones that give you home position after you defeat, like, you go to the Moonlight Butterfly or whatever, like,
oh, you mean Darkroot? Yeah,
Darkroot, yeah, because it's just like they had this idea of like, oh, that'll help open up a new path, and that actually has worked for some players. Me talking about like who would ever run into this, and I got a few people saying like, hey, that actually did happen for me. Like, I didn't use the Humpward Bow, and I came back, I realized the tree was in a different spot, and then that helped me find the path to the Wolf Ring. But it's like, it's just so like awkwardly implemented that it's like, you can tell there's this idea from the developers being like, oh, we're gonna have the trees move and reveal new paths and stuff like that, and the execution is just clumsy. And then here it's like there's like a clumsy stealth thing going on with the Pisaca that's just not ultra intuitive. But yeah, I don't know, it's cool. It's cool finding this stuff. This is Dark Souls' ultimate flawed masterpiece. Emphasis on the flawed.
I was thinking, looking at how they were showing up on stream, and also I wasn't paying super close attention, that the different boxes were like the different clusters, right? You can see we've got, 10, 11, and 12. I thought those were all clustered in front of one door, but that's not true. One of them is up the stairs, then on one landing, then down on the next landing, then down on the next landing. But as Meow pointed out in chat, it re-randomizes which point they're trying to get to every 3 seconds. So they won't put...
Oh.
That seems wrong to me. They should be treating... my conception would be that they would walk between them as though actually patrolling, not just sort of mill about. But that's because it's constantly choosing to just reposition them all the time. So it probably is just, well, whichever one they're kind of closest to, that's where they get locked into, essentially. So that's a little unfortunate. And feels a little half-baked, right? I think it should actually treat them like a patrol. So that would be something interesting to maybe restore, is actually have them truly patrol up and down the stairs.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would have been a lot neater. Fascinating stuff. So this is cool. Yeah, this is already very rewarding to me. Again, this is not cut content we're finding here, but it's just like unintuitive content, like
yes,
stuff you can't really be totally aware of. It's very confusing without really looking underneath the hood. So what is next? 2101. Oh no, we did that. This is the battle area. The two. Oh, we're down to. Oh, am I looking the wrong spot? Wait, 2101, 2100.
No, we skipped a whole bunch to show these boxes, so you're gonna have to go way back up to the elevator enemy wall, and so on. Yeah, it's these two were the Pisaca battle area.
Gotcha. And let me just because I'm just gonna reload the area. So we are looking at 2801. What is this?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to give these the... Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So now they have their names. So now we're onto the boring stuff.
Yeah, this is going to be... Where? I'm getting disoriented.
Lost in the Duke's archives again. Yeah, this is also going to be extra boring because technically there's 2 boss fights in here.
Right. So yeah, we got a bunch of normal Foggate stuff.
Yeah. I shouldn't say extra boring, but we've seen enough of these at this point.
Yeah. And I'm lost from running around too quickly.
This should be in the Crystal Caves.
Okay. Did I fly into a death? Where am I in the Crystal Caves? Hold on, this is so disorienting. Alright, I'm gonna have to go through the level normally. Alright. There we go. Oh yeah, let me tell enemies to chill out too. That's going to be something we turn on an awful lot, as I do want Pisacas chasing after me, or I don't want them chasing after me, basically. Okay, so we have... The first one is... Yeah, player character warp point. So I guess as soon as the cutscene is done playing, I teleport to that little cylinder over there, or rectangle over there.
Yeah, and then the next one is where Seath gets put at 2800.
So let me try to... I know this has crashed the game before, but that was when...
We're going to do it again.
We're going to do it again, because that was when transitioning between different maps. I feel pretty good. We're right here.
I think we did this before, and it was for some other stuff, and it was fine.
It was probably fine. So let's give it another shot. Yeah, it's saying after the cutscene I should teleport to that spot. So what if we just put it in the air? I can turn the sounds up a little bit too. The alarm isn't going off constantly. And moment of truth, I'm going to press start. Yeah, let's go. fun. Yeah, you really do get teleported much closer to the crystal. How nice of them.
Yes.
You do not have to run very far. Unless if you've already, activated the fight once and then you do have to run all the way around. Because it's a one-time cutscene. Okay. $2,800 is just...
Yeah, that's Seath's position.
Seath's position. Again, that's going to be what we're going to see that just like right up under him, inside him, something.
Yeah,
there it
good
is.
luck.
Yeah, no, I clipped the camera through. We got it. We're good. That's also the type of thing we could teleport that out of bounds and just kill him instantly after the cutscene ends.
Yeah.
All right, let's scroll down the spreadsheet. We know exactly what those are. No mystery there. I didn't visualize the BGM. I'm going to go one more. BGM box. We are inside it, but the only way I can see it is to pull the camera out. Yep, here we go. No surprises here. Again, sometimes these are often a lot taller than I would expect, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, and it basically goes right up to the fog gate. But as we've learned with the BGM stuff, they have a bit of fall off, so that doesn't matter too much. It's not like there's a corner of the room where the music will stop playing. Okay. Which the music is happening now. I just have it turned off, but... just for fun. Even though I've done this on stream a bunch of times now, I can just go outside the box. We'll still hear the music when we're a little bit outside the box, because just sound regions have like a fall-off thing, but... because, yeah, music started up again, even though the camera is still not inside the box exactly, but it's close enough to it. That's what counts. But yeah, now we get to do the Ash Lake thing, where we just keep bringing the camera close enough to it. Fun. Love the xylophone and Seath's theme? Hell yeah. Yeah. That's a very good texture in the music. I like the attack of like a xylophone. Very, just, well, percussive. Okay. What do we have next? We have... boss room
cutscene region.
Cutscene region. So this is, we'll find the exact boundary of where the cutscene starts when you're walking into the room.
Yeah, I think I had a different name.
It's kind of hard to see.
Because this also triggers the fight to start, so let's...
Yeah. Hard to see without just pulling the camera outside of the room. Where is it? Right here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Imagine Seath playing a really big crystal xylophone. Someone who can draw, get on that. Hell yeah. Oh, I love that. Okay. That was neat. 29.96 is going to be... what is this? Battle?
This is the... yeah, this is the region right after the fog gate that kicks out invaders and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm in that now. It's like very hard to see on stream. Like, hopefully you're watching in 1440 or something like that. Maybe you can see it at 1080, but like, yeah, that's so hard to see. I'm getting picky now, but I wish there's an option in debug where you could choose to have the lines render thicker.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. 29.98. Seath can't play musical instruments because he is scaleless.
Hmm.
That would be, I can't really reach the... There we go. As I awkwardly reach behind me for the drum set. It's meant for 720p. The lines are easier to see at that resolution. I'm not too surprised. Yeah, because there's stuff like the text in the debug interface, like this here, is like bigger and clearer at lower resolutions as well. So that does not surprise me. All right, so as I slowly get distracted, and let me scroll down the spreadsheet here.
Yeah, so then we just have the entrance region that defines where the prompt comes up, and then the facing point, as per usual.
Gotcha. Let's see here. Yep, normal Foggate stuff. Well, we can go ahead and I'll just double check the first Seath encounter now. I didn't actually check the placement of like the direction you face when you go through the Foggate, but I'm presuming it's not like really low and weird like at Nito's boss room or anything.
No, I think we would note it.
Yeah.
Based on the coordinates, but no, it's just inside the fight. Kind of far inside the fight, but you know, that doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. I killed the hollow by accident. That's fun. Without being able to see it.
Yeah, so now we're on to boss room event, which is the invincible Seath fight.
Sorry, Crystal General, you were in the way.
Still want to know what that guy's deal is.
Yeah, he's so cool. All right.
Now for this, I'm going to actually look in the event scripts a little bit more because, like, does this kick out invaders and stuff? I don't remember.
Oh yeah, and let me. I'll fully reload the area to get the Foggate back here. Rabarbarium said, I just tried to put the stream on 1.5 times speed to get to the next discovery.
I'm sorry.
Love that. Unfortunately, they have not implemented time travel yet as the next YouTube feature. That's very funny, though.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it bothers kicking out invaders. I think, actually. Oh, no, it does do issue boss room entry notification. So yeah, it does the same stuff. Just not quite... It's not setting up anything for what happens if you kill Seath in this fight, of course. But it does have something special, which is the next thing, which is the exit Foggate hitbox.
Yeah, that's like the one thing. That's why I reloaded the area to get the Foggate back. But yep, here's the music regen. Here's all these other regions. But yeah, let's go into the boss room. I'll turn music back on quietly at least. So. So the music did cut off instantly going throughout the Foggate, and usually these have all had like a bit of a fall off. So I'm kind of like, what's the deal with that? Hold on.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to look at the script to see if it like force turns the music off or something. They could do that, I guess.
Yeah, it must. There must be the one place they're doing it. Yeah, because this is really close. Yeah, I'm being in the hallway here. The camera is still close enough for the music to happen. So they have to be doing something like that. Because the camera is even closer than it just was a second ago, and now the music stopped. So that's fun.
Let's take a look. See if they're doing anything weird. Don't do it when you leave the fog automatically. They just turn the boss health bar off, so either doing something with the... Oh, yeah. So they just set a flag while you're in the fight, and then as soon as you leave the fight, they just set map sound state disabled.
Nice.
Yeah. So it just basically instantly kills the audio. They tend not to use that very frequently, other than when you finish a boss fight.
So it's kind of interesting to me how I just moved 2895 around. That should be the one that lets you escape the boss room. But like moving it away from the fog gate takes the interaction prompt away entirely. Like I would go up to the fog gate, it doesn't happen. I go inside the box, it doesn't happen. But then move them all back to where... Are there two overlapping regions that have to exist to get the prompt or something? Or does it just need to be near the object of the fog gate? I don't understand what's going on.
I don't remember how these work. I think you have to be in the box and near the object.
That could make sense. Yeah, because it has a point where, like, because it's clearly responsible for it, because they move it away and then it stops working. But stepping aside, yeah, from when it's far away, it just, it doesn't work.
Yeah, because I think it has action but line segment set up. Action distance. One of these. Message. No, it says distance 0. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, yeah, line segment defined by entity ID. So I think it specifically checking for something to do with the fog gate itself.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll go ahead and move on to the next stuff here. We have the mimic home position.
Yeah, we know what these are used for. These are...
Although we do know that it's worth double checking that they're actually where they belong, because
that's true.
They did mess that up once, so that's probably the only place they messed it up in. But who knows? Let's take a look. Duke's Archives did have a bunch of enemies moved around, or at least there's like Gravelord Black Phantom placements were changed a lot, and like, so who knows?
I know because I just looked.
Because you just looked, and they're probably fine.
Yeah, they're both fine. But...
Yeah, totally. That's not remotely a surprise. Here's one. This is 2011. This is for the mimic. That's like, what should we call this? Maybe we should just call it by what it drops instead of the trying to just awkwardly describe the location.
Yeah.
That's the Crystal Knight Shield mimic. Is 2011.
Oops. Crystal Knight Shield.
And then 2010 is the whatchamacallit, the Enchanted Falchion mimic. We're just steamrolling past. We don't have to demonstrate what these are for. We've already talked about this on stream.
No, it's just annoying in debug, right? So
yeah, exactly.
But yes, if people want to know, you can go check the Sens one where we first ran into a mimic, I think.
Yes, that's where we figured out. And then Anne Orlando had a misplaced one of these as well, so we talked about it again there. Okay.
Basically, it just puts the mimic back to sleep if you reload the game when you're far enough away from it.
Yes. 2501. What are you? Logan's Escape Destination. Okay, so it's just going to be an updated home position, probably in this room.
Yeah, well, it also has to warp him there because it doesn't have more than one Logan. So whenever Logan moves around in here, it's literally warping him there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it also sets his home position there, of course.
The one time they did have an NPC, like more than one, I think is Crazy Solaire. I think they do something for that.
Yeah, I think that's because he had different AI entirely, right? So.
Right. But yeah, most enemies, like Siegmeyer, when he's by the boulder ramp, there's not more than one Siegmeyer in the Sense Fortress map. He gets instructions to take him from outside Sense Fortress and move him to this spot. So same kind of thing here.
What do we want to call this location?
This would be, we could call it like Logan's vendor location.
Sure.
And then Logan fight location. We know, I mean,
yeah,
we can just call it the fight location if we want. But nonetheless, I'll go take a gander at it. I love the design of, I talked about this in some video somewhere, but the design of the Duke's Archives, where like, when you're in the front half of the main hall, which I refer to this big room with the elevator up to the first Teeth encounter, like the front half of the main hall, and then I would refer to the area with the balcony and the bonfire, like the back half of the main hall, right? The back half of the main hall has like a space for like an elevator. There's no elevator platform, but like it has. This is so alluring to me. Like it has this shaft here, and of course it goes up to nothing. And there's nothing rendered there, but I'm just like, there's something so cool about that to me. If you were trying to like do an expansion of the game and like add new content, like that could be a cool thing. Unlock an elevator and just like add a new room up top.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that they didn't put something up there for people, like some way for people to go, oh, but should be an analogous elevator over here, so I'm going to poke around and find a ladder that gets you up there. Or something.
Yeah.
It's just something for people who are paying attention to realize that, like, oh, this is a mirror image of the other room, so there should have been an elevator here.
Yes, and there's something very alluring about the fact that there's like all the broken gears in the prison area, so it's cool to like imagine like some stuff is in disrepair and it's not as functional, and like not all areas are equally accessible. LG in chat asked where would it lead to, and I do want to show the exterior of the Duke's Archives model. Of course, this is shrunken down and this is not like spatially accurate and blah blah blah, but it's kind of interesting to me. Like, we have this big tower up here, which we could say is like where we fight the first Seath encounter, I guess. The other...
Yeah, it's questionably sized, even in this scaled down version. But yes.
Questionably like representative of that. My headcanon for how you would make the other elevator shaft work is like, it doesn't lead... If it's like... there's not enough space up here, right? So, but there is like a little tower over here. So in my head, the way it would work is... If I was like in charge of like a mod design, which I mean, I'm not the person to make or implement anything like this, so it's not up to me, but if I was like pitching this concept to someone else, it wouldn't lead up as high. It would basically just go like into the ceiling of this room a bit, and we'd have like a little upper area above the room that's with a shallow ceiling rather than like a tall tower to climb. Then you'd walk in this direction a little bit, and there'd be a much shorter tower to climb. So like you could have another spiral staircase going up to another room, but it would just be like, you know, only half the height of the other spiral staircase, if that, and then just another small room, like, you know. And you can put some stuff there.
So the fight, because there's a question in chat about, well, is the Seath fight in the small one or the big one? Well, the Seath fight, if you remember, you go up those elevators and then you're curving back away from the center of the building, right? You go up that spiral staircase towards the fog gate. So it's implied that it's supposed to be in the extremely large thing, and that you're sort of winding up that toy model's taller tower.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is kind of sad is, or at least I don't remember seeing it, the toy model doesn't have anything representing the prison. Right? Like, even though the prison is this gigantic room off to one side.
Oh, yeah. And even that, even that you don't want to see like in free cam for like within the Duke's Archives, because you can
terrible.
Oh yeah, because it's like inconsistent.
So huge.
They're so huge, and just like different representations from different vantage points of like, oh god, like like that don't look right. It's very funny. You can't see that from any normal perspective though, so it doesn't matter. But oh, Jader did it again. The proportions of the building don't make sense. We can see the scale. God damn it. Jader has one joke and it's funny every time. Multifaceted. There's layers to it.
I guess so.
Anyway, we'll look at the next event region here. Let's scroll down the spreadsheet. Snake person A's home. This is going to be with the snakes running away. Some stuff going on with that.
Yeah, the name's kind of weird because it says like it implies that it's going to be 2 positions for snake A or something, but that's not true. It's talking about 2 snakes. It's their home at the top of the ladder.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Events, draw, region draw. Again, this is 2150 and 2151. Yeah, two cylinders. Yeah, right by the door. So yeah, it's contextual to stuff happening. I'm not really too pressed on the specifics of how this is implemented. We know they've run up the ladder. If we wanted to take a closer look, we could always.
Yeah, I just looked at the script, and it's basically just waiting for you to do the thing that makes them run up the ladder, and then it tells them to do that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then once they get there, it turns their AI back to normal, basically.
Gotcha. The one thing we could do, instead of like trying to like test it on a deeper level, is I could just move them just to watch something funny happen.
Yeah, I mean, they could stop early, or you know, you can move them along that little precarious ledge, for example.
Yeah. So let's see.
I just got off work. Any interesting stuff happened so far? As per usual, not like anything insanely interesting, but the Pisacas are a little bit more complicated than we both thought, even knowing some stuff about how they work. They've got some extra stuff that basically nobody will see because nobody's going to hide from the Pisaca in the cells, probably. So.
And yeah, so we can just watch one of the snakes like give up early. I guess this is what should happen. Let me make sure the enemies can attack or like move or whatever. I don't know what that snake was attacking down there, but that's fun. I love it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we satisfied him. He didn't get to go all the way up the ladder.
Yeah, good enough.
I love the animation of the snakes climbing. Their long necks look so funny, and just like you can't. How would I? There's this one TikTok account of this person who has a dog that whenever they walk out on a leash, it always walks on its 2 back legs, and like obviously that's not a normal position for a dog to walk in. So it has like a really funny shimmying like pose that it does to be able to like walk that way. It reminds me of the snake. Reminds me of that, or the dog reminds me of the snake.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to link that in like the comments of the. I'm gonna look that up right now. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna post this in chat so everyone can watch this because this has enriched my life. It's this TikTok account that literally uploads nothing other than that. They have like a million clips, and it's not AI. Let's see. Because this is important. This is more important than Dark Souls. Let's see.
Wow.
I don't know how linking on TikTok works. Well, let me. Okay, so because I found out my phone, but I can just look it up on Google now. Here we go. Everyone in chat, you can enjoy this. This is an important detour for. Oh no, the link didn't copyright. Let's try that again. Here we go. Everyone enjoy this crucially important content. How do I send this TikTok? Yeah, a total old man moment. Like, The screen right now is utter chaos. Utter chaos. So, yeah, good stuff. Wait, bring up the spreadsheet. I'll scroll down a little bit. Okay. Let's get out of here. And look at the next region. Yeah, cryptid vibes from that dog. It's so funny. They got all these comments like, could you not?
I appreciate their music choice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, just like that's like all the TikTok account is they just choose like a different song for like every clip. It's incredible. Not what you came here for, it made your day better. Hell yeah. Vicar Fiona. So good. All right.
I think these next two regions aren't used.
Interesting. Crystal Hollow attacks 0, 0, and 0, 1. So this is 22.
This is in the prison again.
Ah. Yeah, I don't remember them having any traps in the prison, so let's see what this is about. Here they are. Where the hell? Okay, so there's one here. Huh. And the other one was... Oh, right here. Yeah, why would they have these straddling these doorways? Like, what is
the upper one's kind of crooked. Like, very slightly crooked, I think.
Love that.
Yeah, the lower one, there's a dummy enemy around the corner. But so you could imagine walking into it and then jumping out at you.
Yeah, like maybe like force the jump attack, like without RNG, you know, like a scripted.
Yeah, so it's around your corner to your left as you go through the lower one. Over to where, I guess, Hollow Rhea spawns. Is that right? Anyway. So, yeah. Again, I question putting both of these in here because...
oh, yeah, so this one is straight up definitely unused for sure, because there's no Crystal Hollows here at all.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a second dummy Crystal Hollow sort of straight in, so I guess maybe the idea would have been that you would see that guy sitting there, run in the door to attack him, and then the other guy would jump in from your left. The other one, there is no dummy enemy. There's just the actual enemy, I think. So who knows? But yeah, it's not referenced in their AI as far as I can tell. It's not referenced anywhere as far as I can tell. So, but I think it's fairly obvious what it could have been. Just a jump scare type thing, as per usual. Not the most novel trap. We've seen a bunch of these of this nature, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's safe to say it seems unused. Again, maybe it was somehow, if that was used by the one here, but it doesn't seem like it. I think there's just...
I think we'll have to call this cut content.
Cut content. Yeah, sound the cut content alarm.
It's definitely super exciting. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Krokuda Meyer said...
Another Crystal Hollow jumping out at you and probably die too, because these guys do too much damage.
Exactly. Krokuda Meyer said, you know, you described exactly what the TikTok videos were of, and I was still entirely unprepared. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, no one can be prepared for that. It is wild. Okay, we have Foggate enter through the white light.
As per usual, these are the checkpoint fog gates.
Checkpoint fog gates, which
although they call this checkpoint 2, and there's no checkpoint 1. I guess maybe the
yeah, were they thinking of having one earlier in the level somewhere?
Well, I guess I was thinking maybe the Invincible Seath acted as the quote-unquote first checkpoint, so they don't do that one. There's no mini fog there.
Maybe. But yeah, that's just going to be over here by this guy. Yep. You can never see this normally unless you had a way of secrets breaking down into the courtyard, which I'm not aware of a way to do that, but yeah. Enter through the white light to get the alternate text prompt if you were going backwards through it. As opposed to traverse the white light. Okay, so we know exactly what those are. Scroll down. Imprisonment cell 1 and 2.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to the prison. We're going to be in and out of the prison a lot. Unsurprisingly, this is where
where most of the regions are.
Yeah, this is event central. Well, okay, that's not surprising. I don't know what box number 2 is yet. Is that... Huh. Okay, hold on. I'm going to leave off 2 for now and just look at the first box. So is this the exclusion zone for being able to warp?
I need to look at this because I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. I looked at this before. I just want to make sure this is the correct thing. But I'm pretty sure it is, yes.
While you do that, I'm going to go get the Lord Vessel and rest at some, like, other bonfires in the game.
Yeah, we can show off the fact that you can cheat this one.
Yeah. So, okay.
Oh.
Firelink Bonfire is unlocked to warp to.
And what's very funny is, I guess I can tell a little bit about this. So people didn't know that you can secretly warp out of the prison until like 2019 or 18 or something. I don't remember exactly when it was. And it was entirely because, or people did know about it, but it was like only in the Japanese community. And the way it got shared with us in the Speed Souls server was because they happened to make a new category called Lord of the Rings, which is a meme category, where you had to collect one of every ring and then go burn them in the kiln in the fires of Mount Doom. And there's some interesting routing there because you can't do Duke Skip because you need the white seance ring, right, which is in the prison. And so, or you can do Duke Skip, but you can get in there later. But anyway, it turned out to be faster to just get captured. And Japanese runners submitted a run where they just warped out of the prison, and everybody was like, "What? You can do that?"
That's so good. I did not know about any of that. I had absolutely no clue about any of that. That is great. Okay. So now I'm actually here with the ability to warp, but of course normally you can't warp out of the prison. Let's go ahead and light this bonfire, rest at it, warp. Wait, why can I... Okay, yeah, bonfire is cut off from the others, cannot warp. That's right, I forgot.
Yeah, the menu will still show up, but it gives you that.
Okay, so if I'm guessing correctly, I think this is probably what this is for. Again, this is 2402. Okay, so let's just move it and see if it lets me warp. It does.
Yeah. So the way that you actually do this,
yeah, via glitch, is so good. Let me put this back.
It's so funny because you can see how they missed this. Yeah, you just rest at the bonfire through the cell bars.
Yeah. They just the interaction prompt is just a little too big. This might be like the first time anyone's visualized this, right? Like people have definitely demonstrated this glitch before, this oversight.
Yeah, we looked at it in a map viewer when it came up. It was old. It was something that was used before even DS Map Studio. But yeah, you can. Yeah, if you get stuck in the prison, anybody who cares and you just want to leave, you really want to.
Yeah, you really want to get out of here faster. Which would not help you progress through the Duke's archives any faster, but you want to go back to Firelink for some reason.
Yeah, maybe your weapon broke or whatever.
Yeah, you can just be outside the region. It's so good. It's so good.
Yes, PC raises an excellent point, which is they didn't have to do this because each bonfire has its own talk script, and they're all identical. So if you put any bonfire in here, they're all constantly basically checking, is the player in this region or are they in the painted world? That's how they know to cut off stuff. So as soon as you put down a new bonfire in the painted world, it'll just automatically be cut off from warping. But they could have just edited this one so that it just doesn't have the normal warp menu, but they didn't do that.
Well, and the other thing that makes it really funny is the fact that they did decide to go out of their way to do this. There's no issues with having unrelated event regions overlap. There's no reason the boundary of this box has to cut off with because there's another cylinder for when you're inside the tower. No, it doesn't matter. This could have just stuck out 10 feet further over,
this could have been a gigantic sphere that encompasses the entirety of the prison or a cylinder or something like that. No matter where we put the bonfire in the prison, it's not going to work. Cool. It doesn't have to be exactly aligned to the cell bars.
No, it does not have to be aligned with the cell bars remotely. So they could have just easily avoided this by making it twice as large. Problem solved. It's just very funny.
So the fact that there's 2 regions, which I believe the second region is just further back in the cell, it's just matching more of the cell. My suspicion is they put these regions down first and didn't know where the bonfire was going to be somewhere in the cell. And somebody just plopped the bonfire down at this one end.
Is this
not
one
realizing?
Hold on, let me find out then if this one is this one functional?
I forget.
So we can find that out. So let's get rid of the other one.
I think it might be.
So I just moved the other one high into the sky. This one isn't close enough to the bonfire to do anything. So right now I could warp. It's gonna let me look at Firelink Shrine as an option. But let's move this one closer and see if it was given the same functionality. Okay, no, it doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah, it lets me warp. And I wasn't above the bottom. Yeah, no. So that one's definitely unused content, that second one.
Bonfire warp prohibition monitoring. Again, that's Google Translate for the event. It's just checking if you're in this region, turn a flag on. If you're not in this region, turn the flag off. And the bonfires, every single one of them are also checking that flag to know if you're in this region or not. So yeah, they only checked this specific region. They could have checked both, but they did not. So yeah, the other region appears to be, oh no, it's not unused. What is this used for though? It's checking if you're in either of them for something. Go to S1, set event flag. Did we do this region yet? 25 or 2410? No, we didn't. Replace prison door hitbox.
What? Okay. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, so it checks if you are in 2410 and either of the two the imprison cell things that we were looking at. And if that's the case, it sets the flag that's used to see if you just escaped from the prison, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it's used for. But I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can get out the back door.
Yeah, wait, what? Let's see.
Yeah, I think that's right, actually. I think I had to account for that in rando.
Replace prison door hitbox inside, outside.
Yeah, I haven't looked at what those do just yet.
Weird. Oh, and thanks for the kind words, Necromaster and Rad Beetle. Yeah, happy to help share weird findings. And no worries, I'm a lot slower to check chat and stuff like that in these particular streams because we're juggling so many windows and stuff like that and looking at spreadsheets. Let's see.
It looks like 2420 doesn't do anything.
Okay.
As far as I can tell. And then 2410 is used to for escaping from the cell, I guess.
In what way? Because it's huge. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like escaping the entire area for the first, yeah.
Yeah, I think once you get in this, it also prevents the key snake from spawning.
Oh,
on
okay.
future reloads, and yeah, it does do something where it messes with the door.
Gotcha.
It turns off its interaction prompt, I think, and makes the door start open when you load the map. That type of stuff.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Like when you reload the area, the door would normally be shut, so it has to reopen the door for you.
Gotcha. Alcatraz, if there's anything interesting in the Great Hollow, no. You can go back and watch those streams. The most interesting stuff was with like the Hydra and Ash Lake. And even nothing groundbreaking there either, but just like very funny stuff. The fact that the Hydra can follow you along the distance of the beach much further than I realized. Like, but yeah, Great Hollow itself, I don't think we found anything interesting at all.
Technically, this second cell region is used. It's just, it'll never actually be used for anything relevant because it can, in theory, check if you've escaped from the prison from that region as well. And there is a back door, right? But you can't escape the first time from there. So, but I'm pretty sure I had to account for that in Rando because it randomizes where the keys are. And I think I had some problem with if you give the player access to the extra key and they escape that way instead of the normal way, it messes up the scripts. Like they clearly didn't actually intend for people to go out that way the first time. So I believe in most modes, all of the relevant Duke's keys are still in the prison. The only one that's not is the giant cell key where that unlocks Logan because that just has an item behind it. It's not like tied to any of the logic of the prison itself. And then in Race Mode Plus, which is the speedrunner thing where you're supposed to know skips and stuff, all those keys are just all over the place. Don't go into the prison unless you know how to warp out, basically, because you might not get the keys to leave.
All right. Let's scroll down the spreadsheet.
But my assumption here is that 2420, which is, it would basically be used to detect, did you open the prison door from the outside? And in that case, it would have done, it would have disabled the interaction prompt and done all this other stuff. But it doesn't get used because you can't open the door from the outside. So they didn't write an event for it.
Right. It's either closed or you defeated Seath and it's just already open. There's the only two options. But yeah, you're not opening that from the outside. Interesting. Oh, I love the note from Hoshi put in the translating the next thing we're about to look at, that the internal naming is no longer consistent. That the channelers used to be called Gwyn's Knight or whatever, but now it's just Six Eyes, which is fantastic. Yeah, we have to use that as like an insult for Iron Pineapple. Be like, way to go, hey, Six Eyes. That's a lot of warps. That feels like I won't be surprised if there's some.
It does feel like a lot of warps.
I won't be surprised if some of these aren't used, but let's find out. Maybe they are all used.
Let's see.
Because the
1, 5, and 6 are. I don't know about any other ones.
Gotcha. Because I was gonna say like the first guy has at least.
Unless it's in their AI somewhere, but that would be extremely unlikely because I don't think AI can request warps in that way. I guess it can, but
how many places can this guy warp to? I think it's only one, right? Or is it 2? So I have no hit on. Okay, good. Let me wake enemies up. So I'm gonna go left hand punch him. He's gonna get angry and teleport away. Oh yeah, while I'm doing this, I might as well draw all of these. What are we doing? Okay, events.
Yeah.
Draw, region draw. So this is starting with 2301. Yeah. So 2301, 2302, 3,
How does this work?
04,
I need to read this event.
05, 06, 11, 12, 13, and yeah, this seems like a lot. This seems like way too many. We will find out.
Well, I mean, it's used for all of the... Yeah, obviously don't all use all of the regions.
Right.
Some of them are for the other channelers, but yeah.
So yeah, this guy has this little thing he teleported to right here. But I think he goes up the stairs behind me. Okay, so so this guy has at least 2. Does he have a third?
You'd have 3, I think.
He does. Okay, so he has at least 3. So what now? What happens now?
What does happen now? Does it just give up? I think it just gives up. I think he just won't do it anymore. Maybe. Not sure.
Yeah, it looks like he's giving up. I just want to get these hollows to please stop.
Yeah, it looks like in this case it sends him an AI command, basically be like, stop teleporting. Don't do that again. You can do your normal stuff, but stop teleporting.
Gotcha. Yeah. So he gave up after 3 teleports. I didn't check the numbers for what all of these ones are. I'm guessing they're probably the first 3. Let's see.
Yeah, it should be 1, 5, and 6.
Oh, 1, 5, and 6. Ugh. Okay.
No, they skipped 2, 3, and 4. So he would have presumably been able to teleport around a little bit more.
So what's this? Wait, I don't see a 6. Am I missing something?
Or sorry. I was going by the entity ID, not
Gotcha.
the number. So yeah, if you're going by the number, it's 0, 4, and 5 that he would be teleporting.
0, 4, and 5. So yeah, this last one should be 5. No. Okay, so they're not even in order within. It also ignoring the fact that you skip them. Okay, so so the one called 2305.
Yeah, it goes it goes 2301, then 2306, then 2305.
Yeah, this is a mess. So yeah, 2305 we'll call first channeler, third warp.
Okay.
What a mess. And then
warp point 3.
Yeah. And then we should see wait a second. What's this one? Again, this is... No, I'm all confused now. I don't know which box is which at this point. Okay.
Alcatraz asks, is there anything
6,
left in Dark Souls 1 not discovered yet? I would say absolutely, but whether or not it's anything important is up for debate.
Right, yeah.
Certainly nothing major, like we're not going to find a secret boss or hidden items or even like, cut geometry, really.
Yeah.
It's mostly just...
Scraping the bottom of the barrel like we've been doing. So, because we've definitely...
Like me, I was sharing earlier, like, oh, did you know that when a Pisaca attacks and it bounces off your shield, it does something kind of unique with its AI in terms of how it jumps. And it's like, that's technically a discovery, but most people aren't going to care.
Right.
So.
Yeah, depending on how obscure you want to get, there's definitely still stuff to discover. Yeah, so the 2306 was, Channeler 1, Warp Point 2, I guess?
Yeah.
And, God, these guys need to stop. I hate how no-hit doesn't work against projectiles in Dark Souls 1. I think they fixed that in later games. I'm sure that had to annoy some of the devs too. And then, we have...
Oh, this looks like...
Oh, 1 was Warp Point 1. Okay, so now let's go harass another channeler. I'm gonna go to the channeler when you escape the prison, because that feels like the second channeler that you would organically run into. Okay, so we have... And we'll go through them in order this time rather than
These ones seem like they're in a more sane order. These other two, the ones for the other two channels.
Okay, cool. So he's obviously going to move to this one.
Yeah, which is, I assume, either that 10 or 20. I'm not sure. 2310 or 2320.
Gotcha.
Or 20. Yeah, 2311 or 2321.
Yeah, so this would be, we could call this 2311 is second channeler, first warp point.
Yeah.
And hopefully people will know what we mean by channeler 1, 2, and 3. If not, they can figure it out.
Yeah, these should just go in order. So it should then go to 2312 and 2313 and 14. I think. I do like that this testing is basically just you bothering the channeler until it warps. Just like,
yeah,
right?
It's very funny. I'm getting pelted by all the enemies with projectiles. Oh, there's two really close to each other here. What's that all about? Okay.
Yeah, one of those is one of the missing ones for channeler number 1.
Interesting.
Which is why it's like, I think they definitely went like, they're not chasing this channeler all over the place.
Oh no, and I wish I could, because I didn't realize they're two so close to each other that I don't know which is which, but I guess you can tell.
Yeah, it should be.
His second one was 2312 or 23.
It should be 12, yeah.
12, okay.
Yeah, then 13 is somewhere else entirely, so. Well, I mean, you know where it is. It's across the stairs, but yeah.
Okay, so you should be going up here now. Yep. Oh, and there's two up here as well, so that's confusing. So, but yeah, 2313 was his third location, I think. Does that make sense?
Yes, his third and...
yeah, third and final location.
No, he's still got 2314 left.
Oh, what?
But yeah. In theory.
Oh, yeah, he likes to go across the way, so you have to rotate the thing.
Yeah. Now, that's his final location. It should be anyway. I mean, you can go harass him, but...
Yeah. Was that not? Oh, no, it was, yeah. So he had 4 warp points, or did I lose count?
No, 4 is correct.
Yeah, that's cool. So that's different from the different amount that the first guy has.
Yeah, and then the third guy only has 2. So.
Okay.
That's sad.
And so third guy is going to be the one over here. Let's kill this guy so he relaxes. Go away.
But yeah, we're going to have to go back with the missing ones for channeler number 1, because apparently he would have been warping all up top here as well. Which doesn't make a ton of sense with how the level is structured, but anyway.
Okay, so now we have channeler number 3. Where are you going? He's going to go back over there. Of course he is. So which number box is this? Is this 21? It is. 21. Yeah, so 2321 is channeler number 3, warp point 1. He goes back. Okay, so... yeah, those are his 2 locations. He just goes back to 2322, warp point 2. Like you said, only 2 of them.
Yeah, it's kind of... well, I guess maybe it would be annoying if he just always teleported back and forth, but it's kind of weird that he just teleports from one side, then back to the other, and then he just stops teleporting.
And he just gives up. Yeah, at that point, I guess it's like a kind gesture to the player, like... if your damage is really low or something weird is going on, it's kind of like...
I'm thinking like, oh, this would be a silly trap, but the player would have to jump down, rotate the stairs, run back up every single time. So if you had low damage and you're just constantly chasing this channeler around, be like, could you just stand still?
He just jumped to his death, which was very funny. He did a dodge.
That.
Yeah. Dodge jump.
That's
and missed the staircase. Very good.
But yeah, so if you go and
let
look
me.
at these
I'm
three
gonna
that I didn't give names.
exactly. I'm gonna just to untangle the mess of all of the ones that I turned on. I'm just gonna fully reload the map. I'm going to make enemies chill out so we can. So which ones is it that I need to turn on again? Let me look at the spreadsheet here.
23, 02, 03, and 04.
02, 03, and 04.
There you go. People wanted cut content.
Yeah. 02, 03, and 04.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, 2302, right? So if not, it's 00 underscore 01, 02, and 03 if we're going by their names. But yeah. And unfortunately, because these ones, they're kind of out of order, but I guess maybe you could think of it as what if it was originally in numerical order rather than going 1, 6, 5? Like, what if it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Huh. Yeah, so we just have this unused chain of like, it could go from here to here to here. It's just kind of weird. Like, would this potentially be for another channeler that they dummied out or something, or are they?
I don't know. I guess I can look for a dummied out channeler. Enemy channeler. Oh, there is one. Where is he?
Oh, if he's near this.
He's kind of near it. Oh no, he's on the bonfire side of things. He's on the back side.
It's not too surprising though. Like I said, with the Gravelord Black Phantom, which by the way, none of the Gravelord Black Phantom channelers teleport, as I talked about in my Gravelording video. But just the fact that they were moving that all around, like they were definitely thinking about channeler placement. So it's not surprising seeing some like left out.
Yeah, PC raises a good point that they put new regions in basically the same locations for Channeler 2 because, you know, we were getting confused by them being like right next to one another. So it could be that they put Channeler 1 in. They were like, oh, we're going to have 6 warp points. It's going to warp all over this whole thing. And then somebody at some point went like, you know that the player is restricted to the bottom half of this area. They can't do they can't chase the Channeler around like that.
Yeah, it has to go up the elevator.
Said, okay, now it's restricted to 1, 5, and 6. Cool, you can chase them around in the lower half. You're not going to do that. And then they put in Channeler 2 and 3, and Channeler 2 comes over into this area and it goes around the top part. But yeah,
you know, it does make sense. Yeah, because as like extra points for the first one. Well, I mean, like it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense then why it would be cut. Yeah.
But I could see it that imagine if the elevator didn't go all the way up into the tower, but instead stopped at like the 3rd floor, for example.
Right.
And you just had this channeler warping basically around the whole front half of the area. And you're just like, okay, I chased him around and now he's up top and he's firing down at me. Okay, I got to ride the elevator up and then he teleports to the other side. Okay, I got to turn the stairs. And then he teleports all the way down to the bottom and then you got to ride the elevator back down if you still haven't killed him by that point. Like I can see the vision there, but then if you can't do that, it doesn't make sense for the channeler to just teleport to the top half of the area and you're just like, well, I guess I'm not getting that guy until I come back who knows when.
Right, so. Exactly. Yeah, makes sense why they had to cut it, because it does not fit the game's design.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fun. So that's, you know, satisfies the Alcatraz question. Is there anything new to discover in Dark Souls? We just did. Maybe. Again,
yeah.
Some other modder, they could have easily have looked at this before and just said, what the hell's that? And went about their day, because why would you care about this? But... Yeah, that when you're willing to scrape the bottom of the barrel that hard, yeah, we could say that's a discovery, I guess. Okay, Boar returns to home area. Let's check out what's going on here. That's a good point. By Ouroboros. So basically what they did with the Crystal Sage in the archives of Dark Souls 3. Now that you mention that, that is kind of like a more annoying teleport. A more
And obviously
severe...
DS3 is sort of riffing on DS1 in a bunch of ways, and
Yes.
the archives are obviously a play on this area, the other
Yeah.
archives. So yeah.
Yeah, they were like, hey, do you remember the channelers teleporting around and being a bit of a pain in the ass? Like, here's a more like ironed out bespoke version of that, where this enemy will, because that one is really locked in. That was done with very clean intentionality of like having this enemy get further up above who can snipe at you from annoying spots, but it is very well crafted.
In some ways, that's why I would be interested, obviously, in looking at some of these other games, because I'm just not as familiar with, like, okay, but how does the Crystal Sage teleport?
Yeah,
like, what's the logic there, right?
We're probably going to find a bunch of event regions like we're finding now, like probably attack regions, and it would be interesting if it just uses raw senses of like if its positioning was like, oh yeah, it can see you and it has the eye distance for this, but like I would also not be the least bit surprised if it had attack regions for the player.
I think the other cool thing would be to see if they use a similar naming scheme where it's like clearly them going back and looking at this game to get ideas from.
Oh,
like
yeah.
That. Like that would be cool. Yeah. But they don't have names for event scripts so in DS3, so we wouldn't be able to look at that. I think they would still have the region names in DS3, so we could do something similar, but yeah.
For some reason, I'm not seeing this Boar returns to home region. Let's see.
I can see it on stream. It is in the elevator well.
Oh, I did not. What? Wait, what? What? Oh, because it's checking if the player is in it, not the Boar. Okay, It wasn't like like the Boar needs to satisfy it. Okay.
Yeah, 1 and 3 are where the player is, and then number 2 is where the Boar returns to.
Okay. So we're gonna find one out here as well. Yeah, that's not surprising. Ugh, it's so bright. Wait, so why do we have a return? Wait, 2700. No, that's getting to the Moonlight Butterfly stuff. So that's funny. Why did they bother giving this guy like a special return to box when the other guy just goes to his home position?
I don't know.
Right? That's interesting that they're handled differently. I'm a little confused here. Because they could tell him to just go home, and they don't need a region for that. He just has his starting position. This is his home position.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a little...
I don't really understand myself. And both Boars appear to be running this. But no, that doesn't make sense. The second Boar doesn't try to get... sorry. If you're on your way into the... Okay, the one closer to the Golden Fog Gate doesn't try to get to the one... It doesn't try to get to the home position of the second one. That doesn't... I don't know. But they should both be running the same AI, I imagine.
So as soon as I cross this line, this guy... I think he's going to stop carrying. He's going to want to go back home. Yeah, he was unhappy about that. But again, he doesn't need a box. And he's not going to go all the way back to that other box. He's just going to stop at the end of the hallway. Because he's going to...
Is he?
Well, maybe not. That would be so funny if he tries going back to the second Boar after you aggro him.
In this region or in this region. Is that Acto? Is that... Do Act 9 100% of the time, which is...
I swear, if he goes around the corner to the other Boar...
Set event move target, 2751.
No, he stopped. He knew where home was. He knew what he was doing. But yeah,
do they have different AI? I think so.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to aggro this guy and move this box to see if he just really, like, for some reason, they didn't...
246100.
So I'm going to step in here.
No, they have the same AI. I don't understand how that works then.
So... what is happening here? He's trying so hard to get around that other Boar that... What is happening? It's a confusing Boar mating ritual. Yeah, so the other one knows to go back to its like proper home position. That's not surprising to me. No! Wait, hold on. No, I think we did lure the other boar. I don't know what's happening. I'm confused. They both stopped, but like he kind of made it past the box and then stopped. I don't know. That's weird. Let's move the box and see what happens. And I forgot if I thanked Midwatch for becoming a member. Thank you. Maybe I said that. Maybe I didn't. Welcome. Okay, so let's just move this box. This will clear up any confusion if they both try to move to it when we go to... Right, I could be looking at their goals, maybe, and AI, but I don't, yeah, really know what I'm looking at with that sort of thing.
Also, because they have to type everything in the Lua in Latin characters, sometimes you get funny names in the AI, and so these guys are called armored tasks in the Lua. What is? I guess they typoed Tusk.
Hold on. So he did find his way home, though, and he didn't stop at the box. So, and I think the other one is actually fully going home now, so he's good. Did he teleport? What the fuck just happened? Or maybe it's
a de-rendered.
He might have just de-rendered based on. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I think he de-rendered some collision stuff. So he is stopping at the box if he sometimes he like stops at the box and sometimes he goes all the way home. I'm very confused, but I don't know. We could always file away. It's not cut content, but it's just weird that they gave this guy a box for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, it appears to be trying to like measure the distance to the box and doing some stuff there. So
yeah, it's just very strange that they couldn't just leave it be and just have him go to his home position, like, because it's just the box is where his home position is. So it's
right.
It's redundant in a way that I don't understand the reason for it. But
well, I don't understand why this boar closer to the fog gate isn't doing the same stuff, because I don't really understand how it differs.
Gotcha. Yeah, we could put that like in a red beam, like confusing boar content.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can move on for now because it's nothing. There's no grand mystery to find there. I don't think. Just a weird curiosity. Moonlight butterfly attack target. And there's movement points for the butterflies that I can't see that are -1s. Are those going to be cut content? Or do they just normally have, or is that just like a point that I just can't
normally
see?
Patrol points don't have those. I think they're just hooked up in the map data, so I'm going to have to take a look.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because I know like when you aggro a moonlight butterfly, obviously it like goes up into the air somewhere. So like maybe it does use a point for that to satisfy like, hey, where do you go when you aggro? So maybe they're not unused. But there's 3 of them and there's only 2 moonlight butterflies. So that's a little confusing. Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
I don't know what this attack target is because it does not appear to be showing up in their AI.
Fun. Love that.
I don't think so anyway.
Let's just reset the map.
I mean, I know where the region is, but
all right.
I don't really know how their AI works, though. I've never fought one of these moonlight butterflies because there's no point.
Right.
Oh, I don't know.
No, I didn't want to be here. Let's try this again. If I can memorize Siegling's character ID, I could get her on the map a lot faster. Let's see. No. 4. Okay. I'll never remember that.
there's 3 moonlight butterflies in the map data.
Oh, there are 3, right? Is that right?
And they each have one of these points behind them, so it's just where they hover. I
forgot there are 3 of them here, and there's not just 2. Yeah, that's just a total brain fire on my behalf.
But yeah, I don't know what this attack target is. It doesn't seem to show up in their AI anywhere. At least as far as I can tell, and I don't see it in any event scripts. So I'm dumb.
Let's see, and this is 2700. Is that right? Oh, I went too far. Here it is. What is getting... Oh, it's a specific box here? So it would only apply to like this first one, it seems. Probably, hypothetically. If it was going to be used. Attack target. Like, do I have to be in this region for the first one to attack me? That doesn't sound right.
That's why I think it's unused. My only thought is they were initially going to have it do the laser here or something. Like, I don't know what attacks they can do, but this is the only one that's like kind of on flat ground or whatever.
Hold on.
So
he might not be attacking me outside of... Or did I run away too fast and he doesn't know where I am?
I guess you could move the region.
Oh, that too. That's a good call. Yeah, what's his deal? I've not really looked too closely at them yet. Okay, so he still knows how to attack me, so...
I should see what their AI condition is in the event scripts. Meow says that their AI appears to just be looking for a distance check.
Yeah, I didn't realize their attack distance is so short. So you have to be within 25 meters of them to attack. So that's actually more forgiving than I would have expected. I thought if you aggroed them all and ran away from them, like they'd be like sniping you from like halfway across, you know? Yeah, so no, it has nothing to do with the boxes, it's just raw distance. I got 25 meters away from him and he does not attack. I could also demonstrate this by getting closer to him outside the box, right? So I'm clearly outside the box, but he's still going to shoot at me because I'm within 25 meters. Yeah.
Is this true that only 2 of these actually drop anything?
Oh, that I haven't looked at either. Oh, imagine how many people would be pissed if they tried farming these guys for the slabs back in the day.
Because there's an event script that says if one of these is dead, award their item lot, but it only activates it for 2 of them. Yeah, award items. What is this item lot? Item lot. 1, 2, 3. This. But is this attached to it regardless? Like, I don't understand why it needs to do a custom award. NPCs. What is your NPC program?
I might start aggroing them for like the fun of it in runs from now, knowing that like it can get a few shots in, but if you're careful running away, you only have to get 25 meters away from them.
They don't have item lots attached to them.
I'm so confused.
So they don't drop items natively. They require an event script to drop you their blue chunks and stuff, and only 2 of them have it set. One of these guys does not drop items.
Oh boy, that is funny.
Which one is it? Which one is the odd one out here? Farming
them for slabs became completely like irrelevant when the DLC came out because the DLC has 1 more guaranteed slab. Is it the blue slab or the white? I get the different colors.
It's blue stuff.
Yeah,
This is the magic zone.
So like if you wanted to like fully max out a few like magic related weapons, like the DLC just really made it like so you don't have to. But I remember before the DLC came out, some magic users like were like farming these guys, which is just ludicrous. That seems like those drops are auto pickups, right? They have to be.
Yeah, that's why it's using, or one of the reasons it's using an event script.
Yeah.
It's just giving you the item lot.
Yeah, very, very weird. So yeah, I would love to find out which one doesn't drop anything.
Yeah, so I don't know how to tell these apart. Like, so there's the one over by the entrance to the boss fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
That has the, actually, I don't know. I'm lost in Crystal Cave again. Well, you can tell this because you can tell which. So if you look in the NPC list, there's 3-2. It's 3230, all zeros, and then 0001 and 0002. So the one at fault here that doesn't drop any items is 0002.
Wait, and are they 3300? What's their?
Sorry, 3230.
Oh, 3230. And you said it's 02 that doesn't.
Yeah, it's the last one in the list. Doesn't actually drop anything.
Which one?
As far as I can tell.
That's rough. It looks like it's the last one in the level, which someone farming them back in the day, that would be.
You would have run from the Seath bonfire.
You would run from the Seath bonfire. Oh no! Oh no! No, that is so bad. That is so unfortunate. Oh my god. That is so cruel. Damn. What can they drop?
Entirely because they didn't initialize this event. And it's unclear, like, did they just forget to do that?
They probably just totally forgot. That is great jank. That is so sad. Definitely people were farming this back in the day, especially before the DLC came out. Like, oh no. What can they drop again? What's in their drop table? It's a slab with like a 0.2% chance. Can they drop chunks as well with a higher chance?
Look at this right now. It is 10% chance for a 1 blue titanite chunk.
Okay.
0.3% chance for 2 blue titanite chunks, and 0.2% chance for a blue titanite slab. All of those are affected by item discovery.
Cool. Yeah, I had the slab because all of the slab chances are always 0.2%. Aside from the regular slab from Dark Race, which is 0.21%, which is very funny. I don't know if they thought they were being generous by slightly changing that number. But yeah, so that would be easy to like convert because what 10% chance to get a chunk from this guy. So yeah, you would be able to like grind that out real quickly.
And you can make that better with item discovery.
With higher item discovery and everything. So yeah,
bring it up to 15% or whatever it would be.
That exactly. That is so sad.
I'm glad that I never did this.
Yeah.
Did not need to do this. I had the DLC, of course. So
yeah. So that is incredible. I might mess.
So that means that all the people who would be farming for slabs would just so happen to have only got their slab from one of the later butterflies and be like, "Oh man, cool, I got it," but nobody would have put together that everybody would be getting it from the later one.
And honestly, I probably wouldn't have bothered with I would have gone to kill just the first one and assumed that just going back to the bonfire every time was the most efficient route, probably, instead of having to like run throughout the crystal cave and like, fight a few crystal golems as well. Yeah, that is some shit right there. I'm glad you caught that. I had no idea about that.
I want to see if anybody mentions this on like the on the wiki dot or anything like that.
Ooh, that's a good point. I
don't know where to look though.
Hypothetically,
I don't have a separate article for them.
No. Oh, right. So it's probably not mentioned anywhere. Because like hypothetically, someone grinding enough could probably catch on to the fact that like, hey, it's not dropping chunks. What's going on? But if you're so focused on the slab, I could see you just kind of forgetting and being like, well, the slab has a really low drop rate. and just like not catching on.
Oh, it does have a separate page for them. It calls them the crystal butterflies instead of moonlight butterflies. I
Ooh,
don't think
fun.
that's.
Yeah, someone just made that up. Yeah.
Just says blue chunk rare, blue slab very rare. So they don't even bother mentioning that you can get 1 and 2 chunks. So you can tell the amount of effort that has gone into this.
Ooh, yeah.
It just says these drops are automatically added to your inventory. They have a small aggro radius.
Okay, so
fight
yeah,
like the moonlight butterfly, but don't land. There's no mention that one of them doesn't drop anything ever.
Brutal. That is very funny. Okay.
Well, that's fun.
That is very fun.
We did discover something.
Yeah, we did this. Ugh. Again, not too relevant. No one really is farming those things for slabs because that's a huge pain in the ass.
No, but you can feel the collective amount of pain that went into that because people didn't know that they should just skip that one.
Yeah. That's rough.
So if you made a video about this, I guarantee there's going to be somebody in the comments going to be like, I farmed that guy for 3 hours. And
any old heads, especially who had the game in its first year, for sure.
All right, now we're onto the stupid thing with the Pisaca's corner.
Yeah, this is.
Hey, you know about this. You can talk about this.
Yeah, and I don't really remember the specifics. It's something that King Boar has looked at more closely and explained to me. But there is like the sad Pisaca. Do you have a thing where they can run in fear from you? Let me get rid of all the other ones in the room. And there's a sort of thing where it's like they should be able to go to every corner of the room fleeing from you, but like they're just.
Yeah, they only ever go to number 48 here, 2748.
I was afraid I killed one of them by accident. I was like, that's not right. It was just a humanity they dropped. So that's the 2 of them.
I can actually just DM you the code if you want to bring it up. Or I can put it in chat. Well, it's kind of stupid. But actually, I'll just put 2 lines in chat. So basically, the first thing that it does is it wants to figure out which is the furthest of these points from the Pisaca. That's the one that it's going to decide to run to. So it computes max dist. And then A, B, C, and D here are basically distances to the points. And then it wants to check, okay, well, if the distance was point A's distance, then set that as the point to run to. So then it says, okay, well, if the distance that you compute is equal to A, then choose that point. And continues on in this. They spelled it wrong. They called it min dist. So it always takes the final branch where it chooses the last thing. It always chooses point D because these conditions will never be true because there is no variable named min dist. Now is posting something amusing. I need to go check it.
Yeah, so like they were able to run to this box.
Oh, okay. So the funny thing that Meow is pointing out is in the with the comments that he can see translated, it does call them maximum and minimum distance even in the comments.
Oops.
So somebody 100% messed up.
Yeah, like we should be able to get them going to these other corners, but it's just not.
Yep.
So fun.
Yeah, they should be running from point D over to the opposite point and so on.
We could put this in purple in the dock as Jink content. Like one of them works. This one does.
I guess what do we want to call these? I guess the translated name is Fearful Pisaca. Is that what people call them?
Sure. Yeah, everyone always calls them like the crying or weeping or whatever. But
let's go with crying Pisaca.
Yeah. Although I guess we can move this one box to get them to go elsewhere.
And again, if you wanted to, if combining mods in Dark Souls was a lot easier, this would be 100% like, oh, as part of my mod pack or whatever, I've got the fix Pisaca AI thing that you just put in, and okay, now the Pisaca can get chased around all 4 corners or whatever. I think they should only move diagonally. I think it's more that if you like interrupted them in the middle of the room, then they might choose a different thing to go to, right? Like they're going to try and run away from you essentially. So you can see the player like chasing them down, and that interrupts their AI computation enough for now they're kind of in the center of the room and they've got a different point that's now the furthest, etc. Oh, is it whatever place the yes, get distance to the enemy. Okay, yeah, so it's the distance that you're furthest from. So they'll run away from you, basically. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, very funny, very clumsy.
Yeah.
So
and
much.
Again, that's something that if you just open this up, unless you knew you were looking for it or knew that there was a problem here, you'd probably make the exact same mistake that From would. You'd just be like, oh, okay, it works like that. Like I wouldn't necessarily pick up on this typo.
And there's just so much to look at. Like, there's so much happening with the Pisaca in general in this entire area that it's like, again, they might have been more focused on the whole stealth, like prison cell thing, you know, like.
Yes.
So. Yeah, I can see them not overly interrogating. It's like, oh, these ones don't fight back. So if anyone commits to fighting them, they're just gonna kind of pulverize them on the spot, and you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is funny finding like the typos in the code where things go wrong. Just like the Titanite Demon and Lost Izalith is another classic example of straight up typo in the code.
Yeah.
And Unpatched Painted World too. Also straight up typo is responsible for the offline Gravelording. Love it. Okay.
Redstone Man says the big gears in the middle are the leftovers of moving all the stairs at some point, right? I don't know what these are supposed to be. So actually, I was going to tell a story about this that I think is maybe kind of common to new players. I thought, even though I, had looked up how this game works and everything, I thought for some reason that in this, you would find a mechanism that causes like the entire interior staircase to like rotate around to let you reach some of the like inaccessible cells and stuff in this mechanism. So I poked around this mechanism for like way too long thinking like, oh yeah, you spin the whole room around or whatever. Obviously they did end up kind of reusing that type of stuff in the Bloodborne DLC where you spin everything around, or it spins the staircase around. So, but yeah, I don't know what the mechanism is supposed to represent or what.
Yeah, I kind of figured it'd be like some like platform that like raises up to the room, and then you could like extend a bridge out to like get books from anywhere. You know, like I don't know, like yeah, I don't know exactly what they're going for with this, but it's pretty cool. What a weird structure.
Is there a public mod that fixes all the little AI typos and such? I'm looking for a small project. I'm not aware of one. People probably do this from time to time. But yeah, if you're looking to learn, certainly this or adding just like a new basic ring or moving some enemies around are all fine projects to start learning.
I would see
even if they're not like publishable and people are gonna, it's gonna go viral or anything like that. That's not.
Oh yeah, Seath totally makes use of human-sized books because, presumably they're just written by a lot of people over time, and he wants access to them. So the channelers read the books for him. Pretty sick.
Yep.
I love the giant book in Majula in Dark Souls 2, though. That is some alluring shit. That is such a cool thing to find. Like, is this a book for giants or something that they stole? Like, what is going on there? Super cool. This guy's unhappy.
Yeah, okay, then we get a bunch of nav mesh stuff that I don't know how it works. And then we've got 2 sound regions, one for the siren and one for some crystal sounds or something. Anyway, I guess you know how to visualize these now.
So. Yeah. Yes, actually, and I do want to talk about that. So thanks to Meow for educating me on how to visualize this. I'll pull it up in a second. Yeah, nav mesh rotating stairs. That's not surprising that the rotating stairs would affect nav mesh stuff going on. Jail cell door.
Opening the doors, right? Like
yeah.
enemies don't want to be rubbing up against the door while they're closed, so that something goes on that associates the open door with a new nav mesh connection. I don't really understand how that works. But.
Which seems a little like, because the enemies can't actually see through the doors. Like anytime they rotate to like look at you, it's because they hear you, you know?
Yeah.
But that is like a solid wall of collision from their sight perspective. So it's to me, it feels like you wouldn't really need to do dynamic nav mesh stuff, because like if the door is open and then they see you, then they can navigate. But like they wouldn't try if the door's closed.
My only thought is if there was a room, I think they probably just do this for polish. I don't think this is possible, but where you could
you might like damage
an enemy and then run around to the other side so that it thinks going through the door is the shortest route now.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, better safe than sorry as their design area.
But
so I
suspect it's just one of the things that they do when they add a door or moving staircase or all this other stuff, is just how does this affect the nav mesh, and they just put it in automatically.
So I was under the impression that the siren sounded throughout all of the Duke's archives. It doesn't, but it is just surprisingly large area that covers, and because of how large it is, like I think the fall off might scale with the size of it potentially.
Who knows?
Who knows? So the siren does sound kind of obnoxiously far into the level, and we're going to visualize that, which is why they changed how it worked in a patch, with being able to like quit and reload to shut off the siren, because invaders were fucking with the siren and it was really annoying. Let me turn that down a little bit so it's not so annoying for chat.
This sound region has no entity ID. I don't know what this is for. Because it can't. Oh no, never mind. It does. The object has the sound region, or has the entity ID. Weird.
So that was World Sound Manager. It's just debug display. Yeah, cool. I'm glad I remembered what Meow taught me. Taught us, I should say. Yeah. So like you can see, like it wraps the prison, but the fall off is pretty. It's still covering all of this. It's just so unfortunately placed, because it makes it feel like it applies to the rest of the or much larger portion of the level. Just because like when you're running parallel. Yeah, I can still hear it here.
In the fall off region.
We're in the fall off region. We can still hear it in here too. But if we get like. We could still hear it by the bonfire, I think.
I'm not convinced that this region is responsible, but I guess it has to be. I don't know.
It does stop if we get far enough away. It's so annoying that someone can like run and turn on the alarm if you get invaded, and you just have to hear this for like an obnoxiously far distance. But it does go away apparently if you just get far enough away. So I think this would have been less of a issue if they just made that a little bit smaller. You know, they could have just made that a bit smaller, and you would hear it loudly throughout all of the prison, still no issue. So. Is there some jank that makes it so the alarm isn't activated despite showing it in the cutscene? I'm not familiar with that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I can think of is if you opened the door and then like immediately died, or something like that would reload the area, that would turn off the alarm.
So crystal area sound is a little confusing, because I did look at this a little bit off stream before, and I feel like this one has like inverted fall off, where it's like you need to be closer to the center of this one to hear it, rather than like. So I
guess that's possible.
Yeah, because I feel like you cross the boundary and you don't hear anything. Or maybe it's just really quiet, but when you're like actually near the center of this region, then it's like much louder. Yeah, because like now it's like, oh wait, but I might be hearing the spots where it's like actually impacting Invisible Bridge. Let me like get away from some of that. Where could I be?
It's wild that invaders can mess with interactables. They could have turned it off. They could have made it so if you're an invader, you can't mess with stuff like that. They just decided not to.
Yeah, so in the ambient audio here, There's like a constant like crystally sound, which is what's caused by this. In fact, I could just disable it. Is this one here? But like, oh no, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it does have the same fall off behavior as other ones. No, it does. Yeah, we can hear it firmly when we're inside. Okay, I was just confused when I was messing around before.
I mean, it's very subtle. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no inverted fall off like I was thinking.
Oh, Meow has a good point. Maybe the sound itself just has a slow fade in.
It could
just takes a second.
Yeah, it could be more gradual potentially.
You have to go find the sound file. Sound ID is
sorry, I
170000001. If people want to go look it up in the fmod data, but anyway.
Yeah, no, we can totally hear it with like from away from there with like the expected fall off we would find, you know, from a sound region. So okay. And then lastly, we have invasion points.
Yeah, it's time for invasion point pop quiz.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I remember where these all are? And the answer is no. Let's see. I know where one isn't. There aren't any in the prison area. I'll turn sound effects back down so we're not getting our ears destroyed by enemies attacking us. Okay. Oh, and I still have the the lever going. Stop. And we'll turn off the sound display for now as well. I'm so happy Meow knew about the sound display thing. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wait, let's get enemies to stop pestering us too. Okay, invasion location. First one's... I have no idea. I don't... Fuck. Let's see. Event. Oh, it's been so long.
There's one on the main stairs in the front half of the area.
Let's see. Oh wait, I didn't visualize all of them. I should do. Well,
yeah, I was gonna say, you should have to.
Oh no, no, I did I select the wrong thing? What am I doing here? Is it what is the number of this?
170 4000 4001, etc.
The hell? Why don't I see it? And then why am I back to Interlondo? What is going on here?
Should be right at the end of the list.
Right, I would expect them to find them right at the end here. Why don't I see them? The last thing I see is like 2741, 2742, like these logic things.
It might be it might be further down in the list. It might have interleaved them in some weird way.
Let's take a look.
Maybe you should try moving away from Interlondo.
Yeah. Let's get Interlondo like unloaded, whatever.
Because I think I saw them very briefly when you were going through the list.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Are they like dynamically not loaded because we don't have an area boss? That doesn't make any sense. There's no way. There's no
really make sense to me.
There's nothing else in the game that works that way.
Yeah, they're not points. They are boxes.
What is happening? Why aren't they here for me to see? All right, let's escape the prison, I guess, and see if that somehow... There's no way.
Yeah, there's Also, there's even more points after the end at 2744. There's like, it doesn't just stop there. Even in those logic things, there's like 2745 and stuff.
Let's see. Game data. I'm going to give myself all the keys.
Oh, that's fun, Meow. So the crystal sound thing has a distance set in the sound event properties itself, as though it's actually playing from a point, not a box. So
Oh.
it actually like falls off from the center of the box, presumably.
Okay, I thought I did notice something like that when I was poking around before. It wasn't as obvious, just checking things right now. I'm like...
Is this list just too long for debug or something? That doesn't make sense.
That because it doesn't feel like... Because we didn't run into that in the Berg, and there was like a lot with the Hellkite going on, you know?
Oh, isn't there something weird in Dukes where there's like a vanilla event that uses a duplicated region? I wonder if it gave up early.
I'm gonna like... So we escaped the prison, we rested at the bonfire, I'm gonna reload the map. I did learn 4 is Siegland, so I can... that is nice for getting around more quickly. So, like, what is even happening here? Event, draw, region draw. What the...
I mean, this might just be a limitation of debug. I would just not expect it to give up this early.
Yeah, like something is breaking the list here. This is the first time we've not been able to like look at the Invader spawn locations in here.
I seem to recall there's something weird about something in Dukes where some of the regions have the same number as each other. And so it could be getting confused by that and just giving up early.
Weird. Yeah, because we're definitely...
Yeah, regions 2745 to 2748 are duplicated in the MSB. That's what it is. So, and that's where it's breaking. Is 2745 is the first one that you can't see. So, it's breaking debug because they accidentally put in regions twice, and so it's freaking out debug and causing it to give up early when populating the list.
Gotcha. Fascinating. Yeah, it has nothing to do with whether or not there's a boss available, because that's taken care of. Seath is considered the boss now, and I did it, quote unquote, escape the prison properly. Weird. Okay, well, that's okay. I have a list of the invasion spawn locations on the wiki, so who cares?
Yes. But just, I will read them out from, so one is in the main, it's on the top of the main stairs where the channeler teleports in the front half of the area, and then one is near another channeler location looking over the spinning staircase in the front half of the area. In the staircase's default position, it is looking over the lower end of the staircase from the upper balcony. And then one is on the little wooden structure after you pass through the first, or the only fog gate in the level when you're outside in Crystal Cave Garden. Mm-hmm. And then the one final one
should be down in the
Crystal Caves on a crystal.
Yeah.
The main crystal on your way in is like right in the center of that.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Weird. That was surprisingly, I was not expecting a bunch of broken stuff there. And we have developer messages. I don't remember there being that many developer messages here, so let me double check. That's
I guess you can't see them.
Yeah, I can't see them. That's a little confusing to me, but if I just look up Seek Guidance Wikidot, of course that's my search history. Let's see, Duke's Archives.
2 on the crystals, 1 in Seath's room, another one on the crystals, and another one on the crystals.
Oh yeah, because they're not all hit. Yeah, there's well, because we have Try Resignation as like the hidden message in Seath's first encounter. But that's the only hidden one. That's the only one that required Seek Guidance to see. So that means there should be 4 that are just always visible, which seems like a lot to me. Right, I'm not missing anything on this
Yeah,
list.
they're all in the crystal area.
they're all
but that does sound like a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember there being 4 down here. Is that? I remember 2 off the top of my head. Right, so I remember there's this one here, marking this one, and then there's, oh no, okay, and then there's this one here, and the other 2.
Oh no, the first 2 don't have a linked message
because they're patched out. Because these were originally ones that needed seek guidance to be seen or whatever, and that they moved them around and like changed how they're displayed or whatever. So
Right.
yeah, so the 2 unaccounted for ones are like patched out content.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I knew the list looked long, like that. Something doesn't feel right there. But
Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't just like move them around in the same way that they did the one in like Tomb of the Giants or Catacombs and stuff. They actually deleted them and added new ones. So.
Cool. With that, I think. Did you want to take like a 5-minute break, and then we'll look at the last 2 areas?
Yes, these will be fast, but who knows?
Who knows? We'll be back in. Display this.
Also, the people are saying that, and I see this on my end, like losing bitrate and everything. It's like super chopped up.
No. Okay, so maybe hold on. I don't know if it's like the nature of the area. Let's
but yeah, if you look at your stream, it's just like 160p. Things, oh, it's juicy, it's crunchy.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. I might have to drop the bitrate again a little bit more or something, which I don't want to do because I already did that multiple times. Yeah, I wasn't aware. I have it rendering at like really low quality just because like while I'm just kind of want to look at chat, but maybe it'll look. Oh no, that looks insane. Yeah, wait, what?
Yeah.
What happened to it? Okay, hold on. That is. Oh boy, how long has it been like that?
It ran out of P frames or B frames. Or I don't remember what they're called.
Yeah, live data mashing, like you just in chat. Hold on. I want to get this fixed before. Oh, wait.
Yeah, but it's because you're standing still, so it finally got a frame.
Oh yeah.
Your
Can I rotate the camera?
Yeah, your VTuber is also kind of still messed up because it moves every now and then. So yeah.
Let's see. Dark Souls. Oh wait, I can't move because I have the debug menu up.
I will be back. I'm gonna grab something.
Cool. I will try to mess around with this. Yeah. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. What is happening? Well, I'll be back in a few minutes and try to figure it out after I'm back as well. So, BRB. Okay, I am back.
I am also back.
Hello, hello. So I don't know if anything with the stream corrected itself while I was gone. Let's move around and see if things look any better at all.
Looks better to me.
Cool, I'm glad it's not like that. There's that really sick music video. Evident Utensil? What was the name of that song? I'm gonna find it and link it in the chat because it rules. It's a data moshing early, like the first music video to use data moshing. And there was some controversy where like someone else was trying to do it in a music video and there was some drama, someone claiming, but these were the first people. Data moshing music video. Chairlift. Yeah, this shit slaps. I'm gonna link this in the chat. This is like if when the stream looked like shit, this is how you use this to artistic, use this with artistic intent. Fantastic song and music video. Okay. We are off to the Kiln. This is the penultimate map, and I can't imagine there's much here at all.
No. Yeah, like they tell you to do in high school when writing an essay. They did everything else, and then they're going to do the conclusion and the introduction last. So we are here in the Kiln, and we have the Asylum next. But yeah, there's not exactly a lot of traps or anything happening in the Kiln. It's kind of a walk to a boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got some boss fight stuff, and we got a couple other things, and that's basically it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all these negative ones at the top of the spreadsheet are. Probably
those are point lights.
Just point lights. Torch. We know there's some torches once you get to the Coliseum.
Yeah, and then there's the effects on the Stream of Souls staircase.
Stream of Souls. I like that wording. That's so cool. But yeah, we will get to NPC summon sign.
Which you can't see.
Which I can't see. Yeah, I can't normally see those.
That's a point.
Yeah. It gets a number, but it's still it's still a point for me, so it doesn't show up in the list. Okay, yeah, we're just going straight to the boring stuff. That is not a surprise. But we will be thorough and visualize all of it. Oh, wait, I forgot Be Right Back still up. Let's get rid of that. We are back. Yeah, Painted World is one of the, so map number wise, the earliest maps are actually the Depths, Undead Burg, and Firelink Shrine, but then immediately after we find Painted World over here. The number that you find the maps in aren't like inherently 1-to-1 with the order that they were developed in, but there's a correlation. Like there's
a bunch of stuff in the Depths that we didn't really see later on.
Yes. So like there is a trend, and I believe that's true for Demon Souls as well. It's kind of like the earlier map numbers are like generally the things they worked on first. The later map numbers are generally the things they worked on later, but it's not perfectly rigid, like sequential, so yeah, it's known that like Painted World was one of the first things they were working on, and then they went back and added it in. So I wouldn't be surprised if like they were working on that separate from the rest of the game, and they like started working with like the base game with like the Depths, Firelink Shrine, and Undead Burg, Undead Parish as like the core chunk of the game, and then they were like, well, let's pull in the Painted World or whatever, the thing we've already been working on or whatever. So yeah, the fact that it shows up so early, because I believe, again, don't quote me on this, but I think somewhere in some interview it was said like the tutorial was done last, and because you already know what's in the game, so you can help. It's like better to make a tutorial when you already have the rest of the game, and it is literally the last map number. So it's like, yeah, that seems to track. Okay, so event, draw, region draw, BGM. It's not going to be anything surprising, although we did get a sphere again finally instead of a rectangle, a box. Cool. Nothing unexpected there. let's see. 2997. Something with the boss. Afraid I still have enemies disabled? I do. Okay, good. It feels dark here, too. I never turn up the brightness, but Duke's is bright enough for that to not be an issue. Okay, that's just the... Yeah. Entrance fog gate.
The facing point, yeah.
Facing point. 2296 is going to be some more boss room battle start. Yep. That's going to be like kick out invaders and stuff and everything, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Fog gate entrance. 2200 is... Let me scroll down. Oh, and 2201 is a point, so I can't see that either. Entrance hitbox. I don't know what that is either.
Where is this point? Am I looking at the right thing here? This is off in the middle of nowhere. This is over by, like, the... What? Like, where the good vagrant spawns.
What?
It's, like, off in the sand dunes.
And the entrance hitbox...
is at the start of the area.
Yeah,
yeah.
what?
These are unused. This is Solaire would have helped you with the entire level.
Love that. That's fun.
Yeah.
I think they made the right choice of putting him towards the end of the level. I think, like, you know, he can help you with half of the Black Knights. Basically, that seems cooler to me. Like, you got to fight your way through at least a couple of them, through a handful of them, and then you get the help. So yeah.
Whereas this is, you would fight the first one, and then his summon sign would show up there, basically.
Gotcha.
First one, or maybe first two, but yeah.
And the entrance hitbox is like just such a... Why?
Yeah, I think that you would have passed through that, and that's how it would have known to turn the summon sign on.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, what the hell?
That's my thought, anyway.
Yeah. Weird. Which is like, why bother?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just have the summon sign be there? Like summon signs don't need... It's not like Witch Beatrice needs you to, like, walk through a certain part of the forest before her sign shows up at the bottom of the tower, you know? So, like...
Yeah, at least that's my only guess, right? Like, nothing...
Yeah.
There's no reference to either of these in the event scripts, so... Yeah. I don't know.
That is very confusing. Yeah, that doesn't match, like, how anything with summon signs is ever implemented, so... Bizarre. I mean, unless if it was like an auto summon, they were trying to do some like, oh, you got him all the way to the end of the game, so like he's gonna like join you like an invader, except he's friendly as a co-op. Like,
yeah, I mean that's possible, I guess, but who knows?
Weird. Yeah, so more cut content. 2100 Big Grave Warp Landing Point.
I think this is warps from the various other areas. Yeah. So this is the warp. This is where you teleport in from via Framped or
Framped, or yeah. Yep, there's one of them.
But I don't know what the other one is, because it looks like they both use this first one.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Where is this other one?
It says Endgame. Like, I don't know what that means. It's in the middle of the Gwyn fight.
Yeah, well, because if you
right.
If you try to use like a homeward bone after you defeating Gwyn, like you can't escape. Like you just is that like your new home position or something?
Yeah, there is something like that, but I think that's something else. Or I think that's I don't remember what it uses for that.
Let's play around with that. Yeah, because there's this right here. So let's kill Gwen and see what happens. Okay, so I don't know if being in debug confuses the system at all. So, we will find out. Oh, and I need to give myself some item. I don't even start with the dark sign with this debug character. Okay. So let's open gadget. I could have just done gift myself all goods or whatever, and whatever. This works too. Let's do consumables, homeward bone. Okay. Is this the same spot? I think it is. I think it is. Let's draw that now. Yep. Yeah, so it does seem to use this. I don't know if it's like implemented some other way or like something else has to reference it, you know. But yeah, this is your spawn location after you've defeated Gwen.
Cool.
And I am going to undo all of that progress because forcing the credits in debug is a little confusing. The screen goes fully black, and you have to like remember how to quit out through muscle memory to like get out of it. So, which I guess I can do, but sometimes it's like a little like I have to fight with it a little bit. Oops. So I'm just gonna Gwen is alive again. That never happened. Okay, what's next on the list? We have 2100. Seal gate 1 open hitbox, okay. That's just going to be the other side of this door, complaining that we haven't opened it yet. Yep. Locked by some contraption prompt. Yeah, I guess I'm going to test the same thing with this box. I think it's going to be just like the door, where if I move it, or the Seath first fog gate. Yeah, like the prompt doesn't magically appear, but I think it goes away when I'm over here. Yeah, so it does need to be like near the object as well somehow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we get some light stuff, some more point lights in the boss room, or the embers that are scattered around, I guess, which you probably won't be able to see.
Boss room fading ember.
Yeah, it's just in the pillars around the Gwyn arena. There's some point lights,
Cool.
that are like little torches or flames or something, I think.
Let's take a quick gander at them. Wow, amazing. And I guess the room is more embery, because like, you know, when you're off in other parts of the levels, you can see like little embers like in the wind kind of flickering about randomly. Like every now and again, I think we'll see a little speck. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's because I was closer to like some other fire source before, but Also, there's some way in debug. I've done it in Demon Souls. I don't think I've messed with it in Dark Souls. There's some way to change the wind, to like affect these particles. Where would that even be? Is that like in?
I don't know. I feel like I was in a wind menu at some point, but who knows?
Yeah, is that like in system or resource? Like it might. I don't think it's even in the same like section of debug at all. But I could be wrong. I don't know what any of these things are. It's in one of the Demon Souls compare-throughs, so I could just go back and look it up at some point. But I hope I showed the menu in the
Yeah, I was like, I also know the menu you're talking about, but I forgot where it is.
Yeah, I was just like, I have no fucking clue. Very funny.
Yeah. All right. I guess the next thing up is this sound region, enigmatically just called Night. It is around the Black Knight's, the phantasmal Black Knight stairwell.
Yes, it's that music that I love. Let's go check that out. Yeah.
I like that it's just called, like, Night.
Is it actually in? No, because it's a sound. So it well, why is it not playing? The hell? Did we break something? What's going on here? Alright, I'm gonna.
You can visualize the region at least, I guess.
Oh, I keep muscle memory of warping in and out of the Duke's archive so many times now that I'm just like on autopilot. I don't know if we like started Gwyn's theme or something. I got confused. Why don't? Does the door need to be properly opened? I don't think that was a thing.
No, I don't think so. But I do think the region is further down the staircase than I would have initially guessed.
Yeah, it's really quiet in the mix now. Yeah, it is a music track. So we can hear it isolated perfectly. Turn sound effects off. Yeah, this is definitely the most obscure track of music in Dark Souls 1 for sure. I don't think it shows up in any of the OSTs. It's similar to the Unused song that was only part of a section from the trailer. I think. I haven't really compared them that closely. But yeah, just this cool like bit of ambient music that's like it would fit very well like in Elden Ring, you know, with like this sort of ambient music that they have.
I think it's funny. Hyperflare Man says this is the first time I've heard this track. It's like, well, if you've had the music on and you ran down the staircase, technically not true. You
like you heard it
seconds, but
easy to mix in with like all the other sound effects and the just noise or whatever. Bit of a slow start, like. Yeah, hell yeah. I already forgot where. This is World Sound. Duh.
Yeah.
I can't tell because the light box is like making it harder to see this damn light box. But it's this. Oh yeah, you can't really see that.
Kind of see what the extent of it is, though. It's weird.
Hold on. Can I? Let's do something here. Can I just de-render this part of the map? I think that would be the. Oh, I don't know if this could be hard to find or not. I don't know. No, actually that's incredibly easy. Okay. All right, we got rid of the light box. Yeah, so it doesn't even start. It would be nice if it started maybe a little bit further up the stairs. I think that would have been. So let's say you're sprinting through. How much of the music would you hear? That's all you would get. And bear in mind, I have music at 10 and sound effects at 0 right now. So this is also just comparatively quieter to other music in the game. Because if I had a boss theme glaring at 10 right now, it would be like obnoxiously loud, and you wouldn't be able to understand my voice like over it, probably. So yeah, it's just very quiet in the mix, and it covers a small area. Super cool. Pretty sure this Gwendolyn's theme in reverse with some modifications. I will definitely do some comparisons later on to see if there's like.
I'm skeptical of that, but I would be open to being mind-hand that that's true.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah, I think there is a bunch of ambient music, not necessarily, we've seen a lot of these things, although we skipped over some of it because we didn't have this viewer until last stream. But it's a lot of it's really subtle, just like small instrumentals in the background that you're really not going to notice unless you stop and like clear out all the enemies and move away from all the torches and that type of stuff. So
very pretty.
I think they're somewhat at peace with their games just being naturally quiet, other than in a boss fight.
Okay, cool. Now let's check them out. I have the sound effects a little louder than I did compared to my voice earlier, but it's like now I have sound effects and music equal volume, and see what that sounds like going through here. Extremely easy to miss, especially if you're not playing with headphones. Yeah. Super cool, and that's obviously. Oh, this is a wind sound region over here for sure.
Yeah, but I think there's some other stuff in the way first, but or not in the way, but like yeah, for some reason this one is earlier because I know the reason is because there's more of the ghostly Black Knight stuff, but yeah, this one is wind sound.
Yeah, here we go. The difference with it on and off. You see, there's other wind sounds in the full. That was the one thing I wish, because this only controls like the sound regions. I wish there was like a separate toggle. Maybe there is buried in debug, but like whatever the constant ambient audio of the entire map is, I wish you could like shut that off.
Right. Yeah, that one's weird because I know that's in the sound files in a different way. It's stored in like a 6-channel audio for some reason. I don't think it actually uses 6 channels, but it's actually like stored in a different format compared to the rest of them. I'm not sure why. But yeah, I don't know where that shows up in some of these menus.
Mm-hmm. Wind sounds from a royalty-free audio CD from '97. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's see what else when we scroll down. I'm guessing there's nothing else here. Invasion points.
I guess you'll need to scroll the sheet down on screen too.
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay. Yeah.
Invasion points. I don't remember there being 3 in the.
No, I filled out these ghostly Black Knight spawn points, but you haven't looked at them yet, so I guess you might as well.
Oh yeah.
But I believe we showed them off on a previous stream, maybe in the Vagrant stream or something at some point. So.
Oh yeah. Okay, I forgot about these. What we didn't do then was disable the white shaft of light though, so we're definitely going to see them more clearly now.
Yeah.
And I suppose I could also, a bit of overkill at this point, but I could visualize the collision that they touch to teleport back to those spots. Hold on, that'd be hit instructions.
But I don't think they touch a collision. They touch a region, according to this.
Really?
Right? There's one more region. I think there might be a collision over there to tell them to walk there, but they're actually touching a region.
Weird.
That teleports them.
Well, I guess I should be able to see the region too, right?
Yeah, it's the one at the last one in the list.
Goal box.
Destination region, yep. Should be anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna hit that and teleport back, I guess. Damn, I thought it was the collision. Because there is like a plane of collision out here. But let's move the box and see what happens. Let's move it further away.
J Dyer says you'll have to retract the invisible wall video.
Yeah, because definitely, I said that in there.
Now let's see. Short warp request. Set character AI state disabled. Force animation playback. Wait for the character to be in 2006, and then warp them back to the start region.
Oh damn! It's totally the region. It's totally the region. It just happens to be aligned with like this collision that's there. That's very funny.
Meowhound the Wind. It's in Resource MSB, man.
Duh. Can you actually toggle stuff in Resource MSB, man? Like I've never. I don't think I've ever played with that before. Let me go take a look. I'm gonna turn the sound effects way back up for a second, so their menus will be obnoxiously loud.
I think these enemies, or quote-unquote enemies, because they are enemies, could walk basically forever. It's just forcing them into a looping animation. So they just keep going until they hit that region.
This was in Resource, MSB Manager, Map 18. Oh, but like I can't see a debug here, right? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Resource, MSB Manager.
Maybe you have to be in the wind region? Maybe they're... I don't know.
Sorry for how loud this is.
Hyperflare Man says, any idea of the song? I assume we're talking about the song on the ethereal staircase. It has a name that can be seen through debug. No. Well...
Night, was it?
It's just called Night.
Night with a K.
Yes. Yeah. But, you know, that's not a very helpful... That's not a very helpful name. I mean, all of these are just called, like, such and such boss music. They don't have, like, actual track names internally because they don't need to. But it's just because it's on the staircase with all these black knights.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, has it been uploaded to YouTube? Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I could do it.
Right. Meow is talking about the wind that causes particle effects to blow in a different direction.
Oh.
Which does exist.
That makes more sense.
It's more prominent, I think, in DS3, where you can, like, see stuff coming off torches and stuff. But it does exist in DS1 as well.
Yeah.
It's just set on a per map basis, I'm pretty sure. Or, like, what direction is the wind blowing? Which is weird.
Yeah, it didn't seem to give me any control over it, which is a little surprising. Because there's definitely a bunch of parameters in Demon Souls, but maybe... like, I kind of want to go back into the boss room where you could actually see a bunch of particles. So it would definitely affect this stuff.
Tahosa wants to know if you can take control of the ethereal Black Knights. I think so. Why not?
I don't know how that works. Yeah, that's something I still have to look at. With
They might not have walking or like regular animations, so because they just force play this looping like one animation over and over again. So they might not have normal walking animations. I don't know. You might not be able to do very much.
Let's see. Here we go. Switch control player. he's stuck doing this. I can't even rotate the camera. But hold on. When there's
Meow has discovered that this map specifically does not have wind.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, hold on. That's
Even though there's a
what?
wind sound in the somewhere.
So there's just something like the particles just know to do that. So I should go check another map where we can see some.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, but you're. I don't know if you'll be able to do anything because you're constantly being forced into this animation.
Well, I killed him and he T-posed, so that's fun. He doesn't have to die. Oh, let me return a control player. Let's try another one. Is there... Yeah, I mean, because that just is the default animation for him, so he doesn't know how to... Okay, do they not have, like...
Well, it also specifically disables their AI, and when that applies to the player, it disables your controls as well, right? So it might just be completely ignoring your commands, too.
Weird. I'm surprised I can't force like other animations on them though. Like apply animation 3000. Right. What about like some really weirdly jank one? Like should this T-pose him? It doesn't? Yeah, I was not expecting that. Okay.
Yeah, it's possible that the force animation playback command like is taking priority over this. Who knows? Because it's basically an event script is just telling it do this animation over and over and over again.
Funny mod idea, but give them hit collision so that you can attack them, and then if they die, they'll T-pose.
I guess.
Cool.
Can you change their walking direction? I don't know. I guess you might be able to spin them somehow, but I don't know.
I don't think the direction... That'd be funny if rotating the box, like when they teleport out of it, they'll be like facing the wrong way, but probably not.
It might do that.
Might. Yeah, let's give that a go.
Because it does... We discovered that it sometimes inherits the facing direction from the box. So, yeah. And it does teleport them to the box.
What's the angle? Is this thing? Cool, let's see what happens to this guy. Yeah, it screwed him up.
Of course. Since he will never touch that region,
he's never going to touch that region either. So
he's just going.
He's gonna go forever. Let's one thing I think we can do. One thing that'll almost certainly work is changing his animation speed. I feel pretty confident that it's gonna let us do that. So we go to animation. I think he's off to the races. All right, let's go take a look. Where's he going? Hell yeah. This is great.
Meow request trying negative animation speed.
Does that exist in debug? Hold on. It does. What is happening? Wait, what? That's a thing you can do?
But apparently this wouldn't normally work because they wouldn't be locked in a static animation. But since he is, it can just cause him to play it backwards.
What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I was not expecting that to be a thing that you could do.
New mod idea. Nothing changes, but these guys walk in the opposite direction backwards. See if anybody notices.
Incredible. Yeah, I was not expecting that to... Again, this is the max speed that exists. We're friends. I'm a little faster than him slow walking in debug dash. Cool. Love that for him. He's gonna go off and have new adventures. It's so goofy looking. Run free, Black Knight Ghost. Run free. And the ambient music is replaced with Thriller.
But done in the same, like, kind of ghostly style.
And I imagine there's no way the direction rotating it after they pop out of it has any effect. There's no way. It has to be the moment they teleport into it, because that's positioning them. But just in case. Where'd the other guy go? Did we break? Here he is. Yeah, of course, that doesn't do anything in real time until he gets through to the... Yeah, they don't render through the...
Oh, that's what it is.
Through the sound region display.
Yeah, it's because
it doesn't like that
transparency thing, so they don't bother.
But anyways, he should pop back out here in a second, going the wrong way once again, just like the other guy. Did I accidentally re-angle it back the correct direction? No. Okay, here we go. Fun. So yeah, I think that's all to see in the Kiln, right? We just had invasion points left. I do
just invasion points, and then that wind sound that you already looked at. So, and then a bunch of torches.
Cool. I don't remember there being 3 places to invade from in the Kiln, so this is already a little confusing.
Neither do I.
Yeah. So what is going on here?
Oh, these are the torches around the Firelink altar. I see. There's a bunch of lights off in the corners of the room.
Okay, 1 place to invade from the very beginning of the level sounds correct to me.
Yeah, it's right after the staircase.
Was there one
0.
right here? I do not remember this. 01 is like in the middle of the level, kind of. Right before the second Black Knight. And then
the other one is right in front of the fog gate.
Which also sounds right to me. Now the question is, are these all accounted for on the wiki? They probably are, but...
J-Dyer raises a good point about the Dark Lord ending. How does that work? Because we didn't find a special event for that.
Let's see. No, all 3 are, in fact, in front of the second Black Knight is how I worded it back in the day, so, okay. Yeah, that's all accounted for. Level entrance in front of the second Black Knight and in front of Gwyn's Fog Gate. Yeah, and also, how does is it just with collisions that because the last Black Knight...
it's using the background music region.
No.
If you step outside of the background music region, you are considered to be taking the Dark Lord ending.
For real? So that's the second time, probably in the entire game, that sound regions have double dutied, right? We found that in the Abyss, where the music for the Four Kings boss fight is the same thing that kills you if you enter that space without the ring equipped.
Yeah, they just reused it.
Which is not normally what kills you, because if you don't have the ring equipped, there's a kill plane when you drop through the tower. But like when you take the ring back off, that's what kills you, is being in that space, where the music plays. And then here, it's just leaving the music. That is so fucking cool. I love that.
Yes. Now, they did also include a check to make sure that you're still in this map, though. So if you could somehow teleport out of this... out of the Gwyn fight after beating him into somewhere like any other map, this wouldn't trigger, I think, in theory, even if you loaded the Kiln, I'm pretty sure. But as soon as you entered back into this map, it would play the ending.
Yeah. And I forget, if anyone in chat is wondering, if you look up Regal, I'll type his name in chat so people know how to look it up, but that's how.
As for can you wrong warp to do that? Yeah, well, this is the thing that Regal was doing.
Wait, what about what's that translation thing saying rules? What is that? What?
I don't see that.
Okay, well that's confusing. I hover over my own text, and I can see Regal, which is what I originally typed. But when I don't hover over my own text in the chat, I see...
Oh, I think this is some new YouTube thing where it auto-translates for the broadcaster in case you have people from... Or maybe for other people. I don't see it.
All right, I'm going to try this. No, auto why are you doing this to me? Okay, I'm going to.
I could just link his YouTube channel.
Thank you. That would be the smarter thing. That without spaces between it, but Regal. If you're curious, he has a video about how they discovered a way to defeat Gwyn without entering New Game Plus, but it is just like glitches stacked on top of glitches. I don't remember. It's like
I will also paste. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. It's only on my end. Okay, that's good to know. Like, I wish I could explain to you what it looks like to me, because the second I hover over it, it changes it back to Regal, so I can't like highlight the text of. There's like some weird character at the beginning that almost looks like kanji, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know. But then it says rules instead of Regal. I'm like, what? Go into your language settings and set your default language to all. I'll play around with that stuff later. Yeah,
I can vaguely understand the point of it, right? If you're streaming in English and a French viewer shows up and they type something, it's kind of nice to auto translate it, I guess. But if you the thing that they always forget about is if you speak both languages, you don't want it to do that.
Yes, I would prefer a redundancy version of it, where it would be cool if it maintained the original text without hovering over it and produced a second line with the auto translation as an option. Like, I think that would be kind of neat. Yeah, that's a little confusing. So,
oh, it's the Google Translate logo. I see.
That's what that is. Okay, huh?
Which makes sense.
Interesting. Okay, so I think that was it for. I'll scroll down the spreadsheet. I think we are done with the kiln. Yeah, we have a lot of torches. Torch points.
Fill out this invader spawn point thing. I didn't realize there were 3, but maybe.
Yeah, no, they are all accounted for on the wiki, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Cool. So it's beginning of level by the second Black Knight and outside Gwyn's Fog Gate.
I want to see what these big torches are. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the small torches are if you're in the Firelink altar where the serpents bring you. There's small torches all around the outside of the room. And then next to the Lord Vessel location, there's some big torches. Nice.
Okay, so before we get started in the Undead Asylum, which is the last level, I am going to interrogate this wind direction situation. I need to go to a level where we can see particles blowing around. Which happens in the Undead Burg, I believe.
Probably. I mean, Meow kind of implied that it was basically unexpected that the kiln just doesn't have it at all. So.
Yeah, so here we can see a little, like all these little embers floating about the room. Let's mess with them. So that was, again, was that system? I already forgot. No, it was resource MSB, man. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Wind velocity, wind swing cycle. Yeah, because you can have... It's not just speed and direction, but you can do, like, multi-stages to it. So it could, like, blow strong for a couple seconds and then blow soft for a couple seconds and, like... yeah, kind of fun.
Which is, again, highly amusing to me because I think basically nobody notices that this game has a wind. So...
Yeah.
having all these... options in it is like cool, but it's so understated.
I don't know. I'm not seeing any drastic effect. They are changing. They're going up more now. There we go. I just have to pump the numbers up more. Maybe I don't want the cycle numbers to be high. Wow, riveting display here. Whoa, the embers are moving slightly differently now. In my Demon Souls compare through video, I did a much more drastic display of this. Yeah, I have no idea.
Where are these embers supposed to come from? I think this is just like a thing in the Dark Souls world. Things just give off embers and ash and all this other stuff, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, we're slowly making our way toward everything. The flames are fading, and things are running on fumes at this point. So it's kind of like a bonfire that's nearly dead, and embers are sparking off. Yeah, this isn't nearly as cool as when I did it in Demon Souls, and like the smoke and flames like in the Boletaria are just like become extremely tall and long because they're like stretched out because the wind is blowing them so fast. Fun. What is up here? Did I still have the sound? I must still have sound regions displayed.
Yeah, these are sound regions almost certainly.
Okay. Cool. Love that. The particles of my death are blowing around all funny though. That was fun. There's like yeah.
Yeah, I think it affects all particle effects.
Is it messing with the blood stain? It's messing with the blood stain. Let's go. That's way cooler. Okay, that's more interesting. Much more immediate feedback than just the little sparse embers.
Yeah, I don't know that it's all particle effects because obviously some of the blood stain is not moving, but basically anything that spawns these little particles, I think you can say in their particle system, like this should be affected by wind.
This is the shit I was looking for. Okay, now it's much cooler. Now it's way extremely cool. And it's slowing down every now and again because of that whole interval setting, but
unfortunately this is not something that you can mess with dynamically like with the event system. There's no reason to have it control the wind, so they didn't do anything like that, but otherwise that would be cool to just do dynamically.
Yeah, the bonfire. Yeah, here we go. Torches are all messed up as they should be. Good.
Yeah, the bonfire probably
lit
one would look weird.
It's kind of hiding under this. Bonfire's not going too crazy. Maybe it's probably
QLOC redid it, so who knows what they specified for it.
Fun. Okay, let's get out of here. We'll finally move on to our final area.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Okay, wait. What is this? Yeah. What is this small sound region? Right? What the fuck is this?
Well, we'll get to it.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll circle back to that. But I like how immediately we found something kind of weird.
I don't know off the top of my head, by the way.
What the fuck is this? I love that. Okay.
I'm lost in the asylum. How am I lost in the asylum?
Okay. All right. Let's go. I'm gonna turn off sounds, and we'll get back to. Well, no. I'm gonna leave them on because we immediately saw a weird one. So we don't know what's gonna be about.
What is the name of this sound? Because it doesn't actually have an entity ID. So. It is the sound of flies. Apparently. Maybe it's buzzing around the poop jar. Who knows?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I guess it was near. It was near the poop jar. I don't hear anything. I'm gonna crank the volume.
It references a sound, I guess.
So. Oh, it's totally sound. Yeah. It's totally here. Yeah, we're going out of order, but we have to figure out the orb.
All right, I'm gonna type in poop flies.
Yep. I'm forgetting how to read kana. Is that ha? What's ha? Does that mean flies or something? Am I reading that completely wrong? So that'd be embarrassing. I forget what those.
Google Translate translates it as HAE. So who knows?
Hi. Okay, cool. I read it. I love it. Incredible.
Cool.
And you don't have to.
Well, now we know about the secret poop fly region.
Yeah. Cool. That's fun. Sorry for the loud menu sounds. Gotta wrangle it back to something reasonable. Okay. Event. 2121 NPC life fades hitbox. So this is going to be presumably the thing that you step into that kills Oscar.
Yeah, it looks like it checks this or a different region, 2990.
Yep.
I don't know where that is. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's the boss. So that doesn't really make a ton of sense. It's the boss music again.
Oh, wait, like, so if you somehow got into the boss room, wait, while avoiding this region, that would also kill him?
Yeah, which I guess, because it doesn't check to see if the boss music is playing, right? So you could go down, well, no, that doesn't
But
make
how would
sense.
you get into the boss room without him giving you the key at this point?
Oh,
I know
no,
you could glitch your way in, but...
So you could kill the Asylum Demon your first time, so that the door stays open.
Okay.
Then run around, meet Oscar, and then when you go back and then go downstairs, you don't have the key at this point. So you open the gate, the shortcut gate, run past the bonfire, and just go back into the boss room, and that will also kill him. I think. Does that sound reasonable?
Wait,
So like Black Fire Bomb Asylum Demon.
Yeah.
And then run all the way around. But then rather than killing Oscar or going up the stairs, you go down the stairs and back into the boss room.
Okay, so boss is dead. Because presumably I have to talk to him first and all that stuff, so... yeah, because he's not going to die.
Checking for some stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, as per usual, I hate reading NPC quest line flags, but yes, almost certainly.
Yes.
Okay.
Please. No.
Cool. Just piss him off by not talking. So we can avoid this. Like you said, yeah, we can just turn around.
Yeah, because normally he dies when you go up the stairs.
Yeah.
Well, but you could, rather than running all the way back, you could... Oh, no, yeah, people are saying the event region clips downstairs as well. Yeah, it does. So yeah, I think you could go all the way back around. I don't know why you would ever do this. Or is the gate closed? No, it should open after you kill Asylum Demon. So.
Yeah, so let me put the HUD on so we can see like souls coming in or whatever. Yeah, he just died.
Should be the sound region, yeah.
He just he just died. That's very funny too. So that's something else I had no idea about, obviously.
There we go.
And now
I wonder if anybody has ever done that. Like, I don't know
why you would backtrack. When we just heard him die because he wasn't like rendered from all the way in that level, so we got close enough for him to load again and his death animation. But we got the souls right away. The fact that you have to pick those items up too is kind of cruel, because like here you can kind of intuit. I don't know, like you're near enough to kind of like maybe you notice you get the souls or something. You hear the sound effect, but you're just like you're all the way down there, and that's very weird.
Yes. Asylum doesn't drop the big Pilgrim's Key if you kill it the first time around. It does this in a kind of weird event scripty way, but that's to generally ensure that you can't leave the Asylum without getting the Estus Flask.
Yes. Yeah. So in that case, you have to pick it up off his corpse like I just did. But again, yeah, most people, you talk to him, you leave the room, he dies when you walk into this. But if you do what we just did, where you avoid that, backtrack through the level, and go through the boss room, then that'll kill him from all the way over there.
Yes, Oscar's loot is guaranteed when you reload the map if he's dead and you don't have it.
Yeah, that's protected by forced character treasure.
But if you want to get through this without getting the Estus Flask, you absolutely can.
Yes, there's a video.
There's a way to do it.
Please link it in the chat.
I have to go find it.
I will ask you to do it so you don't feel conflicted about self whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hot Pocket Remix has the deep dive on how Estus skip works, why it works. Yeah. Okay. And now what? Don't think you've ever heard the no dialogue from Oscar 2? Yeah, it feels like who's gonna say no to him? Like, weird they didn't just put another trigger closer on the backtrack path. I agree. Yeah. That's just like
weird.
Yeah, it's totally weird. So, yeah, very confusing. All right, the first thing we looked at was already weird, so I love that. 2350. PC player character is on what? I think I have a guess. Is this gonna be? Well, first of all, let me get some visual noise off the screen. Get rid of the HUD. Yeah, this is the thing that causes the Asylum Demon to know that you're there to do the special attack of jumping up and smashing the thing you're standing on.
Yeah.
And
yes, although it doesn't. I guess I'm gonna have to check the AI because it's actually using this in the event scripts to see if you started the fight from that direction.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, it's probably on double duty then.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, less known fact is that if you run and jump to these side parts of the room, he can smash these too. They're also breakable, and that'll knock you down as well. And we can see by looking ahead in the spreadsheet that there's going to be separate regions for these as well. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, those aren't referenced in event scripts, but obviously they did get used, so I'm just gonna look in his AI.
Yeah, his AI has to check if you're in here. So good.
Who files check for this? What's the other one? Mini Greater Demon. What character is this? I understand Hammer Demon. That's Asylum. Who's this? Two, 3, 3, 2. Oh no, Mini Greater Demon is Asylum. Who's this? 2250. Is that like fire? Oh, that's Taurus, isn't it?
Oh,
1 second. Hammer Demon. There's probably a faster way for me to do this, but 1 second. Taurus Demon, yeah. Okay, so Taurus also has logic in this to smash these things if you are here. Because Taurus Demon was also considered as a boss for this area, I believe.
I wonder if modding him back into the map, like, if that could be functional. But like, what does he have? Even have? Because he obviously has the animation of jumping up like onto the tower in the Undead Berg. But like, could he jump into the air and smash those?
352. If you are in one of these regions, he will specifically do Action 12. Action 12.
Oh, I hope that's tied to an
which
animation.
causes him to play animation 3001.
Let's go look at what the fuck that is.
And if you are standing in the main area where the fog gate would be, he plays animation 3013.
What's his number again? Why
am I getting this right? This is Taurus Demon, right? Yeah, 2250. Yeah.
2250. I must scroll right past him. Yeah, Taurus Demon. So the animations in question were sometimes you have to like reload the thing to see.
So yeah, for the side ones, it is 3001.
That's just a regular attack. I don't know if he's tall enough. I don't think he would reach it. I don't know. And the other one was what, 3011 you said?
13.
13. Oh, that is a midair smash. Let's fucking go. Did we just discover...
he definitely doesn't do that under normal circumstances, does he?
Yeah, no, because he doesn't do that when he jumps up to the tower.
No.
Did we just discover cut Taurus Demon content? I think we might have. Let's go.
Yeah, so in theory, if the randomizer gives you Taurus Demon there, and I mean, maybe Matt messes with the AI, but if he leaves it mostly alone, which I don't think he does, but who knows? Then it should do that weird smash to try and get you down.
And again, wait, does this apply to the top center one or the side, one of the other side of the room? This is probably the top.
Oh, wait. Huh. Okay, there's actually extra logic here. That's if... okay, I need to look into this more. It's checking a number. And that's what happens when the number has been incremented multiple times. I don't understand what this is doing. Is it like he gets frustrated after a bit? Yeah, so it starts by having him do 3010. And then if you're still there and he thinks about it again, then it has him do 11, then 12, then 13. So are those animations like... Yeah, so 3,000, did I say?
He's doing the look up stuff
10.
again, I think. Yeah.
Oh, so it's just him standing there looking at you, and then
after
he
he
gets
waits
more and
long
more
enough.
frustrated, basically.
Yeah. And then he does
And
the
then
jump
eventually,
smash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taurus Demon was considered to be one of the first bosses at some point. I mean, they were shuffling these guys around, so who knows? But yeah, obviously he still has some logic for it.
Yeah, I think I've yet to get him in the Asylum yet in a randomizer run, but if I do, I'm definitely waiting up there to see if he smashes me down, because that would be so cool.
Yeah, like obviously Matt could have changed that stuff.
Right.
But
yeah. Yeah, I should ask Matt too if he knows anything about this. And again, yeah, it makes me want to play around with it. Like, can he smash you off the side ones too correctly, or if he gets confused?
Zeke wants to know if this animation could actually break that thing, right? Does it do object damage?
Oh, yeah, we would have to look in DS Studio, but I'd be surprised if it doesn't. It's a big enemy attack. It probably does the required... I don't remember if it's 100 object damage, or... I think the one up top needs 200. Which, yeah, I don't know.
Let's see, 2250. I don't know where this is in the Tay, and probably Meow can find this faster than I can, but I don't know what I'm looking for. Invoke attack behavior. I don't know where these are. The attack seemed deleted. Oh no. Oh, because it's invoking certain attack behaviors, and those might not exist. Oh, so maybe it just doesn't do any damage.
No. I was hoping it was really just like you put him in that room and it just works.
It does behavior 190, 170, 171, 172. Yeah, well, I guess this is something to look into. But yeah, it might not actually work, unfortunately.
Right. Even if it partially worked, it's still cut content regardless. So we get to sound the cut content alarm here, which is great. I'm so happy about that.
But yeah.
It goes to show how hard it is to find this stuff if you're just like yeah, you can load the character models and play their animations, but like if you're quickly going through the animations, I would see the start of that jump animation and be like, oh, that's him jumping up to the tower, and I would move on.
Right.
Like, you would see it for a split second. What was that, 3013 or whatever? I'd be like, oh, it's him jumping up the tower, and I would click again, and like, if you carefully watch it, you can see that he's not moving forward and he is attacking midair, but like, yeah, it's easy to miss that kind of stuff. All right, we're back in here.
Yeah, so in Asylums, he also has basically the same logic. So they more or less copied it over and gave him some animations to do this. But yeah, he has the exact same lookup behavior. So if you don't immediately jump down on Asylum Demon, he'll come over and basically stare up at you and then get frustrated and smash you down off the thing.
Unfortunately, the sound effect for the content alarm doesn't exist anymore. Jader with all the dad jokes. Actually, I'm not sure if they're dad jokes. They're better than that. Okay. What am I looking for here now? Yeah, let's move on. So we were looking for 2351. This is... Oh yeah, it was just the different Randos points. So yeah, no surprise about any of those now. So we're at 2001. Area you can curl into a ball.
Oh.
That's going to be extremely self-explanatory. I dare not get too close to it now, because that'll start a cutscene and fly me out of here. Alright, yeah, no, I am going to have to turn sound regions back off for now. This is too much.
Yeah.
Let's see, this is... World sound. Okay. Yeah, curl up like a ball. Nothing remotely surprising about that. It would be funny if it worked the first time you were here, but you just couldn't get close enough to it, but I doubt that. I'm sure it's checking, but let me just try moving it closer to myself. That would be interesting.
It won't work, I think. It's checking to see that if you haven't been there, then it turns the nest off, and then it waits for the you've been in Firelink event to be turned on.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all. It wants the second version of the Asylum, but it was just like, technically it could have been up there, and you would never be able to interact with it on the way out because you're going to trigger the cutscene first.
Yeah, but they, of course, they don't even have the nest there, right? So
yeah. The nest object isn't even there. Yeah. Okay. Well, we know exactly what that is. 2100. Oh, we scroll down in the spreadsheet.
This one I am going to do a quick check for because it doesn't appear in any event scripts, but I have a feeling it might appear somewhere else.
Game start position, so just, I mean, it's just... Oh, damn it. Well, that's one way to get back to the game start position.
I suspect this will appear in the executable. The more interesting unused tourist thing is the animations he has to stand at the top of a staircase indefinitely and then smash downwards. Presumably in the player's like near coming up the stairs. That's fun.
No, that's super cool.
I wonder where they would have been considering putting Taurus at the top of a stair or something.
I mean, he could go upstairs like in the demon ruins, but
that's true. I guess, do we know that it's stairs specifically? Like, is he going at an angle or something? Because I was thinking, like, maybe they were going to have him go to the top of the ladder in his actual fight arena, and then if you were, like, climbing up after him, he could, like, smash the hammer down on the ladder as you were coming up. That'd be fun. Unsurprisingly, this ID shows up in the executable. So this is where the game knows to put you when you start a game or when you complete a game cycle.
Oh, cool.
I will check that out now.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up these animations too. Let's go back 2250. Okay. Just be easier to go backwards. Okay, yeah. Oops, I went too far.
He's certainly winding up in these, yeah.
Oh damn! Oh yeah, look. Oh yeah,
he's waiting.
He's waiting for sure. I'm gonna look that closely at his eye. Kind of weird looking. Yeah, he's definitely waiting.
Well, he is a bull.
And then 9060. I don't. Oh, that's his waiting position when he's on top of the tower, I think. Okay.
Yeah, these are some
Oh yeah, he's definitely attacking somewhere below him. That's yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
But I think that would be fun at the top of the ladder or something, where he's just standing
that would
up
be
there, like
so
wound
evil.
up for
so
it.
evil. It would be extremely funny if it did not that much damage to the player, so it wasn't likely to kill you, but it just knocked you off the ladder or something. That would be very funny. And then he jumps back down. Oscar's demise. Yeah. We can imagine that's the exact animation that knocked Oscar through the roof.
That's true. That would be fun.
Okay.
Let's call this game start position, because that's what it is. Where you spawn when you start a new game. Probably. Yep. Hammer Demon targets balcony. Sure. I don't know how this possibly differs.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's a different like anchor point for him. I guess maybe, I wonder if Asylum Demon has a different anchor point. But yeah, this is not referenced. At least as far as I can tell. Maybe? Oh no, it is. Does it do it for an Asylum Demon though?
Wait, where the hell even is it?
It's in the main Asylum area on the floor. In the boss fight.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, this is reused for Asylum Demon. So this is what lines him up to do that animation.
Gotcha. And then
pretty sure.
Well, that'd be interesting.
Basically, when you walk through the fog, it puts him there. So if you've ever noticed in Rando that it'll warp bosses into that location.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's 2302. Am I looking at the wrong start spot? 2311. Why don't I see 2302 in the spreadsheet?
It's
further. It's a little further down. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the next one's might be.
There's a couple points
or something. I don't know. Let me check. That was 2301 was this one, and then the next one is no, it's a box. It's below the floor. Just below the floor.
Okay. Yeah, it's where he's trying to jump down to, which is fine. I guess it could be below the floor. You know, I don't know how to, that's very weird.
But it says Hammer Demon falls into basement.
Oh shit. Were they planning on having you to be able to like
This box isn't referenced anywhere. I wonder if it's in his AI.
Was there some sort of sneaky way to like get them to break the floor so you could do this early? Like, I don't understand. Like, what?
Yeah, I think this would have been to detect if the boss fell into the lower area, right? Like, it would have checked to see, is the boss in this region temporarily? And then it would know, oh, he must have fallen.
This is extremely weird.
It's very cool because it suggests that maybe they weren't intending that you would have the boss fall through the floor, not just you.
Right.
What is this ID? 2311. Open AI anywhere, maybe? I don't see it. All right, I think this is cut content.
Yay!
Because it's got finished falling down. I wonder where that is. No, that's... Oh, okay. Yeah, you got to look at the neck. Like 2300 is where you'd expect him to fall down after he does the balcony smash thing. But okay. 2302 is in the Stray Demon area.
Huh.
I don't know if I should call this Asylum Demon or Taurus Demon.
Right.
Boss falls into the Stray Demon area. Oh, we'll give this a purple. I don't know what content this would have been cut, but I think it's fairly clear something was going on. And then this one was 2300. Does that appear anywhere? was trying to do? 2300. Set character home for when he smashes a thing, I think. The character HP bar display. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so this is the Asylum Demon home position after smashing a balcony. But 2302 is not used, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, weird.
So this is probably boss home position after falling into the stray demon area.
I mean, if you do like shenanigans, you can get him to fall in there with the stray demon at the same time, but
Yeah. But
it doesn't see it, but it's not referenced.
it's not actually referenced, so
Gotcha.
it's unused, but also you can't get. I mean, nobody's checking for it anyway, so
Yeah,
well,
it's interesting that they definitely thought about the potential for having something fall down into like the lower boss room, but just didn't wind up being a
yeah,
thing.
and it's like a classic mod thing to do at this point is to make you fight something there, and then the floor collapses halfway through because it is cool to fall into that second area and then continue the boss fight, which I guess they did kind of with Curse Rotted Greatwood in DS3. Are there other examples where you like fall through the floor halfway through a boss fight?
Ooh,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, Curse Rotted Greatwood's the first example I would think of. So yeah, 2890. That BGM is the Stray Demons BGM, not the Asylum Demons. Yeah. 2896. This is battle start for the Stray Demon.
It's just used. Yeah, this is the Stray Demon start, of course. But it's just this thin box across the bottom of the arena.
Yeah.
Which I guess makes sense. But yeah, so if you could fall into the Stray Demon but avoid touching the bottom of the area somehow, the fight wouldn't start.
Let's see here. Let me scroll down the spreadsheet. Oh, and it's already labeled by Hoshi above ground and stuff like that. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting that they just call it boss room, basement versus above ground. They don't say like fat demon or whatever they typically call this, the Asylum Demon. So it's kind of unclear about who, like, yeah, we know that upstairs was probably the Taurus Demon and then later the Asylum Demon, but they don't really even say anything about what the Stray Demon boss is so far. It's just boss room. So that's kind of interesting.
Cool. Yeah. Nothing unexpected about the BGM region for the Asylum Demon. Movement target. Is this the... Okay, yeah. It's the anchor point when you walk through the fog gate up here. Boss room above ground battle start. That's when you're going in not through the fog gate, but you're just going in through the front door. So that must be the boundary where he initially jumps down. Let me check that. So there's 2996.
Guess I haven't been checking these. I was assuming it was the fog gate region, but obviously not. So let me look at this. Oh, I guess is it used for both? I don't know. 2996. How's this used?
Yeah, as soon as I cross this is when he jumps down, I'm guessing. Well, I could just move it to me to be sure before I get too close. And like if it was something else, so let's just move it.
I guess this one is more properly here.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah, so this is. Let's just call it Birth by Start.
Yes, there'll be a part 3 for the enemy detection on site.
Okay, 2998. All right. Back to the less standard stuff, maybe.
Right. Okay, let's see. What am I looking for here? Okay, so...
Yeah, that's an interesting point, that the way they describe the boss room is almost like it's one big boss fight. I wonder if they were considering doing that where you fought, you know, because obviously Demon Souls had a essentially unwinnable tutorial fight. So I wonder if they were considering like, yeah, you can fight Asylum Demon, but then halfway through, like, yeah, his health's almost done, and then the floor collapses, you're down in this lower area, and now he just like kills you. Like, you know, that would be cool too. But, or I mean, I don't think I'd
it'd
like
be
it
worse,
as much,
but yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
you know, I could see where they would come from with that. But,
right.
Yeah.
Escaped boss room hitbox. Oh, this is gonna be a thing that just closes the gate behind you. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. So we're gonna see something funny here. Watch it close from. I'll move it to me. What?
Is this not used?
Is this not the right one?
I thought I looked into this.
Is it collision based instead or something weird? Or are we gonna find another region?
Collision based. You're right. That's what it is.
It's literally just collision based.
Yeah, it's if you're standing on the collision. So this is an unused region. I don't know why they did it with the collision, but yeah.
Weird.
Because this comes up in the Estes skip video because it needs to. Some of the logic depends on if you fled from the fight or not, and yeah, it's checking to see if you're on the collision in that hallway.
Gotcha. That is crazy. Yeah, you can tell
this region doesn't get used.
Yeah, anywhere else in the game probably would have handled this with an event region.
Yes.
So yeah, that is surprising.
It's unclear to me why it works like this. Like, why do you have to be standing on the collision specifically?
It's so funny because you would not assume that that's unused. You'd look at it and just immediately be like, yeah, when you step into that space, the gate closes behind you. Like,
yeah,
that is very funny. Well, that is definitely the most, like, we found a bunch of like silly things that cut content that barely count, but I think that's the most mundane possible. I mean, like, well, actually, it's not the event region when you step through the gate, it's the hallway itself, the collision. It's just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, it is truly baffling in some of these cases. Like, why does it work like this? Who knows? Like, this is where you would need to sit down with the developers and be like, what problem were you trying to solve here? We just can't tell.
Yeah. Start position after in-engine cutscene. So this is just going to be like when you fly here via Crow on a return trip? Is that what they mean? Or is it the starting cell?
It's the starting cell.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm guessing it's in the exact same place as... where am I? How do I escape from here? Here we go. Wait, why don't I see it? 2011, right?
Yes.
Is it a point or something? What's happening?
No. It should be in the corner.
Oh, it is in the corner. I couldn't see it. Okay, so I guess that is where you start. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't.
What the point.
Yeah, because you don't start on the key item, so which is like where the other warp point in the room is.
Yeah, so I think what happens is the other point that we saw is where you technically load into the map when you start the game. It puts you there. And then it immediately plays a cutscene. And after that cutscene, it warps you here.
Gotcha. Yeah, when it makes sense, because if you die before rusting out of Bonfire, you wind up back in the cell, but you don't wind up right here, because the cutscene didn't happen again. You wind up over here again. Okay. The question, does forcing the playing of a cutscene through Remo count as the cutscene playing?
No, it won't.
It wouldn't? Okay.
Because the cutscene itself is immaterial to this. What's happening is there's an event script command that says play this cutscene and warp the player to this specified point. So it's not inherent to the cutscene.
Gotcha.
Forta Sanctus asks, what does data mining mean? That is a big question, but basically it just means digging through the game on a technical level, so not just necessarily like playing through the game, but also looking at its files and stuff, or doing stuff in a debug mode or whatever to try and extract more information that you wouldn't necessarily be able to. So even something like looking up drop rates might be considered data mining, for example, because you're pulling them out of the game directly rather than experimentally getting them. We're looking at some of the map data basically to look for regions that cause things to happen, or maybe warp points like we were just looking at here.
What is 2305?
The
mini fatty.
Yeah, that's the name for Asylum Demon.
Mini fatty. That is incredible.
This is when Asylum Demon is hovering in the air, glowering down at you as you open the main Asylum gates. He is teleported in midair.
But oh, I saw the older region drawn, so I was a little confused. Hold on, I don't remember what I had drawn. Let's just start over. Okay.
And it like turns off his gravity and stuff, I think, as part of this.
Yeah.
Well, technically it doesn't. It just sticks him in animation 9000 that turns off his animations.
Okay.
His gravity and stuff.
Let's see. This is event again 23 or 2011.
I believe the mini implies that it's like the younger brother of the Stray and Fire Sage demons and stuff. It's kind of small fish type thing.
Yep. Yeah, it's his location for when he's waiting for you. He's technically flying, but I mean, they didn't render the.
Yes, he is in midair, right? So,
yeah,
but you can't tell that.
You can't tell that. Yeah, they're cheating. Yeah, because you can see him before the boss fight starts. But I guess you can actually. I didn't realize you could see his feet from here. You can. That's funny.
But I mean, he does fly in his fight. It's not like he is incapable of flight. I guess
he does have wings. They are animated. That's
what's interesting is because this specifically calls it mini fatty. Presumably, this is not something that Taurus Demon would have done,
right?
Which makes sense. Taurus Demon can't fly.
I just love the placement of that window, so you can see him waiting for you before the fight starts. But I didn't really contemplate, because I knew like how he was positioned, because I've gone with the free cam and I've messed around a lot, but I just kind of assumed you couldn't see that he was actually hovering the whole time, which is ridiculous. Like, he is so heavy and his wings are moving so little that it's just like, that's not...
Yeah, there is concept art for Taurus Demon, but what I mean is specifically, I don't think they had a idea of positioning Taurus, like flying in the middle of the air for it. If they were doing it with Taurus, he probably would have been crouched on the edge of, much closer or something like that.
Right, kind of
to make him visible.
Kind of where we got, like, he is crouched on the tower when you are in the Undead Burg, although they position him like really low, so you can't really see him. And then if you do go around from the wrong side, he's clipped into the tower, and it looks pretty jank. But
I do wonder, like, if they were to reuse that type of animation here, like, crush the Taurus Demon down so that he's kind of squat, like maybe he could have been looking down on the through the roof hole in that way. Who knows? But yeah, I just specifically meant they probably wouldn't have Taurus Demon flying to do this because that doesn't make sense.
That's fun. Yeah, I didn't know how they were gonna like. I just assumed that'd be like his initial location or whatever, but that makes sense that they would do it that way. 2000. Let me scroll down the sheet again. Edge of cliff. Okay, so this is going to be the thing that triggers the cutscene to get transported to Firelink.
Right.
I thought I pulled the game back up. Here we go.
Something interesting that this event does that I'm just looking at right now, because obviously it's going to wait for you to be in this region and then play the cutscene, right? Like, that's fine. It specifically puts Asylum Demon in the load queue. Like, I don't... And then if you've defeated him, it takes him out of the load queue once you warp to Firelink. And so it's like, but he should be dead 100% of the time. I don't understand the point of doing that.
Yeah.
Why they're managing his back read state. Like, I don't get it, but...
Brayden asked, didn't we see crouching animations for Taurus? I don't think we saw any like different ones than the one he already has when he's in the Undead Burg. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, so this is obviously just going to take us to Firelink the moment we step inside. Yep. No surprises there. All right, let's see what's next we got here. 29.
Yeah, next is just the reverse. It's just the warp point that you get when you come back.
When you come back.
No.
Cool. Yeah, I was expecting to find that at some point.
The next one is this used? Is this in Firelink?
Did I not draw that correctly though? Oh no, wait. 2090. I drew the next one by accident. This is, yeah, here it is. So this is 2100. This is where you warp to from Firelink when the crow drops you back off here.
So we're gonna have to do another search for this one, but I don't think this next one is used.
I never really thought about it, but I guess you don't walk from the nest when the crow brings you back, because it would be, it'd be awkward to start off with an interaction prompt instantly, seeing curl up like a ball again. And
Yeah,
if you
that's
accidentally
true.
like tap B to back step off the cliff would also probably be annoying. So yeah, it does make sense that it's not on the nest itself.
Okay, I think the next point is unused, and I think it's in Firelink. So you'd have to load the Firelink map, I think.
Gotcha. Which is like down here somewhere, I think. Yeah. Good thing I just knew that. That's like... yeah, is it redundant? Because we did find it in the Firelink map, right? Didn't we find like the actual one for getting you out of the asylum?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, this could be redundant. I could see them like not knowing which map to do that from potentially.
Yeah, we saw that kind of confusion in other areas where they were clearly, like with Anorlando and Painted World and stuff, where there's clearly probably connected to this some imprecision about like, okay, which area is connected to Firelink, where's the starting area and stuff. So I suspected it ended up with a bunch of different duplicate points here, and then some of them just got left behind and don't do anything.
Okay. White light checkpoint. Oh, the skybox texture looks like a real life photo. Yeah, totally. It's totally got to be like a composite of a few real images for sure. Yeah, that is a real mountain somewhere, probably.
Destination.
It'd be funny if you could like see someone skiing or something like that.
Wasn't that a thing?
It'd be way too small.
What was it? Was it DS3 or something? I feel like it showed up in a Zully video. Maybe it was DS1, where there was a version of this texture that has ski paths and stuff.
Yeah, I'm wondering because like it feels like I'm gonna stumble upon that if I keep Like, is this that? Maybe? There's some more.
I feel like it's this, right? Like,
It's
why
got to
is
be
there
this.
like
Why are there streaks going down the mountain?
Nothing can beat the Heineken logo. Of course, but yeah, this looks kind of weirdly manicured for a. I mean, I understand that there's other civilizations in this universe, and maybe they set up a ski slope. I don't know, but
that'd be so
or
fucking
it
funny.
doesn't have to be a ski slope. It could be a pathway to cart undead to this forsaken asylum.
No, it's definitely a ski slope or
down.
Well, it doesn't have to be skiing. It could be snowboarding as well.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very suspicious. How much? To what extent can you actually see that though? Hold on, let me get out of free cam.
I feel like I noticed this at some point from looking around in the skybox in the map, legitimately, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're totally going to be able to look around and just see it. I think. I don't know. Where was I seeing? Oh no, it's off to the left more. Or we could totally see that then if we just. Oh yeah, just look to the left. So yeah, anytime before the crow flies out, you could look down and appreciate that there's probably future chosen undead skiing down there or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean there's fog occluding it to some extent, so it's not that obvious, but yeah, if you get a good look and just stare for a while, you're like, that doesn't look natural.
Yeah, I have depth of field turned off as well, and
binoculars could help too. Who knows?
I don't know. Does this really make things fuzzier? No, not. No, it didn't. But depth of field was definitely harsher in the original version of the game. That's funny. The Asturian Alps. Yeah, I love that. Let's scroll down the spreadsheet.
Yeah, then we get the fog gate stuff. I guess I'll look at these and to see that they're not secretly being used to spawn the boss or something, but I highly doubt it. They basically never are. No, they're just used in the fog gate event. Okay.
Gotcha. So nothing unusual. It's just going to be the texture from outside the building here looks gnarly. Yep, here it is. Okay. So now
I think I need to know, or I need to check something with this. Object actions. Oh, interesting.
So now we have 2010. First prison cell? Why? We've already done multiple things in there, so what is...
I don't see this being used anywhere. Am I wrong?
Huh. Yeah, what would matter? Why would they want to check if you're in the first cell?
My only thought was opening this door, but right, because you need the key, but they don't need to do anything weird with that. They can just check to see if you have the key or not, which is what they do, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I don't see this. I guess I'll do another search to see if this shows up anywhere.
Yeah, it's incredibly odd. I can't think of any reason why they'd want to check it. Also, I know I've looked at this before, but I'm just going to double check where exactly the top of this prison cell is, because I'm about to ruin everyone's immersion. Yeah, bullshit. So yeah, when you're leaving the asylum and you see this outcropping, well, you can't really see past the top of that, so you could imagine that just beyond the top of this there's like a hole. But yeah, it's not exactly the true top of the cell here. The skylight is under this rock, so it doesn't make any sense. How dare they?
Yeah, it's kind of unclear why they do that. Like, they could have just... It's not like you can get over there or anything.
No, you can't. There's invisible walls over here. Yeah, you can't.
So I'm surprised they... they didn't just put like, oh, there's a whole underground section on the side here, and like even they could have cut some windows into the side of the rock wall that then you could have looked out from the cell or something. Like, I don't know. That would have been cool. I mean, the whole thing is kind of questionable geologic type stuff anyway, because it's like, why is this in this rock outcropping causing some severe issues? Like, there's a whole dungeon in below this thing, and yet it's on this fairly thin area. But anyway,
Sansk or Sun SC says, first prison, implying we'll be imprisoned again later. Yeah, New Game Plus. Yeah, that's funny. Or your second time at Duke, because I was also thinking that.
Yeah, I don't see this. Yeah. This does not appear to be used.
Gotcha. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me too much, because we found other, like, the two other things handle everything that we would need in the cell. Unless it was, like, checking, like, start the walking animation for the fake stray demon when you're in the cell, you know, but, like, if it's not being called for that.
Yeah, I guess it could be. I can check. That would have to be in his AI, I guess.
Ooh.
It's plausible that it would be doing that.
That's the only other thing I could think of. I'm trying to like think of anything else in the level that might
there,
check.
So.
It's not there.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I don't know what causes him to do that static animation, but I would expect that it just does it at the start of the map load, basically, unless you're doing something else. But yeah.
Now what? 2400.
Now I don't think this is what people would expect for a floor collapse hitbox.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if people know this, right? What this looks like.
Well, oh, we just got greeted by Asylum Demon Ass jump scare. Yeah, I'm confused. So, floor collapse hitbox, and you said it's not what people think it is, and I'm just like, how? It is.
This causes the thing. This causes the floor to break. Apparently.
No, but I don't have to get that close to that sphere, do I?
I don't know.
Hold on. Yeah. Let's kill this guy.
Get destroyed anywhere else? No, that's the only place it's mentioned. Is the player in this sphere?
Okay, hold on. We are going to go to Firelink.
That's what I mean. I'm like, is this true? This is so weird, because nobody would expect this if this is the case, right? It should be a big rectangle or something.
Yeah, I was expecting a larger region. But yeah, we made it to Firelink.
Oh, so good. So easy.
All right, here we go. So now we're in the second version of the Asylum where the floor can actually break.
Like, deactivate object, request object destruction, play sound effect. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see a reason why this wouldn't do what we are expecting it should be responsible for, I guess. But
all right, I'm moving it to me. Yeah, I assumed it was a little larger than this. That's why I'm a little surprised. It's not too surprising, but yeah.
I guess I assumed it was a different shape.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was expecting it to be able to happen from like a little bit further back in the room. So that's that's easier to miss than I
naturally assume that you're gonna walk into it and that it's anywhere on the breaking floor area. But no, you have to be pretty close to the center of it.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense because they don't want you like rolling away from it.
They don't want you like just clipping it and then being able to like snipe them with arrows or whatever. Huh. But yeah, it's definitely a little smaller than I was expecting.
Yeah.
All right, let's scroll down again. Hey, good old hot girl is back. Let's go.
Yeah, this first one is where the item gets placed when you load the game after a trade.
Oh, neat. Get back to the game. Here we go.
So there's two boxes here. So the first one is where the item gets placed, and then the bigger box, the second one, is obviously where you can place the item to trade.
Oh, neat.
And I guess do people know that there's a cut trade?
Oh.
Item?
I don't even know about that. What's the cut trade?
have to look it up. It's in the event scripts, basically. I think it's like a souvenir of reprisal or something like that. Let me see if I can find it.
She's a hawk too, is a chat.
True. I don't think people say that anymore. That's we're all about 6'7" now. So.
Yeah. No, it's funny because I made that video like before the Hawk Tua thing happened. So once that Hawk Tua thing happened, there was a surge of those comments, which was very funny.
All right, how does this work? Oh, this might be handled by the executable, actually. Yeah, anyway. Oh, no, maybe... No, it is. I had to patch the executable to change it, actually. Or did I? 1 second. That's 3,000. I feel bad. On Snuggly... Item lot ID. Well, I can at least look that part up. What you would get from it, I guess. 7. This item lot 3000. True. Item. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Oh, sorry. The cut item is trading a dried finger, which you definitely can't do because it's like a multiplayer item. You can't drop it. But you would have gotten a blue titanite chunk.
Nice.
Do that. There you go.
Cool. The most tantalizing. Yeah. Wow.
I don't know why you would do that, but that did exist. It's checking for it. I don't believe you can actually drop the dried finger, so it'll never work. Yeah.
Yeah, so for some people being confused about her being a hawk, to recap, if you haven't seen my video about like the Snuggly and like the naming convention stuff, in Demon Souls, the character was called Double-Winged Hawk Girl, but you could never actually see a character, and the nest is up in a tree. And the quote-unquote crow's nest, as a lot of people referred to it as in Demon Souls, because you do see other birds like circling around the nest. They are not crows. They are they're hawks that have 4 wings. So it's like double-winged hawk girl. It's very confusing though, because the voice acting is like evokes a crow, you know, like the like it's like that's someone voice acting a crow, kind of, I guess. So like I don't know what the intention is there. It's like, is it just another one of those 4 winged crows up in the nest? Is it like a baby of them that you're trading with? Is there like an egg in that nest? It's not rendered. It's too high out of view. So like even the free cam doesn't give you any answers, of course. Is it like some weird like human bird, like feral child raised by the birds? Is it a crow pretending to be a hawk? Like it's so confusing, but at least very unambiguously, its official name was Double-Winged Hawk Girl, and it was surrounded by hawks. It gets so much more confusing in Dark Souls because internally it is once again named Hawk Girl. They dropped the double-winged part. So internally she's known as Hawk Girl again, and it's like, that's probably just carryover from Demon Souls, but like, I don't know what to think. It gets so confusing in Dark Souls 1 because it's like, well, the bird that flies you to and from the asylum is not the same bird you trade with, but it's clearly a corvid, you know, crow, raven, who cares? The distinction does not matter.
And their nests look very similar.
But their nests look the same, and these are the eggs of a crow, apparently. But like the thing is, they reuse the same nest and just like scaled it up and down. So I don't know how much intentionality you can get out of this. It's kind of like, so someone might be like, no, but those are crow's eggs, and it's like, yeah, but the bird from Firelink is a different kind of bird. He says, here we go. It's the same nest, just scaled. So it's kind of like, I don't know how much intentionality there is in how the eggs appear over here, if they just like copied and pasted that. So like, but she does talk like a crow still, so I have no idea what the fuck she is. All of the names, Sparkly in Demon Souls, Snuggly in Dark Souls, all of that are community nicknames. They were never official. So yeah, the only official names are Double Winged Hawk Girl and Hawk Girl. So very confusing.
Yeah, I'll say that the eggs come as part of the nest object, like it's just one object. So if they scaled it down, just it wouldn't be like, oh, they also added the crow eggs. Who knows?
Yeah, and Algae says also crows collect shiny things and not hawks. So like you can make a defense for crow. Like it's completely understandable that everyone would assume it by the time of Dark Souls 1. But the funny thing is that before Dark Souls came out, people referred to the nest in Demon Souls as a crow's nest. And it's like, those are not crows, those are hawks. So the confusion was already happening within the lifespan of Demon Souls alone. Where in Demon Souls, she got the nickname of Sparkly the Crow. And it's like, definitely not a... Well, I mean, I'm saying definitely, but has the voice of a crow still. So it's like, I don't know. It's very confusing. And then, like, it goes weird places. Because by the time Dark Souls 3 came out, the official guidebook did start referencing the name of... I'm forgetting that for my own video. I think the official guidebook did finally refer to the Pickle P or Pumperum as...
I think it called it Snuggly.
They called it Snuggly by that point. So it's like the name finally became semi-canon by that point. But then it's like, but no one calls it Snuggly in Dark Souls 3 even anymore. So it's just like, they're just like
and then there's Dinah and Tilo, that I don't remember if they say what they are at all, but nobody cares about them.
No one cares about them. It's just kind of like, we had the name from their name is so weird from the guidebook that no one disagrees with it, because it's just kind of like, okay, well, Dinah or Dinah and Tilo, like however you pronounce that. Like, okay, sure. It doesn't specify the bird type in their name, so like, whatever. But yeah, just very confusing. I don't know what this bird is. I'm going with weird invisible hawk egg, crow egg thing. I don't know.
I guess you and I did discover or help somebody learn about a sort of weird thing with Snuggly, though, regarding Bonfire rest.
Yeah, and I'm already forgetting the specifics.
Me too.
I
can go look up my old comment or whatever.
Yeah, because there's something very confusing where, like, sometimes you don't get the interaction right away. So people thought there was some prerequisite for being able to interact with Snuggly here. But like there isn't, but it's just, it can be thrown off by like how you load into the level. Like there's something confusing. Like I think if I go straight there, I do have the interaction. Maybe. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So a lot of people falsely have the impression that you have to... That's only like possible in a return trip, but it's so confusing. It's like resting at a bonfire breaks it or fixes it, or
Yeah, okay. So I found my old comment here from 7 months ago. So yeah, you said resting at a bonfire breaks the ability to speak with her until you reload or enter the area. So you could rest at one of the bonfires in the asylum, run to her nest, not hear any dialogue, drop the item, and then go to the back to the bonfire, quit and reload, and then rest at it again, and you'll find the item is traded correctly, but she never speaks. And so what I learned was that basically it's because they use a temporary flag for this. So the reason they use a flag for this is because they don't want Snuggly to immediately play her dialogue when you load next to the nest, which of course you're going to do all the time. So they don't want, they want to give it a second, and so they need to use a flag to see if you were engaging with the trade. And so the problem is that temporary flags reset when you rest at a bonfire.
No.
And it doesn't restart the event. So what happens is when you load the game, it'll work just fine, but as soon as you rest at a bonfire, it will stop working. And so the reason that it doesn't work for most people is, of course, they rest at a bonfire before they meet Snuggly, except when they're coming back from the asylum, where they will immediately talk to Snuggly and notice that she gives dialogue.
Yes.
So then somebody else pointed out, okay, but that doesn't always work if I basically cheat and come back. immediately, and it's because in order for it to reset, you have to let it leave the load queue. And so if you were to go to Firelink and then immediately come back, the flag is still turned off.
Yeah.
So you have to rest at a bonfire away from the asylum. And yeah.
Yeah, that is so fucking funny. Yeah, to give more context to what Hot Pocket was just saying there. Let's say you just left the Asylum for the first time. You get dropped off in Firelink. From here, we're close enough to the nest that map 1801 is still in the preloading queue. So if you use the exploit to get back to the Asylum immediately, map 1801 never unloads from here. So like you could do the thing where you jump over here, walk around, and then there's a kind of awkward jump that's a little tricky to do where you can get up this collision, but you can do it. So that's how you can get back to the Asylum early without ever using the parish elevator.
Yeah, you're definitely not supposed to do that.
Yeah. So it is very funny. So you could fly back and then just like, so some people were wondering, being like, what the fuck is up with like, why just is Snuggly not there sometimes? And it's like, that's it. It's because you rested at a bonfire and didn't like reload the game or something.
Yeah, but because other people were like, yeah, but I rested at the Firelink bonfire, but then ran it, then came back and it worked fine. It's like, yeah, because you went all the way through Undead Burg, and when you do that, it unloads the Asylum and starts all the scripts again when you come back. So then it starts working until you rest at a bonfire again. But yeah, very weird.
That is extreme jank. It is very unfortunate that there's some circumstances where you can just walk up to the nest and it doesn't happen. That is not good.
Either way, and I think people don't realize this, even if Snuggly doesn't say anything, she will still conduct trades. That part has no bearing on the dialogue.
Yes. Yeah. It's like a trust fall at that point. Like, is this going to work? And like the answer is yes, it actually will work. But
yeah.
That is funny. Okay, what now? So, iron. All right, cool. We're getting into traps, the fun stuff. Of which there's one.
Like one trap.
There's one trap.
So. Well, I guess the broken floor is a trap, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Not really.
It isn't. Look, that feels like its own thing, being the way to start a boss fight.
Yeah. This one script is not surprising at all. Are you in the area? If so, create a damaging object and make it do something.
Nice.
So yeah, I guess you can have fun moving this one around or something, but
yeah,
nothing too exciting here. Although it does extend kind of far out. Like, I didn't realize you could trigger the boulder just by walking beside the staircase, but anyway.
Oh yeah, but your feet have to be in the space.
But your feet. I
yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah, that won't trigger it. Yeah. Anytime we see like these event regions, like it's checking that your feet are inside them, like the center.
Yeah, of the bottom center of your body.
Yeah, so the invisible capsule that surrounds us. Yeah. But yeah, this is so we could just move it to us though. Let's see. Let's lower it. And I think this is bringing it towards me. Yeah. We did it. It almost hit me still because it suddenly curves to the left to like. To actually make it through the wall.
It does not follow physics at all. It is playing a canned animation, so
yeah,
they could have made it do a loop-de-loop in the middle and do it.
Yeah, and the hollow isn't actually animated to do anything. It's kind of interesting. The one that pushes like the fire barrel in the Undead Burg, I'm pretty sure you see him push the barrel, right? Like he actually has an animation, or am I misremembering?
I don't remember. I think he does.
I think he does. Let me double check. But this guy, and I'll double check here as well. This guy, I'm quite certain doesn't. But let's double check. And again, I have to be careful about flying without making myself invincible, because I'll fly up into kill planes above me. Okay. So we'll just be able to see with free cam. Yeah, it just starts rolling. Game doesn't care. But I think I think we're actually going to see this guy push it. Oh, but I have enemies turned off. God damn it. All right, so I have to check again in a second. Oh, but that wouldn't... No, if they have an animation, even if they're turned off, they should play it. So I think... Because it's not like an actual... It's not their AI at that point. It's just... Yeah. So, yeah, you see him push it regardless. Yeah, so, yeah, the first guy definitely doesn't have an animation for that. He actually, like, stabs it with his sword, which is very funny. Okay, what else do we have here?
Now we have the shortcut gate in before the bonfire after you meet Oscar.
Okay. And this is
got a region on either side.
21. Yeah, because we're doing this is the one-way door shenanigans again or whatever.
Yeah, so it gives you a buff.
Yeah,
you can open a door if you're on the correct side.
Yeah,
actually, well, technically you get it on either side, but it only gives you it on the quote-unquote wrong side, the bonfire side, if you've already opened the door.
Gotcha.
You might want to shut the door.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, the one-way door shenanigans are very funny. The hidden body buff that allows you to open it from the other side.
Yes.
Let's go here. I'll demonstrate that once again, even though it was in an earlier stream, but I know someone's maybe not watching all of it. Let's see. That is under game, character instructions. SP effect. So I have these various effects running, but we're going to see a new one appear when I step into this box.
Yeah.
4150. That's like the secret buff you get standing in here that allows you to open one-way doors from a certain side.
Yeah.
That is a very funny way of handling that. Love that.
Yeah, so doors can check to either see if you possess a key, if a certain event flag is set, that can also be conditioned on it, but they can also check to see if you have a buff in replacement for a key, and that is what one-way doors use. They check to see if you have 4150, that is the I can open this door buff.
Oh, you know what? And when we were trying to mess with this before, we didn't move the regen because we didn't realize we could do that yet.
That's true.
So that is...
Yeah, so you can pull the region to the wrong side, and you'll be able to open it from the wrong side.
Yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Question, can a slightly corrupted save file trigger hidden content, mismatched dialogue, subtitles, etc.? Hypothetically, yes. In practice, I would just say the chances are like infinitesimal, like maybe specifically in Dark Souls 1, no. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think it would do mismatched dialogue subtitles and stuff like that, but like, yeah, in theory, you could set one of these weird flags or something such that the game thinks that you did something that you haven't, but triggers one of these events that we've seen that aren't really used.
Right.
But it would be basically impossible to actually get to happen by accident.
What I want to know, are you familiar with like the frequent save corruption that happens on Xbox? Do you know anything what I'm talking about?
The only one that I'm aware of is the one where basically no event scripts run, and so people are running around and like they can't use ladders and stuff. Yeah, and the character gets all like spooky, right? Like his name becomes like Y with like a couple dots above it or whatever. Yeah, I think that's basically, I don't know about the name thing, but basically something is going wrong where it fails to initialize any of the character or event script data. Like it can't read any event flags as well, so the event system doesn't initialize correctly. Sometimes on PC it ends up that it can't even load the map data for whatever reason, and so you just end up falling in a gray void forever. And the weird part too is it's always Xbox. Like obviously saves can get corrupted hypothetically on any platform and have on PC as well, but there's a very specific version of it where the save data, like from the character load menu, always looks like it screws up how the character looks in their name, and it always like comes out the same way, I guess. And like anytime anyone posts about it on Reddit, without fail, it's always Xbox. And I'm just like, yeah, can the glitch be reproduced? And no idea. It happens to no clue. No clue what causes it. But yeah, like Xbox is like the least safe platform to play the Dark Souls remaster on.
I don't get it. It happens to a lot of people. Some people like the cloud saves are automated or whatever, so like they don't even have like an older save or whatever. They can. It's bad. So. And someone said, well, Braden said 360, but yeah, I think this particular one is a remaster glitch. I think. It's so weird. I have no idea what's up with that. What's going on with the remaster on Xbox? Wait, QLOC question mark. What is happening?
We got a QLOC one. It's in English. They put a point light in front of the falling gate that you run away from Asylum Demon. There's a big light in front of it.
They made this brighter.
Yeah, so I mean, if we want to do another
we are
prisoner comparison.
We are absolutely going to do another side by side here.
Yeah, there's a light basically like right between those two pots.
Yeah, hold up.
Pot and that column that you just smashed. It's right in front of the gate, apparently. I don't know how you would possibly notice this because of the two torches above it that also have a big amount of light. But anyway, in theory, there's a light here. Let's
compare what this looks like between the two versions of the game. QLOC added a point light above the chained prisoner leading towards the abyss, the chasm of the abyss in the DLC.
We found, funnily enough, washes it out such that you can't see the chained prisoner very well. But anyway.
Yeah, it washes us out. It's less contrast. It objectively makes the game look worse. So we kind of were reading them for adding a nonsensical point light that made the visuals worse.
I mean, some of this is also because we're like, man, the texture work is not good. So we'll see how it stacks up here. But
yeah, like in this case, maybe it's an improvement because some people have a hard time finding the exit, and if they made it a little bit brighter in the remaster, I will give this one to them because I think this. But
I do think it's funny that From clearly was also trying to do that. There's two torches in here.
There's two torches in here.
To direct your towards it.
So I'm inclined to think that this is like an improvement. I think QLOC probably got this one right.
Yeah, we'll take a look. I don't know how strong or whatever this light is, but yeah, gate light is the name of the light.
Where's Steam? So let's open up. Do I have Prepare to Die edition? Why can't I? What's happening? Okay, I'll go do it from here. Because as I've learned, I can run both versions of Dark Souls at the same time without my computer blowing up.
Famous last words.
Yeah, right. We'll see what happens. And I know, like, and that's something we talked about in the DLC stream when we got there. Is that like it's known for like the remaster is known for not handling lighting in all the best ways, where like some parts look worse as well. But the fact that it's not common for there to be like specific hand placed point lights by QLOC that make the game look worse, right? Like that's them overhauling the system entirely, leading to like some issues, but like they didn't like hand place a bunch of things and it's like, oh, that's why that looks worse. So it was very funny to find that the DLC being like, oh damn it, they really did screw that up for some reason. I don't know if they thought that hallway was like too dark, but like it is so obvious that is the way forward in the level. It's a long corridor towards like a tough enemy coming out who will see you and emerge from that hallway. There's no one has ever missed that hallway, like going towards the chasm of the abyss. So I don't know.
I still like the idea that this is like them trying to do stuff and then Bandai Namco coming in being like, no, stop doing that. We didn't pay you for that. So you get a couple point lights at like 2 key points. Maybe you get these 2 fog wall things that pushes summon signs away, but only there. They started to add some extra Covenant stuff, but no, that's gone. You can't access that anymore. It's just like, I know I always come back to blaming Bandai Namco rather than QLOC, but I think that was the story that came out basically was they wanted to do a more a better remaster that would have taken longer, and it's like, we just want to resell this thing for $40 or whatever. So like, hurry it up, just improve, quote unquote, improve in some cases the textures and the SFX and get the different networking or whatever and push it out the door.
Okay,
I'm salty about this also because QLOC had nothing to do with them removing Prepare to Die edition from Steam, and I don't like that.
Right.
Like, you can still access it if you own it, but that meant that all of the modding stuff and the other things that we had became inaccessible to most people who didn't own it already, and I found that very annoying.
So here I am in Prepare to Die edition, and we're...
And it looks so bad compared to Dark Souls 1
Yeah.
Remastered. How could you ever play this? I'm just kidding. But yeah, I do find it funny. Somebody pointed out, like, a lot of the times people ask, is this Prepare to Die edition or is it remastered? And that's a bad thing to have people wondering about constantly. Like, you should be able to tell the difference.
I will always give credit to the remaster for fixing the UI in terms of they didn't completely overhaul it, but just like the text and everything. This is so fried looking. It looks bad. I do miss the original Bonfire though, with like the little circular rotating orbitals. But okay, let's make the enemies not bother us. Yeah, no, there are aspects of the remaster that do look better for sure, but it's just
like the way I
this
tell
is definitely darker
from the specular highlights and also from the text. Like if somebody has the menu open, you can tell.
Okay, so let's.
I wonder if they also made the torches brighter, because looking at this, I'm like, those torches exist, but they look really dim compared to the remaster. So I wonder if they put this point light in, but also made those torches really bright.
Let's see if I can get the camera angle somewhat lined up here. Did I? Oh no, here it is. Where was I standing? I was standing like right on this tile. Yeah, this is much brighter. Oh, and I do have the brightness set to 8, and I don't think I've changed that in the other one yet, so let me fix that. Okay. Brightness is 8. So, alright, so what's the verdict? I'm going to toggle the windows here, and we have... Yeah, it's a lot brighter. It's brighter, and I have to say, it looks better in the remaster. Having the light spill around the other side of the column.
That's true. The light does look better, yeah. They definitely made the flame bigger. That's funny.
The flame effect is larger. But
you can also see it's like, you can tell if you look carefully that there is that invisible point light in front of the thing, because look how the light spills so far down on the ground in front of the gate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, they tried harder to guide players towards that door, which I approve of. That gets my seal of approval. Nothing wrong with that. That was the intent of having torches there in the first place, but it's kind of not that hard to miss them in the chaos of a boss attacking you. So this is how you do like yellow paint without being too obnoxious with it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how many people miss this gate now in the remaster. I know there's not a lot of people playing this game new. But,
right, completely blind. Well, Elden Ring did bring a lot of people over, but yeah, I imagine that like the percentage of players who missed it in the original was probably a little higher. Like
the pots did not get moved. Illusory just smashed different ones.
Oh, I just smashed. Yeah, I smashed it. Yeah, the pots are all the same. Yeah, they didn't touch anything like that in the game. Yeah, that's fun to see as I continuously mash the button, but everyone gets the point by now. So.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I like that. All right, I'm gonna Alt F4 the Prepare to Die edition. All right.
I like discovering stuff like that because, again, like, would you personally notice this? No, but it's cool seeing that they did put some of this small stuff in here when they were going through it.
Yeah.
Good or bad in some cases, but
yeah. Again, yeah, that one
I like
hallway,
appreciating their work, you know.
Yeah, if you go back to the stream with the DLC, you can see us doing the same comparison for the point light they added, and that was a downgrade. It looks so much uglier, and it looks so much better in the original version of the game. That is funny. But yeah, they nailed this one though. This one's good.
Yeah, and that makes me feel like they could have done more if they had been given more time and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I do think that there's a possibility to improve Dark Souls 1 in some places, like cleaning up some of the kind of jank stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me get the spreadsheet back on the screen here.
Hey, these two regions are not a pair, but they associated with one another. Makes sense to me. I'm reading AI.
Now I'm always going to notice that as I run to that door.
It's going to be your thing. Hey, guys, did you notice that this is a little bit brighter?
That's so funny.
Stop in the middle of the fight, get hit by the hammer, just so
Yeah, you guys got to check this out.
People are like, we don't care.
Exactly. Just play the game, man. What is next? This is 2102. Bow soldiers run away. Bow soldiers run away destination. Calling the soldier is funny. He's just a oh yeah, it's just a regular hollow.
Yeah, interesting that it shows up in 2 AIs. It shows up in the normal hollow with a bow and the heavy crossbowman, maybe? I'm not entirely sure which one's which here, but I don't necessarily know, but
we could also potentially do something funny here by moving this to the wrong place. So
that's true.
Let's see. Very nice for the coordinates to be aligned with the hallway.
While you play around with that, I'm going to look at nav mesh stuff.
Oh, sure. All right, so I'm going to re-enable...
One of us has a more interesting job.
The enemy's hostility and, well, and where's the fleet trigger? Let's visualize that as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of cool to see, like, exactly where that is.
Oh, yeah, and it's a tiny little... Again, it could be set up anyway. It could be it could be a sphere in the hallway. It could be a box that's wider than this. It's like, it really doesn't matter. As long as you're guaranteed to step through it, that's the only thing that counts. But yeah, I'll turn on the enemy's hostility, and he's gonna run towards us, I guess. Yeah, let's go. That's very fun. I like that just the nav mesh does all the work, and it's just wanting, and it knows the end destination based on this event region. It's the scientific process in small-scale demonstration. If you think you know how something works, you should be able to make a prediction. Okay. So no mysteries with any of that.
I found something different, or something interesting. So we had the Asylum Demon background music.
Mm-hmm.
That's not actually used. The next region called Hammer Demon background music is the one that actually plays the music. The other one doesn't do anything.
Huh.
Which I guess makes sense. I'm just like, yeah, because this specifically says when you enter the Asylum Demon, turn on 181-3800, which is the one that's linked to this sound. The 2990 is just used to detect if you're in the fight, basically.
Huh.
So
is it because there's 2 different entrances to that boss room that they wound up just kind of handling it differently? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Weird. Violent with a light point for Crow Landing. It's kind of interesting. But I can't really visualize any of those. Tutorial messages. Are any of these unused? Do we have to go through the process of...
I really don't want to. Let me look through the... I guess I can... Smithbox tells me the text on each message. Camera controls. Open menu. Change equipment. Attack on the right button. Attack on the left... or on the other right button. Rest at Bonfire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is... player move plus hold a button to dash, right? That's the sprint thing. But the internal code for dash is $DUSH question mark. So,
Dush. Love that.
I love the kind of messed up English sometimes. Then we got the backstep and roll command overlooking the bonfire. Target lock, that's just after the bonfire there. Use item is the thing that shows up after you talk to Oscar. Rusted Bonfire to replenish Estus Flask. That shows up there too. Parry, that's up in the upper area. Change weapons and toggle items appears after you pick up your shield or later on in that.
Oh, and it looks
tunnel.
like I got raided or something. Hello, welcome, people. This is funny. The stream that we're doing with the data mining has us like looking at different windows constantly. So like this is the streams that I keep up with chat the least amount. But I think someone said something, maybe, or maybe that's just one person claiming this. I have no idea what's going on.
I think it might just be somebody spamming.
It might just be somebody spamming. I have no idea what's happening. Well,
or two people spamming. Anyway,
I don't know what's going on, but okay. Yeah, no raid, same number of viewers.
Yeah.
Okay. Weird. Well,
let's see. And then we got the getaway message. Oh, well, these are just the developer messages. Get your shield. The plunge attack thing. Good job, go straight ahead. The kind of dual purpose message.
Mm-hmm.
And then one just called dummy. This is just in the oh, this is fun. Where's this? Oh, there's a dummy message in one of the cells, but it has no message linked, so who knows what it would have done. But yeah, it's in the last cell on the left as you're leaving the starting cell. There would have been a message in there or something. Can you even get in there? Yeah, I guess that door opens. There's a dummy, and there's a dummy corpse on there too. That's fun. So they could have potentially had something there.
Yeah, where was the dummy corpse exactly? Sorry.
So if you're leaving the asylum cell, like the starting cell, it is the last cell on your left.
Ooh. That's interesting. I've always wondered, because again, you see in the randomizer runs, I always like to see like what weirdos will end up replacing these hollows you can never reach in the cells. I forgot, are these guys killable if you go out of bounds to them? They are. Okay.
I think you can open some of these cells, can't you? Or no, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, none of them are openable. You can never actually go inside any of them.
Because they are set up to have nav mesh and stuff. It's just that they're disabled at the object level. So yeah, at some point you could make it, and mods have done this where they enable those doors so you can just go in there if you feel like it.
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, so I did not know there was a dummied out like object in the cell.
Yeah, there's a dummied out corpse in the corner. If you're looking in there, it would be on the far right corner, and there would be a message right underneath it, basically.
Huh.
But
interesting.
Again, no text data attached to it, so.
Right, and I'm sure the dummied out corpse probably does not indicate what item as well.
No.
Yeah, there's no way.
No.
Yeah.
Typically, they do not do that.
Although
there sometimes do have dummied treasures, but usually if you look in the item data, it just says large soul of a brave warrior. I think that's their default item, basically.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of unfortunate that generally if something specifically wasn't used, they kind of just left it as the default. So you don't get a sense of what they potentially were intending. I suspect that's just because they came in very late on in development, more or less, and just said, okay, let's put all the random treasures around here. Yeah.
I was asked if this was a unique blood stain on this wall. I don't think it's unique. It probably shows up in a few other places. But yeah, that's like a decal, basically. Does it show up? Where else would we see it? That can't be the only place. It'd be funny if it's only in these cells. Okay, it's in this cell. Maybe it's in all of these cells. Or it's in a couple of them.
Can I see decals in here, or is it just like baked into the texture?
I don't
see it.
know, actually. Let me...
I don't see it, but I also don't know how I would see it.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull up a texture display thing here, but I don't know how robust resource, texture manager, other. Okay, other has the loading bonfire. That's pretty great. So it's probably not an other. Oh, what are even are some of these? Okay. I feel like looking up other was probably the wrong. We've wound up in the weird place chat.
Zaid wants to know, what's the default player class and items in Dark Souls 1? That's a hard question to answer, because there's a bunch of what are called character initializers, and basically when you look at a given character, like the default debug character or something, it's just picking something from that list. So all of the different characters have something set, so it's kind of unclear what like the default character even is. The actual default character, I guess, would have no items and would be completely invisible. And they'd probably be a knight or something, because I think that's the quote-unquote default.
Here's a prompt no one has ever seen before. Draw.
I mean, you could see
you
it.
could. Yeah, if you go to if you get the same amount of kills, I guess, in the Battle of Stoicism.
Yeah.
Even if you did that, does it do some weird shit like Dark Souls 2, where it's like whoever has more health at the moment, would you just have to like not touch each other the entire match to get a draw? I don't remember how that works exactly.
Well, let's go get a Battle of Stoicism match started.
We'll worry about that another time. I have the feeling like quote unquote decals are not going to be in this part of the menu, but
yeah,
I like to look at some of these. The hell is GI system? Oh, yeah, there's all sorts of crazy stuff from Global Illumination. Look at these people over here. These are people taking a picture somewhere. Yeah. There's like two people standing next to each other. It's a little small in the stream, but yeah, that is a guy operating a camera. Where's this used? I have no idea. And also this. What is this environment? Super cool.
Battle of Stoicism Deep Dive is going to be a very interesting stream. I don't think, A, that will happen, and even if it did, I don't think it would be very interesting.
I don't know. It would all be, the highlight of the stream would be like the cages that you don't get to see in the remaster and the red rings of light.
That's true.
That is kind of cool. I probably will talk about that at some point, actually. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a texture person. GI system, what does that stand for? I'm not. This is nothing like
Global Illumination.
Global Illumination. It's not. This is nothing
the cages are not in remastered. You just teleport, like, because you do the matchmaking from the blue bonfires in the gazebo for all the gazebo heads. Mm-hmm. And so you just get teleported directly into the thing. You don't go to the start and wait around in the cages and stuff, and you can't watch other people fight or anything like that, which is kind of sad, but yeah.
Oh, but yeah, here down we get to see the global illumination stuff that's actually based on the actual game environment. So you can see like they took snapshots inside. Like here's the cliffside. Here's the room where you fight the boss. Yeah, that's neat. That's always fun to see. Parts system. Parts. Gotcha. Ugh. Gross, like hollow faces.
Yeah.
SFX system. I don't think we're gonna see anything like decals for a bloodstain in here. Probably.
It depends.
Maybe.
But yeah, you're basically just looking through all the textures and stuff.
Yeah.
There are probably easier methods to look through these.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you've ever wanted to know, especially for SFX, what goes into the various particle effects, it's all this stuff.
I believe that's the original texture for the Miracle Resonance. Is that like the thickest version of it though? Or no, yeah, that'd just be the ring. Oh yeah. Here's this is the inside of a vagrant. Right here. Evil. This is the black mass inside of an evil vagrant.
Mm-hmm.
Gnarly looking. I think there's weird stuff you can do to. Yeah, I don't know what these functions serve. Again, I'm not a texture guy, so I don't know what purpose this serves by being able to hold a button and see them do that.
Yeah, I assume it's like show the transparency and all this other stuff.
Yeah, what the hell is this? Like, cool. Yeah, a lot of. Oh, he has a Lloyd's Talisman. Sure, why not? Why would that need a texture like that? I don't know.
I believe it's because you can
just
throw a Lloyd's talisman, and so it needs to be used in the projectile.
It's interesting. It is just funny that it looks... Yeah, it's immediately recognizable unwrapped.
Like, I imagine if you gave yourself a Lloyd's talisman and threw it and paused time and looked at it, it would look like that.
I wish I had a way of enlarging these in debug, because this is like the miracle ring cast, and it has like the emoticon face on the top of it around 12 o'clock.
Yes.
But it's like that's gonna be so small in the stream. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all the textures in the game right now. So that was cool though. I didn't know what we would find with the tutorial messages, and the fact that it did lead us to a dummied out one. It's cool. So I guess that we could mark that as cut content as well. The tutorial message dummy can mean like buy dummied out object or whatever, or dummied out corpse item.
Yeah, and then we've got, okay, after the additional tutorial messages, whatever, then we had the poop flies, that thing, and now we have a light source, which is fluted ceiling light source. This is a light source that illuminates Oscar, who I guess at this point is being internally just called basically fluted knight.
He was like John Demon Souls.
Yeah.
I love that for him.
So
let's take a look.
Obviously you won't be able to see this because it's a point, but you know, if people haven't paid attention, Oscar does have a beam of light illuminating him, basically.
How lovely.
And this is the point light that does that. And then we've got damp room, which is a sound. Oh, okay, so now it's sound time. So we got some sound regions in the
Let's go.
various areas. We got some in the where the water is, of course. Basically anywhere there's water or sludge, you're going to get a sound region.
Oh yeah, and I forgot that these don't render for the whole. Like you actually have to be near them to load.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. So I'd actually have to. Yeah. Well, I don't really see one here, but maybe it's by the other. Oh no, it's just underneath the floor, and with the fall off. Can we hear it?
I don't entirely know what sound it's playing.
Yeah, I hear some water droplets.
Okay.
Can we hear that though with like the camera fully above them? Yeah, we can still hear it. Oh yeah, totally. So if I go into, again, to know which one this is, I have to.
I guess it could be an architecture term or something, Hoshi, but I'm just assuming that because it's illuminating Oscar and Oscar kind of wears the default set, that it was just like, oh yeah, of course, it's the fluted set guy, even though he doesn't necessarily wear the Demon Soul stuff, but anyway.
Yeah, I think the water drops sound when I pause this, I think. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't think there's anything too interesting with the sounds here.
Yeah, I don't think we're like, oh my god, there's like secret lore in the sound of the damp room.
Yeah, I think it's just windy up here probably, or no, that's the boss room music. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some wind coming up later. Okay.
Oh yeah, by the end of the level, that is entirely unsurprising. But we can toggle it to... Oh god, and it loaded all the Firelink Shrine ones from here too.
Oh, there's a cut undead patrol point in the starting hallway.
Let's go! Okay.
It's not referenced by anybody. It is... It's not a very long patrol point. So it is from the right side of the door that we were just looking through to look at the missing message, to basically behind where the hollow is banging his head on the wall to the right. So it's like maybe 5 feet.
Okay, so there's a short patrol path from here to here that's cut.
Yeah.
Interesting. I can see why it was cut. Again, they just wanted enemies standing around for you to like focus on the tutorial messages. Unless if it was relating to the return trip to the asylum in some way, which also seems plausible, but Do we have any idea what would have been patrolling?
No, it just says undead. So it's probably just a hollow.
So a hollow, yeah, like not a Black Knight. Nothing cool like a Black Knight.
No.
But there is also bird chirping sounds up here, so let me see if I can find... Is that on a separate... Or is that just with the wind?
I guess I'll call this cut content.
Yeah, another cut patrol path. What am I trying to do here? World sound... Oh, I just torches. Display.
Yeah, wind. Yeah, that is the one on the edge of the cliff that they tilted the box kind of backwards. Is this like... This is rare that they have a region that is not oriented.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. I wasn't aware of that as I was stepping into it. Yeah, that is completely unusual.
Like, normally they don't bother doing that, and they definitely don't need to do that here. Because you can't get below or above this in any significant way.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
It did not need to be shaped like this. That is so silly. Yeah, I think the bird chirping isn't the same thing as the wind. I think they're baked in together. I think retoggling it, we're gonna hear loud wind and bird chirps. Maybe? Yeah, the bird stopped instantly as soon as I put a halt to that.
Why is the region so big? Who knows? They just put a gigantic region sometimes, just in case.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. That is so silly. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they did that anywhere else in the game. Doesn't seem too likely, but...
No. I feel like we haven't... I mean, we've basically looked at every single region. I don't really recall them being particularly askew.
Yeah. Fun. Is there...
Kill the sound if you fall off the cliff. So there's going to be some amount of sound fall off. No pun intended. But... I don't expect you would notice because you'd probably get the "you died" sound effect over top of everything. But I could be wrong.
So I'm gonna add some rows to the bottom of the spreadsheet because I can't scroll down far enough.
Oh,
so, that is funny. I'll add 100 more rows to the bottom. I did not need to add that many.
I think you added 1,000 or something. Oh no, you did it. Okay, yeah, 100.
Let's see.
Okay, then we got hallway wind.
Hallway wind. Magic blood writing. Oh, that's
that's just the internal name for developer messages. I don't. Can you even access this windy area? Like, don't you? Oh no, I guess you can.
Let's see.
So this is in the pick up your weapon and shield area.
Oh yeah, because there's no roof in that part of the asylum, so maybe it's like more open air.
Wind. But it's weird because it's like it doesn't go down along the ground. I know your feet don't have to be in this one, but like, does that mean if you tilt your camera down far enough, it's gonna get quieter? Like,
oh yeah, this is kind of interesting. Let's see.
Because it's open at the end closer to the bonfire, and not so. Oh no, I guess it is fairly open all the way down. Because I was like, are you gonna be? Would it make sense to hear wind the entire way down? Because
I can't even really hear anything. Hold on. Let me turn the sounds up again. Sorry for loud menu noises. Oh no, what am I talking about? It's incredibly loud. I think I just muted it.
Will we be sharing the event region spreadsheet after this stream?
Oh yeah.
We'll share it at some point, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, those water splashes are so loud.
Now you know what the enemies hear when you splash around with water.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that imply messages were originally going to be written in blood before they decided on soapstone? I don't know. I think that's a holdover from Demon Souls naming as well.
Yeah, they called it blood script. And I think, let me double check this, because I mentioned this in a previous stream, but I don't actually remember the verdict on this. I need to like double check. Let me look something up here. I can look up teams. If I look at the dialogue on the unused content page on Wikidot, I think there's dialogue. Yeah, there's unused dialogue from the Crestfallen Warrior who says, well, so my analysis from the time says, this unused dialogue appears to refer to the cut true death mechanic. He warns the player of what might happen if they die in soul form, and also has a response after it occurs. So the first bit of dialogue is, go on, run off and find the blood script. Okay, no, so blood script was referring to, I guess, like your blood stain. But yeah, blood writing could have just been how they referred to the messages. I don't know. The dialogue is so good, though. Go on, run off and find the blood script. Get that corpse of yours back before it rots. If you die once more, you lose everything, including all the precious souls you've obtained. And then his next line of dialogue is, well, so you've died completely this time? It's like, oh, damn. True death would have been fucking brutal. Very weird. Audio. There's an old YouTube video. Let me see what we got here.
Are you human? Oh, the pain.
That's the wrong NPC.
The pain and the ghastly odor. Please, put me out of my misery.
But no, that's the wrong unused dialogue. Yeah, I don't know. Well. Yeah, I'm sure that's on YouTube somewhere. True Death was a cut hardcore mode that Demon Souls was going to have. Well, maybe it might have just been how the game was going to function. It was, I think you de-level and lose all of like your souls if you die twice. It was going to be brutal. But you were able you hypothetically would have kept items and stuff. Yeah. So, like, yeah, it was really bad. You did not want to die twice. And then they realized that was way too punishing and got rid of it. Yeah, if you think losing a bloodstain with all your souls in it is bad, it could have been so much worse. Bloodstain with all your souls. Oh, that's me. I put up the volume of my stream for a second, so you're going to hear my own voice out of context at a weird time. Shadows don't die twice. So I think that wraps things up.
I believe so. Yeah. The only stuff left after these wind was the incredibly bad seek guidance message that says exchange, and the respawn points next to the bonfires. So. Yep.
Yeah, I think that does it. I don't think there was any other like, again, we only learned about being able to visualize the sound regions pretty far into the streams. We didn't learn about that until New Londo Ruins.
Yeah, I was kind of checking them out along the way, and so obviously it's nice to go back and see them at some point.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think I would have called out if it was like, oh, this entire region or area is encompassed by something that was going to play some cool sound that I didn't know about, right? Like, a lot of it is just wind and stuff.
I will show one that's cool. Because I remember, because I did off-stream look at a couple more of them. On-stream, we did do a couple more outside of New Londo Ruins. But if I go back to... yeah, this is the coolest one, in like kind of like the most interesting one in the game, aside from maybe like the music region going into the kiln or whatever. We go to the DLC. This is where we're gonna get some spooky audio.
Uh-oh.
Well, first of all, there's actually a bunch of funny. There's like, we can call it. I don't know if we can call this cut content either, but there's a lot of these little teeny ones that'll have the sounds of like, okay, well, clearly I'm inbounds because enemies are like reacting to me. But there, and I laid that on that one and dropped them down. That was funny. There's actually a bunch of like unused, like out of bounds, like animal sounds, which is kind of fascinating. Clearly they were just copying and pasting them around the map, and then they had a bunch of leftover duplicates that they didn't need anymore. But yeah, we can totally just go over here and like hear crickets. Some are birds. I think some are frogs. And like, this is all stuff you do find throughout the level, but these are out of bounds. Like, this is not a part of the level that just hasn't rendered yet because we haven't touched base. So like, You can never get to these ones in particular, but I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. There's some extra copy-pasted ones just floating off in the distance. But the cool thing to visualize here is...
I think these probably would be in Prepare to Die edition. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Remaster exclusive stuff.
What's the region I'm looking for here? I believe it's this one. It should be this one. Yeah. Does anyone in the chat have a guess as to what this sound region is for? It's, I'm curious if anyone will be able to clock it. What would you hear? San SC or Sansk, however you pronounce that handle? Got it right. It's the scream. It's the spooky, distant screaming you hear when you're in this level. So let me get some of these guys out of here to make things quieter. And the first scream takes a while to hear too, so you won't hear it like the second you walk in. It's like I think it takes like over 30 seconds, I think, in the audio loop. I'll turn the sound up.
Surprisingly, the internal name of this is Scream. This region.
Kind of, these guys are annoying you with all the sounds they're making. Stop that. Okay. Okay, so you just heard the scream there in the background audio. But yeah, this is the space that determines that. Again, with Fall Off, you can be a little bit outside of it and still hear it, but not super far. So it's not all throughout the level, right? Like when you're down by this mimic over here, you no longer hear the screaming. That's cool. That orb is like the pounding sound when you're near the light revealed illusory wall. But yeah, let me find, and I think it is just Scream. I think. What is it called? Game. No, we're going to World Sound. Oh, and I forgot, like because there's so many like individual ones rather than like this entire region has like frog and bird and crickets on a loop. Like, no, they hand placed individual ones. So the DLC just has like a ludicrous number of these things. Yeah, how does this translate to? Sorry, I realize that text is probably tiny for Hoshi. I think that just says Scream there.
I can paste it in the chat.
Cool.
Yeah, but it is Zakio. Apparently. Zakio.
Yeah, so if we hang out in here. So it's also very thunderous and boomy in here. But yeah.
Specifically like a piercing or very scared scream.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Which makes sense. That is extremely accurate. That's what we're hearing. Yeah, so not a shout, but that is a shrieking scream.
Tahosa asks, when people say that a game has been optimized as part of that cleaning up this kind of stuff, getting rid of things that aren't used, or does it refer to something else? So, I'm not a game developer, but optimizing this stuff, like these extra regions and stuff, would be extremely minor performance savings. To basically to very little. Like if you removed all of this stuff, almost certainly you would be getting a fraction of an extra frame per second. When people talk about optimizations, they typically are referring to like making your textures load faster and making your engine just perform better, right? Like we've seen a lot of this stuff where I'm talking about event scripts where they are waiting around checking if you're in a region. Well, maybe that code could be improved so that it can go to sleep for longer between ticks or something like that. That type of thing is almost always going to actually be your actual savings, where it's improving the game performance. Cleaning up cut content is basically never going to actually do anything appreciable.
Yeah.
Other than, yeah.
It's
make it a little bit easier to develop, I guess, in the future, because you're not going to have sort of cruft sitting around, but that's kind kind of it.
Yeah, I'm definitely not the right person to weigh in because I'm not a programmer or game developer, but it is usually optimization is like more structural, like at a deeper level, and not just like tidying up like, oh, here's a few unused assets and stuff like that.
A couple of people have asked to see the Ash Lake music box with
Sure,
this,
yeah,
because, of course,
let's go.
you can dip your camera into it.
Fuck yeah, let's go do it. I was going to say, I think some of the most interesting post-launch optimization any of the Souls games have gone through is Bloodborne. Because the unpatched version of Bloodborne has horrendous loading times. And like when it patched, it like improved a decent amount. It's still not great because it's a PS4 game. But like the unpatched version of the game is unbearable how long it takes to sit through a loading screen.
Yeah, if you ever want to make Bloodborne really slow down, you can defeat the one reborn and stand right up inside it as it sprays blood and guts everywhere, and it'll bring it down to like 10 FPS. So that's certainly not well optimized in that regard, all the particle effects of that. But yeah, the initial, I did not play Bloodborne on launch, but I watched a little bit of it, and it took forever to do anything.
It took forever to do anything, because the loading screens were so long, and when you remember that you had to warp into the Hunter's Dream and then warp back out of the Hunter's Dream to level up, it was just a nightmare. And the game didn't have like splash screens or whatever you want to call them, loading screens with like item descriptions. That was something they had to add in post-launch. So it was just like
it just said Bloodborne.
It was a black screen with the text Bloodborne. It was fucking garbage.
I can't believe they did that, because obviously DS1 and DS2 both showed item descriptions on their loading screens, and people, it wasn't like a highly praised feature or anything, but I don't understand why they removed it. And then obviously the loading times meant to say, like, come on guys, just put it back in. It would have maybe made people not so annoyed.
So here's the Ash Lake music region. I guess one of them is a music region, one of them is like water sounds, and they're kind of overlapping, so I don't know which is which exactly, but I could find out. Let's see. Let's go to world sound, and let's get the music playing again. Wait. Yeah, oh yeah, I should need to have the camera zoomed out, I think, so. Okay, the two ones flank, this is very silly. You'd appreciate this, Hot Pocket, the silliness of this. The two ones flanking the beach here, I think, are water ones. And it's just like, right. Why would you... I guess hypothetically you could be slightly further from the water if you're just...
you don't want to hear water sounds when you're clearly on dry land and so far away from the water.
We are so surrounded by water that is very funny that they even bothered doing that. But, alright, we'll take it. So clearly...
It's also not like it really matches the extent of the, like, you're going to be pretty well on the sand in some of these cases and completely next to the water in some of the others and not be able to hear it. I don't know, but yeah.
So you're just getting the camera close enough to this box is what makes the music start. Again, with the weird fall off rules, it doesn't have to be perfectly inside it, but yeah, if I
think the other thing is this track has a very obvious start.
Yes.
Other ambient audio tends to have a lead into it, so you can't just wiggle your camera back and forth.
Right.
Or if you do, it's not as noticeable.
Yeah, but this one starts with a percussive, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a chime with the vocals, like, oh, with like a ding.
Yeah.
And it just... Now, if you're quick enough, it continues the track of music instead of starting over. There's somewhere in the fall off distance where it gets like almost perfectly quiet, but doesn't actually start the track over. But if you go too far, then it starts it over every time. So good. And yeah, we talked about this before in the other stream, that like, if they really wanted to avoid this, they could have done something really fancy where like, they could have had this whole region for music, but there could have been an additional like prerequisite where you go further into the level, walk through an event region, and says like, now allow it, and then at that point like the track could fade in or do whatever it needs to do, and you wouldn't be able to whip the camera up and down and notice it until you backtrack up to that point. which like most people wouldn't do. So it's like if you wanted to add some more polish to avoid the situation, you absolutely could, but it's just funny. Okay, on that note, I think we are done.
Yes, that is the last map, was the Asylum.
Yeah, so I'm going to give a huge thanks to Hot Pocket Remix again for hanging out all of this time and educating us on a myriad things in Dark Souls and how they work.
I feel like I learned quite a bit myself, so I appreciate being here.
Yeah, this is a ton of fun to do, and like I said at the start of the stream, there will be more data mining streams of some kind, and probably not too long from now, but it's not going to be like next Sunday, I don't think. Again, I'm basically gonna decide between like, we'll investigate if we can even do this in Demon Souls the same way, because I would like to do it with debug, right? Like I don't want to have to sit here and stream us looking at Smithbox the entire time, like. That's
what I've been doing, is looking at Smithbox. It's way less interesting than running around and interacting with the enemies and, what if we tried this or whatever.
Yes, so. Yeah, being able to like run the games, like whatever games have the options for like doing this in engine, those will be first on the list of wanting to look at. So basically we're going to try to figure out if we can do this for Demon Souls, Bloodborne, or Dark Souls 3. Those are probably the next main titles I would like to do this with. But a few weeks from now, probably.
And that's not because we don't like DS2. It's because DS2 is way harder to do.
Yeah. No. DS2 is also on the to-do list in other ways. Trust me, there's like so much stuff I got to catch up on with Debug Manager. There's definitely more Dark Souls 2 poking around to do as well. But yeah. But in the meantime, I think like next Thursday and Sunday, if I fall back into my regular streaming schedule, which I should, there's going to be more of the Soul Level 1 run and the randomizer runs and other stuff. And I think I mentioned before, I think I'm going to do a series of streams where I play like nostalgic games from my childhood, because I played a lot of weird Amiga games. So like late 80s, early 90s European PC games, like that's like the stuff I grew up with, and I would have fun showing off to chat like the weird crap I grew up with, because a lot of those games have not aged well at all and are not very good. Some of them are legendary and kind of rule, but yeah, some are total jank. But yeah, thanks again. I'm just rambling at this point, but thanks again for hanging out, everyone. I'm gonna get running. Have a good night, and I'll catch you next time. And and thanks again to Hoshi too for all the translation assistance. That was huge. Positron Cannon, other people who are knowledgeable showing up. Meow, dropping the knowledge repeatedly. I feel really bad if I'm forgetting anyone, but yeah, just this is a team effort to like really untangle the game in this way. So all of the help we get is always immensely appreciated. That being said, have a good night, everyone, and catch you next time.